morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 NATO Youth Summit. Whether you traveled to be here with us in person or you're following online from all around the world, we are truly honored to have all of you here with us today. My name is Skočak, and I'll be your Master of Ceremony for this year's NATO Youth Summit. Summit full of bold ideas, big conversations, and most importantly, your voices. This year's Youth Summit is designed to not only inform, but also to involve you. The summit has two main components of the program. First one is the main conference happening just now today, and the second component happens tomorrow and is designed around interactive breakout sessions. Those are tailored by youth for youth. Throughout the day, this stage will host an inspiring lineup of voices: policymakers, civil society leaders, advocates, young experts, journalists, educators, private sector innovators, and NATO officials. They're all here not only to share their perspective and knowledge, but they all want to hear yours. In this room, we've joined 400 remarkable young people representing a wide range of experience and expertise, from students to future diplomats, from civic leaders to tech innovators, artists, legal minds. We're also joined by media representatives and a group of creative content creators, both on and off this stage. Tomorrow, the spotlight is fully on you, and a day is dedicated to hands-on interactive learning through breakout sessions. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because today is packed with as much as exciting energy and opportunity. Today, we'll explore real-world challenges in global security and cooperation. You're all invited to listen deeply, think critically, and speak boldly. And what happens next? When you walk out of this summit, whether it's through the doors here or just logging off your screens in your homes, we want you to know that we want you to carry not only the knowledge, but also new friendships, new questions, and some interesting possibilities. So how can you get involved? Firstly, I would like to ask you to get your phones ready, because it's time to open up the official event app, the interactive side of today's summit. If you haven't downloaded it yet, let's do it together now. So step one is please find the email inviting you to download the official event app. In this step two, you can download the app and search for NATO Youth Summit. Step three, you can just enter your first name, last name, and registered email address, and then tap the arrow. Enter the verification code that you received, and again, tap the arrow. And in step four, after entering the verification code, you'll be logged in and taken to the event's homepage. And bear in mind that this is your platform, so make the most of it throughout the day. Beyond the inspiring sessions and conversations, we've lined up quizzes, interactive activities, and exciting prizes. And of course, don't forget to share your insights, some behind-the-scenes content, and your favorite quotes using the hashtag NATO Youth Summit. So get ready to ask big questions, make some unexpected connections, and push some boundaries. Most importantly, we would like to ask you to have some fun, because we are tackling serious global challenges, but this summit is also a celebration of youth, of hope, and of the powerful possibilities that come when we get together. Now, before we dive into today's agenda, I have the honor of introducing representatives from two co-organizers of this year's NATO Youth Summit: Mihaela Rosu from NATO and Danilo Popović, representing the Atlantic Council of Montenegro. These two teams are driven by young people themselves. They have worked tirelessly to make this event what it is. They embody the values and the vision behind this summit, and they represent NATO's ongoing commitment to engaging and empowering the next generation. But before we welcome them to this stage, let's take a moment to reflect. This year marks the 5th edition of the NATO Youth Summit, and that's something worth celebrating. Let's look back at how it all started, and the incredible journey we've taken since then.
Taking over from us. The NATO alliance is there to keep peace and security in our countries. Soon will be yours. You will be in charge.
It takes a lot of courage to not crack and commit yourself to good things.
Be engaged. Be kind. Be the me who serves the we.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mihaela Rosu from NATO's Public Diplomacy Division.
And I'm Danilo Popović from the Youth Atlantic Treaty Association of Montenegro.
We are happy to kick off the 5th edition of the NATO Youth Summit in Budva, Montenegro. It is an incredible honor to stand here today and see so many bright, engaged, young minds gathered from across the Alliance and beyond. On behalf of NATO, I want to thank you for being here and for being part of this conversation. Over the years, the Youth Summit has grown into a space where young people don't just listen, they lead the conversation, and where decision makers listen and engage.
What a powerful moment it is to be here with all of you. I'm here representing the Atlantic Council of Montenegro, and I want to begin by saying how proud we are to co-host this year's summit alongside NATO. This partnership is a reflection of a shared belief and the fact that the next generation is not only the future of NATO, but its present. And this summit is your space to ask questions, to challenge assumptions, to imagine solutions, and to connect across borders, backgrounds, and beliefs.
As we look around the world today, we face a security environment that is more complex and interconnected than ever before. Today is an opportunity to take a closer look at what this means for future generations and how NATO is adapting to keep its citizens safe in this rapidly changing landscape. Throughout the day, we'll explore NATO's current priorities while also addressing a crucial question. Why should young people care? And how can they actively contribute to shaping the future of the alliance? Because this summit isn't just about understanding NATO's mission, it's about making space for young voices in contributing to that mission. From core security priorities in the lead up to the NATO summit to youth perspectives on defense, the role of emerging technologies and grassroots youth-led security initiatives, today is a platform for dialogue, learning, and action. And there's no coincidence that the Youth Summit takes place just weeks before the summit in The Hague. As we prepare for the meeting of the heads of state and government, we want to ensure that your perspectives are taken forward. That's why your voices, your insights, creativity, and drive aren't just welcome, they're essential.
This year's theme highlights the importance of leadership and its vital role in shaping the future of the alliance. As the leaders of the future are being shaped today, it becomes essential to cultivate a generation of visionary, inclusive, and resilient individuals who can rise to meet global challenges with integrity and innovation. Leadership is no longer just about holding positions of power, but about inspiring collective action, fostering collaboration across cultures, and standing firm in the face of uncertainty. Young people are not only preparing to lead, they're already making an impact. This summit serves as a powerful reminder that the future of the alliance depends on the strength and clarity of the leadership we build now.
As we gather to celebrate young leaders at this year's Youth Summit, I'd like to take a special moment to recognize the newly formed NATO Youth Advisory Board. an initiative that was first envisaged right here on the stage of the NATO Youth Summit. The board reflects NATO's ongoing commitment to elevating young voices and integrating diverse perspectives from across the alliance. It is composed of 10 outstanding young individuals from NATO member and partner countries, each bringing unique insights and experiences from their respective communities. Today, we'll see them in action on stage, and tomorrow they'll be working behind the stage, leading and facilitating a series of thoughtfully designed, engaging educational activities. Beyond the summit, they're also connecting with and inspiring their peers through active engagement with their online communities.
And since you're speaking about leadership and celebrating prominent voices, I would also like to take a moment to recognize the winners of this year's Youth Summit Challenge. These are young individuals who stepped up to take on the challenge and boldly respond to a question that is at the heart of our team. What does a leader of the future look like? Their reflections were thoughtful, creative, and inspiring, offering powerful visions of leadership that are inclusive, adaptable, and forward-thinking. You'll have the opportunity to hear from them directly on stage today, and I'm confident their ideas will spark meaningful conversations and leave a lasting impression on us all.
Before we continue with today's program, I'd like to take a moment to highlight the incredible reach of this year's Youth Summit. Across more than 12 cities in NATO and partner countries, communities are coming together to take part in the summit through organized watch parties. These gatherings will bring together hundreds of young people, expanding the conversation and creating spaces for engagement, dialogue, and inspiration well beyond this room. We are grateful to our institutional partners who put together these watch parties and support us in organizational and outreach endeavor. The Aspen Institute Romania, the Digital Forensic Center, Joe Strata, the Hague University of Applied Sciences, University of Murcia, the College of William & Mary, the Young Professionals Network, and the Youth Atlantic Treaty Association and its national chapters, whose commitment and coordination help gather youth communities across different cities.
Let me also take a moment to extend our sincere thanks to our corporate partners, Google, Cvent, Chicom, and National Tourism Organization, whose support has added value to this year's summit. Through their contributions, they have helped enrich the experience for participants by providing additional resources, interactive activities, and dynamic elements within the program. Their involvement has played a key role in making this event more engaging, impactful, and memorable for all involved.
As we now turn to the program, we warmly invite you to dive in, engage fully in the conversations, and make the most of your presence here. The summit is about participating, connecting, and sharing your voice. But before we begin, we're honored to share the special message from NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Although he couldn't be with us in person today, he wanted to address you, the young leaders of today and tomorrow. Please join us in hearing his words as we officially open the 2025 NATO Youth Summit.
Welcome to NATO. This is where, with 32 allies in total, we try to keep the world safe. First of all, the transatlantic safe, and therefore also make sure that you are protected. Your families, your future, your life. With war in Europe and instability on the rise, we need NATO more than ever. And that means that we need your thinking more than ever. NATO was there to protect me when I was young. And even from before I was born, NATO was already making sure that this whole Euro-Atlantic was safe. NATO is adapting for the future, but we cannot do that without you. And therefore, we need your input, your inspiration, your energy, your thinking. The security challenges we face today require fresh thinking. So therefore, if you have a career in diplomacy or in technology or in defense, please step forward. It is your voice that matters for our common future. Please fight your way to the table and make sure that your voice is heard. This is not my NATO. It's yours. It is your alliance, and therefore we need your big ideas, your bold concepts for the future, and basically challenge what we are doing today. And that journey is just beginning. And I have every confidence in you, so please help, come on board, and make this happen.
This was really an inspiring message, and I hope it resonates with you and can serve as a food for thought and inspiration for future discussions that are going to happen today on this stage. As we look ahead, NATO's commitment to the next generation remains unwavering. In fact, for our next session, we are honored to have on stage the NATO Deputy Secretary General herself for a session that will set the scene for the conversations to follow throughout the day. Leading this important discussion will be Céline Yilmaz, the President of the Youth Atlantic Treaty Association, whose leadership and dedication to youth engagement make her the perfect guide for this conversation. Céline, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you for being with us here and online. I'm so honored and glad to share the stage with an amazing name, Radmila Shekerinska. She is the NATO's Deputy Secretary General and a true groundbreaker in European politics. As North Macedonia's first female and the longest-serving Minister of Defense, she helped lead her country into NATO. Before joining the NATO, she served as Deputy Prime Minister for European Integration. Thank you so much, Ms. Shekerinska, for being with us today and showing your support to young people. Before we start with the questions, I would like to ask your remarks on Mr. Secretary General's comments.
Well, thank you, Celine, and it's great to be here in Budva after several years. It was really one of the easiest, best, and decisions that I'm most proud of in the first few months of my mandate, when NATO moved forward on deciding that the next NATO Youth Summit will take place in Montenegro, in a region from where I come from. And it was really a remarkable symbol of the importance that we attach to the region, the importance that we continue to attach to having youth involved in NATO, but it was also a symbol of how we appreciate young leaders like, for example, the Montenegrin president who is here with us, to show that when we talk about next generation, we don't talk about, the far future. We talk about all of you really joining us today in shaping the world of tomorrow. And this is very much what Secretary General, who is currently in DC and couldn't be here with all of you, wanted to share. That we do count on your talent, we count on your contribution, we count on your various creative aspects and professional attitude to create an alliance that will really guarantee a safer European continent, safer Euro-Atlantic area, and will give us the opportunity to thrive in a prosperous world.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you for supporting us in this.
We thank you for making young people like policy leaders of today as well, not just for the future. Before I would like to start with my questions, I want to remind our in-person audience and online that we'll be receiving questions online and in person. After a couple of questions, I'll be raising on behalf of you to Ms. Deputy Secretary General. But I would like to start with a very important question, because the Alliance is prepared for the summit in The Hague. The expectations are very high, and also the agenda is super dynamic. So my question is, what should we anticipate from this historic summit, and which kind of strategic directions do you think it will set for NATO's path forward?
Well, we are now gathered at a youth summit, but the Alliance is very much preparing for the summit that will take place in The Hague in the second half of June. It is an important summit because we are living in dangerous and very challenging times. Several people have mentioned yesterday and today that the war in Ukraine is still raging, and Russia's connections with Korea, North Korea, with Iran and with China are actually interconnecting the Euro-Atlantic area with the Indo-Pacific, but they also show how important it is to develop our deterrence and defense as an alliance, but also as a family of countries which share the same values and the same interests. And the Hague Summit will very much look into our key goal, and this is how do we make NATO even stronger? How do we make it more balanced, more equal? I mean, the contribution of each of the allies. And how do we make it more lethal? And let me say, what do we mean by these words, stronger, fairer, and more lethal? When we talk about a stronger alliance, we talk both about unity, but also about being capable to really defend all allies. So we say all for one, one for all, but it means you really need to have the capacity, you need to have the capabilities, you need to have the force. And this is why the focus on the Hague Summit will be very much in continuing with the trend of increased defense spending. You know, when security is threatened, nothing else matters. I mean, I come from this region when I was your age. Most of Europe was enjoying its peace dividend, but this region actually understood how peace and security are important. So we know that in the moment when peace and security is threatened, everything else disappears. So when times are challenging, we have to make sometimes difficult choices. And one of these difficult choices is that we need to invest more in our defense. This has already started happening throughout the alliance. We have seen a number of allies not just reaching 2%, which was the pledge that NATO did more than 10 years ago, but actually going much beyond. And if you see, especially the countries close to Russia, they have moved to 4%, they have pledged even 5%. And this is a choice that clearly reflects the threat that everyone is sensing. So the focus on the Hague Summit will be very much, how do we increase defense spending? How do we strengthen the defense industrial base? And here, we do have also certain opportunities, because this revised defense spending, this strong focus will mean also new job opportunities. It will require a lot of innovation, which is why Secretary General actually decided to call all of you to join in these efforts. And then when we say we want NATO to be fairer, it means that the sharing of the responsibilities has to be more balanced. And there was clearly a call for European allies and Canada to do more. They have increased their defense spending, and they have pledged to continue to do so in the future. But also, if you analyze our land forces now throughout the Euro-Atlantic area, you will see that 7 out of 8 of these formations are actually run and commanded by European commanders. And this shows very clearly that European allies and Canada have stepped up, and this will very much be the focus at the next Hague Summit. We are here in Montenegro, and we can, if we look at the skies in a certain period of the week, we will see Greek and Italian planes protecting the skies, not only over Montenegro, but also over a number of allies within the region. And this shows the commitment that allies have. We also use the word that NATO needs to be more lethal, and I know that it's a bit frightening, right? Let me be very clear. NATO continues to be a defensive alliance, that's for sure. But those of you who have studied or read history, they know that this has been a reoccurring theme from ancient times to now. Everyone said, if you want to avoid war, you have to prepare for it. And this is our thinking, this is our philosophy. We invest in our defense and deterrence because we want to deter, we want to avoid war. And if we show the strength, if we show the unity, if we show our capabilities and our determination to protect all allies, this is how we avoid war. And these are the 3 deliverables that we plan to get at the Hague Summit. I know it's ambitious, I know it's tough, but we believe that the time has come for the alliance to move forward, and we count on all of you supporting it.
Well, thank you for the great tips, but also this is what makes NATO special, right? It's adaptable to new threats, and it's very important to emphasize the importance of it in the Hague Summit. But you also mentioned about this region and how this region understands the importance of peace, because this year marks 30 years since the Payton Peace Accords, which ended a war and started a still evolving peace process in this region. So holding the NATO Youth Summit here in Budva, it feels very meaningful to me, to you especially. And what message does this send to Western Balkans?
As the Alliance stated last year at the summit, as foreign ministers reiterated just a few weeks ago at their ministerial NATO meeting, Western Balkans continues to be of strategic importance to this alliance. And through all of the turmoil of the 90s, we have seen that NATO really supported peace. And this is where we are today as well. Although, of course, we don't have war like we had in the 90s. And trust me, it was scary, it was frightening, and it affected everyone in the region. So 30 years ago, I was more or less in your shoes. They were less cool than yours. But we have gone through the ordeal of living between war and peace, living in war, and paying a huge price for this. While most of the countries in Eastern Europe moved forward to become members of NATO and afterwards of the European Union, we were stuck in what we call the Balkan mud of conflict and war. And I do believe that many have learned our lessons, right? And one of the big lessons that I've learned at that time is that if you have absence of war, this is not enough. Yeah. And what I have seen during the 90s is that words matter. We have now a peaceful Western Balkans. Countries cooperate, they don't fight each other. We have a strong interaction. The main focus is membership into the European Union. Many of the countries have moved and become NATO members, so I welcome them here, including my own. But we have still not moved forward with divisive rhetorics. We still have it in the region. We have still nationalistic, secessionist even rhetoric. And this is not just words. What we have seen in the 90s is that words can sometimes be more dangerous than weapons, and that they can lead to violence, they can lead to hatred. And this is why our message to the Western Balkans, we have paid a number of visits. Secretary General was in Sarajevo recently. The whole North Atlantic Council with the Secretary General and myself was in Pristina. We try really to be very systemic in sending the message, Western Balkan matters, but we also expect more of a regional ownership in solving some of these problems. And the problems will not be solved with hate and divisions. They will be solved with a lot of hard work and cooperation. And this is what we expect. This is what we invest. Our biggest mission is still K4. We support also EU efforts and the EU forces in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we will continue to be very committed to this region. And I call all on the participants to help us in really designing and developing a different Western Balkans. More Western than Balkans, right?
Well, it's important what you're saying, because these people will be the ones taking over the work that you're doing amazingly. And we have to continue investing in the peace and happiness and democracy that we all stand for. But we're in the room with our online audience full of people already interested in transatlantic security and probably want to build a career in the future. But maybe many others, young people, would ask, why should we care about security? Why should we invest in security? Which kind of a message would you like to send them?
10 years, 15 years, 20 years ago, well, security was probably not very high on the agenda for a career choice among many European, Euro-Atlantic youngsters, because many believed that we live in the best of all worlds and peace is granted. Unfortunately, this is no longer the case. And what we have seen, not only just in the region, what we have seen in Ukraine, what we have seen in areas also not affected by direct war, but by a lot of hybrid attacks. I've just, yesterday we have recalled the hybrid attacks to Montenegro, where transport and energy infrastructure just 3 years ago was hit. What we see is that security has come back with a vengeance in a way. And what we also see is that we need really the involvement of our citizens. It's not just something that the institutions can deal with. We need a societal resilience. We need the involvement of young people. And I do believe that we need young leaders who will be wary of, in a way, the dangers and the threats, but not afraid to deal with them. So it's a combination of courage and determination and resilience to a certain extent. And I am a firm believer that you can be much better than we ever were, because some of us did not avoid wars. Some of us did not prevent and deter wars. And I do hope that this will be done by your generation. But I would strongly urge you, engage. These issues should be dealt with by the best among you, by those who are enthusiastic, by those who have the energy, by those who really want to invest in the community and not just in personal interests. I think that the time of being selfish and just ambitious for the sake of ambition is hopefully gone. But I am a firm believer that you can really do it. So come to the table, stay at the table, and drive the agenda forward.
With your guidance and our energy and enthusiasm, I think this is how we will create this resilient society for peace. And I'm very hopeful for that. I would like to abuse my moderation position talking to you, but I think our in-person audience first, then online audience, has many questions to you. So I would like to give the floor to our audience. And if you have any questions, please raise your hand so that we can send a microphone to you. Yeah, here we go. Let's start.
Hello. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Hello, I'm from Georgia, and it's really politically, tense situation in my country. I want to thank all of you for organizing this event. It really means a lot to engage youth policymakers into all the democracy and what we all stand for. I have a question, since you mentioned about the hybrid threats. Hybrid warfare, including cyber attacks, disinformation, campaigns, and political interference, has become a key part of modern politics. As we've seen in Georgia and in Ukraine and in Montenegro too, given the increasing frequency and sophistication of these threats, what is NATO doing to strengthen cyber resilience, but also not only within the members of NATO, but also in the partners, and like Georgia. And how does the alliance plan to deter or respond to the hybrid threats that fall below the threshold of traditional military aggression? Thank you.
Maybe we can thank you so much for your question. Let's get two more and let our DSG to answer this. And gentlemen in the front, please, you stood up already. And
yeah, you need the mic.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Joseph, and I'm also happy to be here at this conference. It's my first time here, and I really, when I look around me, I already met one of really amazing young people who are really inspired to be leaders of the future. And now with the political steam happening more frequently, and it's accelerating the day we go, I think it's really important to actually tell people more about politics, what's happening in another country. For example, I'm from Slovakia, and every day we are hearing about the lost life of Ukrainian soldiers and many also other soldiers. They're one of the bravest people in the world. They're protecting democracy right at the door to Russia. So we should not really ignore this. And now in the modern times, when somebody asks you a question about war, how would you think a war is waging? Like, what does the war look like? They will imagine like World War I, the trenches, maybe the bombardment tactics of World War II, the blitz and everything. But now in this modern age, I think the misinformation warfare or the psychological warfare is one of the greatest strengths of Russia. That's why I wanted to ask, what's the NATO standpoint on this topic? How can we ensure that not only we are not losing the lives on the front, but also the right and healthy mindsets within our country? Right now we can see like a really big political presence about like movement of like leave NATO, like Slovakia should leave NATO and Europe. And me personally, when I see one of my fellow friends, even like saying that the NATO is bad, I just don't know what to say. And sometimes one voice is not enough. I can tell, I can like ask them a question, compare, but sometimes you need like a bigger authority to set the motion of this forward thinking. So my question once again is, what's the NATO standpoint on this topic? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before we conclude the third and last question of this round, thank you. It was a great question. But in order to expand our chance and time with Ms. Deputy Secretary General, let's try to keep the questions a bit short and brief. So I would really appreciate it. And please, yes, please.
Hello again.
Yes.
Hi everyone. Glad to be here. So my question is, like for example, my country now is like for 2 months they cannot form a government. So my question is, can you tell us some signs of, not signs, but some uncommon security threats that are not just the ones we Googled when it comes to security? Maybe some things that kind of are linked to security, but sometimes we miss those points. For example, that might be one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think, depending on time, we'll get the second round, but very challenging questions, right?
Yes, they are, and I actually liked hearing more from you. So I know that we are a bit short with time, but I really appreciate also your thoughts, not just the questions. And let me start with a bit with Ukraine, and thank you for raising this up. I do believe that what happens in Ukraine will affect our security as a whole. And the solidarity that was provided, the support that was provided by a huge number of allies was the difference between, leaving Ukraine without any assistance alone and supporting it. And it was really remarkable to see that this year allies have actually exceeded even some of their pledges by providing military assistance beyond the 20 billion that was announced. And this is a remarkable signal that we are serious. And all of the allies have made it clear that their support to Ukraine is not something that they envisage for just this year, the first 3 months, the 6 months. It is long-term. And by doing this, we are developing and supporting the Ukrainian defense forces, but we are clearly also creating an additional deterrence and defense for our alliance as well. And of course, the alliance is as good as it is adaptable, and you said this initially. You could say that the war in the trenches is the war of the past. Actually, what we have seen in Ukraine is that war comes in all forms, and you have to be prepared for everything. You have to be prepared for the trenches, but you have to be really prepared for the drones. You have to be prepared for the different hybrid attacks. We have seen a lot of sabotage throughout the alliance. We have seen attacks to critical infrastructure, especially undersea infrastructure in the north, in the Baltic Sea. And our strength is the adaptability, our strength is unity, our strength is the solidarity among us. So, for example, when I think Montenegro was the first country who actually got the support from the hybrid support team from NATO when they dealt with the attack. And we have offered, and several allies have already seized it. But of course, on hybrid and in supporting partners, there is always more you can do because technology is changing, because our vulnerabilities are changing. And this is actually where the knowledge of younger generation comes as extremely important. Because, the things that we consider to be very complicated for you, they're a piece of cake. And we have seen really a drive among a younger generation of people who have done technology to move into the security field, to develop capacities, to develop new defenses. And this is what we appreciate very much. You never plan a career either in politics and sometimes not even in security. I did engineering when I was young, and I did only 2 years of engineering in my career. But once you develop this knowledge of problem solving, building networks, power, it is helpful in politics. So I advise all of you who are very enthusiastic about technology, security is a domain that will be booming. There will be huge investments, enormous opportunities, and we want the best and brightest there. And by doing this, we will be able to support allies and partners even more. You're absolutely right. Quite a number of our partnerships with different countries, including Georgia, contain the element of supporting counter-hybrid activities. And we will continue to do so. But of course, a partnership depends on both sides. So, you know, we are ready. And the countries with which we conclude partnership agreements, they need to be ready and interested. And this brings me to the third and probably most complicated question, but it's a bit connected to us generally as societies. Maybe my political background is still stronger than my defense background. I do believe that we have to look deep within our societies and really discuss and think about our vulnerabilities. I come from a very diverse country in many respects, ethnically, linguistically, religiously. These are not easy countries, and they always have additional challenges. But unless you do the work internally yourself, there is no magic solution. And here I might say no external support can help you deal if you are not prepared to invest in a more cohesive, a more resilient, and a more open community. So I would say look at your own vulnerabilities and try to solve the problems, because putting problems under the carpet usually ends up with a big boom in front of your face. So avoid this. On everything else, as an alliance, we can provide the capabilities, we can provide the support, but each and every ally is much more efficient in dealing with some of their own specifics, and we follow the lead of the allies. So I count on all of you to help us with this.
Again, as you said, Article 4 is before Article 5.
Yeah. Well, on the threshold, there are a lot of discussions. Thank you for reminding me about this. There are various ways in which a hybrid attack can really undermine your capacity to deter and defend. And we have also approached this problem with a more creative, I mean, like the decision to move on with Baltic Sentry after a series of sabotage to undersea critical infrastructure was a serious signal that the alliance will not stand still, and we will not just observe, but we will react, we will act, and we will protect our allies. And this is what makes the alliance strong. This is what makes it relevant. This is what makes it important.
Thank you so much. And I would like to apologize. We are running out of time. And I can only ask one question from online audience who are with us today. And there are so many challenging questions, but I think this one is an important one. One of our audience asked, how big chance does Ukraine have to enter NATO? And what are the risks with it?
It's, as you say, an important and very difficult question, because accession was always tricky. I mean, we in the Balkans, when we would observe the accession to NATO of Eastern European countries, from the outside, it looked like an easy, straightforward process. The more you dig what was happening behind the scenes, the more complicated it looks. For us, it was even trickier. So whenever I interact with a lot of Ukrainian colleagues and commending them of their bravery and strong will and determination that they have exhibited, I cannot tell them more but my own experience. North Macedonia was a country trying to get into NATO for 3 decades. And it felt like a never-ending story. It felt like, you know, we are hitting our wall again and again, our head to the wall. And, you know, and then we made it. It took some difficult decisions, again, a lot of hard work, a lot of defense reforms, significant contributions to both security and defense budgets. But we made it, and we are better off because of it. We are more secure. Investors came with more of a courage and enthusiasm to invest in the country. But if there is one lesson that I've learned, it's that in difficult times, when the situation is really bleak, don't give up hope. Don't despair. And when situation is great and everything looks like a done deal, don't relax. The opportunities are there. They have to be seized, but there are also risks, and it's not a straightforward line. So keep up the work, the unity. This is important. Don't give up hope. It's never easy, and that has been probably the lesson of each and every ally. The alliance is today stronger because it has the biggest number, 32 allies. And if Russian President Putin was attempting to undermine and weaken NATO with the attack on Ukraine, it has backfired. Yes. Since then, 2 other countries which have had history of military neutrality, like Sweden and Finland, they have decided to join in. We have increased our strength. We have increased our deterrence and defense because of this decision. And we have shown that the alliance is there to guarantee peace on European continent. And this is how we want to see this alliance proceed. Stronger, fairer, and more lethal.
It's coming from you is very important because you led your country in NATO and you're so experienced in this process. So thank you so much for sharing your insights. Sadly, we have to conclude our event. Our time is done with Ms. Deputy Secretary General. However, if you have very last and brief comments to our young audience here and online, we would love to hear from you.
No, thank you for being here. All of you have really done your best to apply, to be patient, to wait for our answers. Let me say big thanks to the Atlantic Council of Montenegro and to our public diplomacy division within NATO. They have done a miracle, compiling all of this in a really short period of time. Let me thank the social media content creators who have tortured me yesterday. Of course, I'm kidding. But this is the fresh air that we expect from all of you. You are here because you wanted to join us. And this is a great event, always is. But keep up the engagement. It is what happens tomorrow, what happens next year, what happens in the next decade that will shape my future, but more importantly, your future. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Deputy Secretary General, for being here with us today and to engage directly with the young people from across the Alliance. I think this was the perfect start of today's summit, and we will now move into our next session, one that continues this momentum with another prominent voice in leadership. It is our great pleasure to welcome the President of Montenegro, a young leader himself and a face very familiar to the NATO Youth Summit. We're especially honored to have him join us here on stage in his home country and for the second time as part of this gathering. To lead this conversation, I'm delighted to hand over the floor to Nikola Vucic, a respected journalist from TV N1, who will guide us through what promises to be very compelling and interesting conversation with the President. Nikola, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Nikola Vucic. I'm a journalist and a cultural researcher at N1 Television, CNN affiliate channel for Western Balkans region, based in Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Today, it is my honor to moderate a conversation with the head of state who represents a new generation of leadership, His Excellency Jakov Milatovic, the President of Montenegro. Mr. President, welcome and thank you for joining us here.
Well, thank you for having me here, and I would like to, first of all, at the beginning, wish a very warm welcome to all of you, to the young people from from all over the NATO alliance who came to Montenegro to be with us. And it's really a great honor for me as a president of Montenegro to participate at this year's NATO Youth Summit here in Montenegro. And I remember last year when I was participating at the NATO Youth Summit, which was in Miami in the States, I sort of, had an idea to propose to my dear friends within the NATO Secretariat to host NATO Youth Summit here in Montenegro, and this is now a reality. So, thank you to the leadership of NATO for bringing NATO Youth Summit to Montenegro. It's really a great honor to have you all here.
Montenegro joined NATO 2017, right? In today's turbulent geopolitical environment, Mr. President, who does NATO membership mean? What does NATO membership mean for your country and for the Western Balkans as a region?
Well, as you all may know, Montenegro joined NATO back in 2017. So now we are celebrating this year the 8th anniversary of Montenegro's membership with the NATO. There are three probably key main benefits of Montenegro's NATO membership. Number one is this is by far the best security guarantee for Montenegro. Membership of Montenegro within NATO is probably one of the main key pillars of our defense and security architecture. And that's number one for sure. Number two is over the last years, ever since Montenegro joined NATO, but even before, as the country was preparing for joining the NATO, NATO's membership has served to our country as a great platform to basically modernize our army forces, to modernize our military. And now Montenegro is indeed spending about 2% of our GDP. Most of the money actually goes into modernization of the army forces. It used to be about 20% of it. Now it's even up to 30% of it. So this is really a great platform to make our army up to sort of the best international standards. And number three benefit is the one that has been experienced by most of the Central and Eastern European countries in the form that NATO's membership was sort of a first step towards the EU membership. As the country, by joining the NATO, was also proving, democratic standards, standards that were required when it comes to the rule of law, institutional development. And this is basically also how we see it. Montenegro, by joining the NATO alliance a few years ago, is now also on a very committed path towards the EU accession, which we are hoping will come soon as well. So those are three key benefits that I see as a president now of a NATO ally that Montenegro got as part of its NATO membership.
How do you view Montenegro's commitments within NATO, especially in terms of defense investment, and how would you explain their importance to these people, young people?
Well, as a member, as a fully fledged member of an alliance, Montenegro is committed to everything that we agree upon as part of the alliance, including the spending. I have already mentioned that Montenegro is among the countries that is already spending more than 2% of our GDP for military spending. We are committed, as many other allies, to spend even more. And as you may know, this is going to be a discussion of the following summit in The Hague. Now there is a sort of a discussion that the new target should be a number higher than 3% of GDP, whether that's going to be 3.5 or something else. This is going to be a result of the discussions of the forthcoming NATO summit in The Hague. But Montenegro is already fulfilling whatever has been agreed before during the Wales summit. And I'm sure that Montenegro will keep up its commitment on whatever we commit to during the following Hague summit. That's number one. Number two is Montenegro is already providing its part of our military forces within the eastern flank of the NATO. And in that regard, Montenegro is contributing to the collective defense system, to the collective architecture, especially in the eastern flank. Montenegro's participation is now present in countries like Latvia, Bulgaria, as part of the land forces, of the forward forces of the NATO alliance. Montenegro is also taking part in many other NATO military exercises, which are part of what is a macro strategy of defense and deterrence of the NATO alliance. So those are all things where Montenegro is playing its credible role as a NATO member. And one more important thing, not that I'm mentioning it at the end, but which I believe is tremendously important. Montenegro belongs to a very challenging part of Europe, and by becoming the member of NATO, Montenegro has also strengthened the stability of the region of the Western Balkans. I think that Radmila has already spoke a bit about it, given the fact that the Deputy Secretary General also comes from this region. It is a region consisted of 6 countries. 3 of them are members of NATO and 3 others are not. And I believe that back then in 2017, when this country has made a very important choice of becoming the part of NATO, and when that choice was also accepted by all the other members of the alliance, I believe that was also a very important decision for an overall stability of the region, not only of our country on its own.
It's about my next question. How do you view Montenegro's potential role as a stabilizing force in the region and its role in the broader security environment?
Montenegro is, and perhaps for some of the young participants here who may not know, but Montenegro is the smallest country, not only in the Western Balkans, but in the Balkans as the whole. So we don't have the biggest population, or we are not the biggest country in terms of the size or the military forces. But where I believe Montenegro can really lead the way is by being a role model in many of the things, including being a role model when it comes to the good neighborly relations, being a role model when it comes to the membership within the NATO, the prospective membership that the country is aiming to be the part of the EU. And this is where I truly believe Montenegro's comparative advantage is. Montenegro is a multi-ethnic society. It's a country where different ethnicities live, including Montenegrins, Serbs, Croats, Albanians, Bosniaks, and I believe this is a big advantage of Montenegro for the fact that all of them genuinely see Montenegro as their own country, and this is where I believe it is up, especially to us, the leaders, to make sure that that's the case. So once again, in many regards, Montenegro is a role model and can be even a better role model in the times to come.
Okay, what is your vision for the Western Balkans within the European Union? Where does Montenegro stand in that picture, and how can countries like Montenegro keep the momentum?
Well, there are currently 10 candidate countries for the EU accession. Montenegro is one of them. And I think that we all agree that Montenegro is probably the most advanced country among all the candidate countries in terms of its potential EU membership. Mm-hmm. There are many reasons for that. So number one is Montenegro is most advanced in terms of its institutional setup when it comes to the EU accession. It's the only country that has opened all negotiating chapters. There are 33 of them that needs to be negotiated in order for a country to become the member of the EU at the stage. We have completed 6 of them, and hopefully by the end of the next 2 or 3 years, we would be able to come to an end of all the chapters. And in that regard, doing our part of the homework when it comes to the EU membership. Mm-hmm. Number 2 reason is Montenegro is already part of NATO, and this is something that I have already mentioned, which I believe matters, because Montenegro in that regard is already part of a joint security architecture, which is at the core of the European Union. Number 3 are the aspects that are related to economic development. Montenegro is the country that is the most developed, economically speaking, among the candidate countries, is the country that is already using the euro. So in that regard, Montenegro is well prepared to become the next member state. And finally, Montenegro, for the last number of years, is fully aligning its foreign and security policy with the one of the EU. And this is where also membership within NATO helps, because you obviously cannot really, set aside the foreign policy from security policy, especially within the uncertain geopolitical world that we are living in. So the big picture, the one that I'm very passionate when I speak about, is that Montenegro could indeed become the 28th member state of the EU as of 2028. So that's a goal. It's an ambitious goal. I believe it's still a realistic one. And in that regard, Montenegro can also be a role model. And this is going back to the story of being a role model in many ways for all the other candidate countries, but also a role model and a successful story that the EU can also show to the others that reforms pay off, that the new political culture pays off. And this is where I believe the role, the position of Montenegro within the wider regional setup also is very important.
What is the biggest challenge right now on European path of Montenegro?
Well, there are many. So it's a full reform agenda that we still need to fulfill. Obviously, when it comes to the rule of law, there are a number of standards that still need to be fulfilled. But also there are technical things, including aspects regarding ecology, aspects regarding state aid, competition policy. So those are all the things where the public administration is, not only now, but has been working over the last more than 10 years now, ever since the country has opened its negotiation with the EU. So the challenges are there, but what I believe is important is the positive trend which needs to be fulfilled. I'm, in Montenegro also perceived as sometimes by the government as somebody who is perhaps, criticizing the speed, because I always believe that the speed of reforms can be and should be quicker, should be better. So to that regard, I'm the one which is really passionate about reforms, because I'm also not one of those people who believe that the NATO membership or the EU membership are the things that matter on their own. I believe that behind all the memberships, the NATO membership, the EU membership, it's all about values, the system of values that we are fighting for, and the reform agenda that ultimately we do for the sake of the citizens that we are representing as their elected politicians. And I believe, this is ultimately what is important. I am the one who is usually reminding a number of the other political stakeholders in the country that this is how the things, should be done.
As the youngest head of state in this region, how do you relate to the challenges young people face, such as political engagement, employment, and trust in institutions? And what are your concrete priorities for creating meaningful, lasting opportunities for youth to be actively included in decision-making processes?
Well, it's a very important question, and not only because we are now participating at the NATO Youth Summit, but I believe it's one of the fundamental questions for an overall economic and democratic development of a country. Before I entered the politics, just to sort of relate a bit with the youth, and by the way, I don't think that I'm much older than many of the young people here. I'm 38, so that's probably 10 or 15 years older than many of the you who are currently here in the audience. But before I joined the politics in Montenegro, before I became an economy minister, I was for a number of years an economist working for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and that institution has been created in the early 90s to basically help Central and Eastern European countries along their democratic and economic development, as those countries were going from one economic system to another one. And the bank has performed on a regular basis a very interesting survey. One of the questions within the survey was the question that has been asked to the youth about what are the key factors that they believe are important in order to succeed in life. And this is a survey that has been performed in probably about 50 countries, different countries, from Central Asia to Central and Eastern Europe, to North Africa, the Balkans, but also with some of the benchmark countries like Germany and the UK. And what always has been striking is the way that the youth, especially from the Balkans, have been answering this question in the way that instead of saying that in order to succeed in life, you need to work hard, or you need to be educated. I think that more than 25% of the youth in the Balkans have answered that in order to succeed in life, you need to have political connections. And that 25%, which was an answer of the youth in the Balkans, was to be compared with about 2 or 3% that was the answer by the German youth. And this is basically what I believe is a fundamental difference between economic and democratic development of Germany as a benchmark country and of many of the Balkan countries on the other side. What I'm trying to do in Montenegrin politics, although it's not really going that easy, by the way, is basically to make sure that at one point Montenegrin youth comes to a position where not many of them would actually answer that in order to succeed in life you need political connections, but that they answer genuinely that in order to succeed in life you need to hard work and you need to basically put the focus on education. because I believe, the focus of politicians and the focus of a fundamental incentive system is to position education and hard work as the key factors to succeed in life. And this is going back to the values, because I believe this is really a fundamental question. What kind of a society we want to live on? What are the other countries that we want to be aligned with? And this is the story of being a NATO member, and this is the story of being committed to the prospective EU membership. So with this, I want to conclude by answering your question. Hard work and education should be and are key factors to succeed in life, not political connections.
Mr. President, given this year's Youth Summit highlight, what would be one leadership lesson that you learn and that you think today and tomorrow's leaders should hear?
Well, I think that I have already said one, right? Hard work and education. But I think that a leader needs to listen. A leader needs to be able to listen to the public. But by not only listening to the public, but understanding the public, the problems, but also be able to, at the same time, emancipate the public in terms of the way to go forward. And there is a fine line that the leader needs to found in that regard. I believe that what we are seeing now in many of the Western countries as well, be it in the EU or in America, is basically sort of a detachment by some of the leaders from the public. And this is what I believe has caused some of the change that we have been seeing in terms of the political shifts that are happening across the European continent, or even more across the Western sort of world. I believe that a good leader can never allow to itself to be fully detached from its public. And at the same time, obviously, by doing that, it's very important not to become a populist leader, but to preserve the ability to emancipate and to lead, but to listen at the same time. I believe this is something that I'm not seeing happening in many of the countries in the West, and I think this is something that we definitely need to put a bigger focus on, because don't forget, we all live in democracies, and I believe that sometimes the detachment of part of a political establishment creates a huge political space for what we call populist leaders to basically, win heavily on the elections, and to then be able to, to shift some of the well-done things that we have all, put in place over the past years and the past decades.
Sometimes it's more easier.
Say it again?
More easier to be populist.
Well, that's the easiest thing, That's, but this is where one, as I said, it's a fine line between listening, but also at the same time, emancipating. Mm-hmm. So trying to find the balance there, I think is a key to lead in the future.
You're attending the NATO Youth Summit for the second time. What do you think should be the topic for next edition? And what is your message to young people watching us?
I think that this is a great platform because, as I said, you are NATO, and you are now basically the youth of the NATO countries. But sooner than later, many among you who are now sitting in the audience will be at my position or at the position of the Deputy Secretary General or the Secretary General, and you will be those who will be making decisions when it comes to the future of our alliance. I believe that to me, and this is something that I was also sort of thinking about for the last year's NATO Summit, NATO Youth Summit, which I attended in Miami. Listen, I think that it's in the character of the people to forget very quickly and very easily. And I do want to remind us a bit about how the current NATO alliance looked 50 years ago. Many of the current members of the NATO alliance were actually part of the other military alliance only 50 years ago. Our country, the country where you are now, Montenegro, was part of another country, the former Yugoslavia, which was part of a third sort of a bloc, which was a bloc of non-aligned nations. And this was all only 50 years ago. But what I believe is the value of NATO is in the idea of what NATO is ultimately defending. And I believe why has NATO been more resilient than the other military alliances, defense alliances? Because it was defending, in my genuine opinion, democracy and the rule of law as a system that we have chosen to live in. And don't forget, democracy is not the only system that we are seeing in the world. And when you are actually zooming out a bit, democratic trends across the world are actually not having just an upward trend. So democracy is not a one-way street. Democracy and democratic development is something that you wake up in the morning and you put an effort to defend. And I believe this is also the value of NATO as the security, as a defense alliance, which is ultimately an alliance of democracy.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Sir.
Our time is almost up, so we only have time for one question from audience. Yes, please. Yes. Just wait, Mike.
Hi. Hi, my name is Vijay. Thank you so much for speaking to us today. I'm from Luxembourg, another quite small member state of NATO. And so my question to you is, given the consensus-driven nature of decision-making in NATO, what does it look like to represent a small country in the alliance, especially at a time where a lot of commentators and journalists are talking about, the United States, this massive power, calling the shots, or perhaps stepping back if they do not feel that the smaller European countries are aligned with their vision for the alliance?
The funny thing is, so when I became the president back in 2023, my first NATO summit was in Vilnius, and the way that the sitting arrangements around the round table is that Montenegro sits between Luxembourg and the Netherlands. So in that regard, Montenegro, sort of at least at the table of the NATO summit, looks like Belgium. And I have, I must say, actually the first time I met the current Secretary General was, when we were sitting next to each other at the 2023 NATO summit. This is also, the first time when I met back then the Prime Minister of Luxembourg, who is now the Foreign Minister. And I think that Montenegro, many other countries can learn a lot generally from the countries of the Benelux. Listen, I mean, NATO is an alliance of the equals. And ultimately, every voice is equally important. That doesn't mean that we all can contribute in terms of, defense architecture equally. It is the fact that United States is by far the biggest contributor in terms of, defense and security architecture of the NATO alliance. And in that regard, I believe that what Madam Deputy Secretary General said about fairer NATO is indeed about fairer redistribution of the contributions. And this is what I believe was the push that the President Trump brought during his first mandate. I believe that his push, despite the fact that many of us back then, I was not back then the part of the politics, but many of the leaders, especially from Europe, were not really able to see the value of it. But especially following the Russian aggression on Ukraine in 2022, I believe that the value of the pressure which has been put by the United States during the first mandate of the President Trump on the European allies in terms of bigger contributions to the joint defense architecture has been valued. And I believe, I ultimately believe really that this is something that is going to be reiterated during the Hague summit. And I believe this is also where our Secretary General is a very knowledgeable, pragmatic person who can indeed bring together, different perspectives and attitudes, which are normal when you have the allied club of 32 different nations, but who can come together to basically sort of, build probably the most resilient military and defense bloc, which is ultimately about the values, which I have already mentioned.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you once again to all of you and to all young leaders here today. Let this conversation be a reminder that your ideas matter and that your voice truly shapes the future of peace and security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So this is what we call a powerful start of the day. And now it's the time for a short, but a very short break. For those of you who are here in the room, you can check our networking activities. Please visit networking and allied booths and pass by the recharge station, or stop by the career booth to learn more about exciting opportunities available at NATO. If you're tuning in online, make the most of the Youth Summit app and dive into the networking features, connect via the chat, and don't miss our interactive quiz. If you still haven't registered yet, you can still do it by filling in the registration form on the NATO Youth Summit website. We'll be back in 15 minutes. See you soon. back. I hope you had a refreshing break and that you used this opportunity to engage with our networking activities, booths, and of course to meet each other. We are just getting started, and the sessions ahead promise to be equally dynamic and thought-provoking. To begin, we'll dive into a vital conversation: youth perspectives on defense, security, and spending. This session will explore how NATO can more effectively communicate the importance of defense to younger audiences, strengthen its connection with the next generation, and create meaningful pathways for youth to actively contribute to Alliance's mission. Moderating this session is Inga Samoškaite, a security policy analyst with insight into the topic and its evolving security landscape. Inga, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you and welcome. Hello to you. It's super excited to be here, and I'm very happy and very glad to have such a great panel with such a great panelist, and I should say this generational leaders working in a policy and shaping our future. So quickly introduce all of our panelists. I would like to start with Simon Baumann, Officer of Multinational Capabilities at NATO's Defense and Investment Division. Second Lieutenant Dan Cornelissen, HR Advisor at Royal Dutch Army, and newly joined at NATO Youth Advisory Board. As well, we have with us Agnieszka Homanska, who is head of a minister's cabinet at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland. And last but not least, we have Dragos Mania, who is policy officer at NATO's Political Affairs and Security Policy Division. Well, welcome, guys.
Thank you.
So we have around half an hour to discuss a lot. And I'm very excited to hear your insights. And without further ado, I would love to start with you, Simon. As we all heard, NATO Secretary General emphasizes about bigger concentration and investment into defense industry, and as well into our basically boosting our defense spending in general. From your perspective, could you share with us how it actually all of this will look on the ground, and why youth would actually care about such priorities for the alliance?
Yeah, sure. Thanks first of all for the question, and hi everyone. Good to see you all. I think it really comes down to one point, which is this is not a problem where you just throw money at it and it goes away. You need to spend your money wisely, because money is a finite source. And first thing is, if you look across the NATO areas, you will see a lot of different weapon systems in a lot of different countries. So commonality is kind of a point that is missing right now, I would say, or at least can be optimized. And if you look at it at the following way, if three of you would decide after this event to take an Uber to the airport, and one of you wants to leave at 8 in the evening, one at 8:05 and one at 8:10, and what's the smarter solution? That you compromise and all leave at the same time and share one Uber and, you know, split the bill, or you all take your own Ubers and you all get exactly what you want. So this compromisation, I think, is something that will be really important in the future, that we strengthen our collective defense through more commonality. And then the second point for me is that NATO and industry come from two different worlds, from the public sector and from the private sector. And they don't always speak the same language. And what I mean with that is, at NATO, if the Secretary General or the DSG steps on the stage or in front of a committee and says something, that is carved in stone. That's going to end up in a paper, and that is the law. This is going to happen. This is a commitment. When I worked for industry, it was quite simple. You can say whatever you want, but here's a piece of paper that says contract on top. Here's a dotted line. Here's a pen. As soon as that ink on that contract has dried, then that is a contract and that is a commitment. So I think both sides need to fine-tune their language a little bit. So when we talk about commitments from the NATO side, we need also to understand what type of specific commitments does industry need to get going and invest into production capacity, And industry also needs to understand or need to communicate to NATO, what exactly do I need from you, so that that we can all seamlessly work together here. And I think NATO has two specific roles here. And the first one is, because we work so closely with the nations and with the requirements, is we can work as an intermediate to make sure that there's also a certain sense of reality check. When we talk about the increase of production capacity on the industry side, we also talk about certain timelines. And those timelines need to be, on our end, in our expectations, rooted in reality. And we can't just say, I'm going to sign this contract for an increase of production capacity, and sure, it's going to be up next year. I mean, how hard can it be to build a production capacity? You need to train people. You need to set it up in the first place. There might be permits involved. There's so many things down the road that all need to be in place to make this happen and make this run efficiently. So that for me is our first role. And the second role is then to get nations together and make sure to spot those areas where we can increase our efficiency and our commonality by bringing nations together. And again, spend our money wisely. And that brings me to the last point. Why should you care about this? Well, first of all, it's also your money that is going to be spent. And if we're going to increase our defense spending, that means more of the national budget will go towards defense. If we spend it wisely, then we don't get to the point where a government might have to say, I want to do A and B, and A is a fancy weapon system, and B might be a specific grant system for university students or a specific subsidy system. I might be able to actually do A and B because, again, I spend it wisely. I might have saved some money on my new fancy weapon system because I work together with other nations. I might not get the utopian 110% solution that I wanted, but maybe I get a 98, 99% solution. And quite often, that's all I actually need to do my job. And the second part is, when we talk about modern systems and increase in defense, we also talk about innovation. And innovation right now can come from anywhere. And if you look at Ukraine, if you look at what smaller allies in NATO are doing, you come across systems that are very much rooted in the civilian sphere, and quite often not coming from traditional defense sectors, but from smaller, innovative startups, smaller industry, especially when we start talking about small drones, when we talk about things like microgrids, when we talk about things like how do we solve the energy consumption in our deployed areas, in our deployed bases. So I think those are really areas where we need to rely more on young people who come in with a fresh view and who are not set in stone and say, no, this is how we've been doing it since the Cold War, but rather take a fresh look at it and say, sure, this is how we've been doing it, but here's another solution. Let's have a look at it. This might be unorthodox, but let's see if it works, because now is the time for that.
Yes, thank you. It's a great remarks from your side, and actually following on how to engage youth into more defense industry arena or in general in security. I want to turn to you, Dan. You are from Dutch Army, and as well, you have a great opportunity to see now what is happening behind NATO's doors, which is amazing opportunity to kind of compare with different worlds. So my question for you is, during your time at NATO's Youth Advisory Board and your time at the Dutch Army, have you noticed any, have you indicated any gaps which are missing between NATO and this young generation when it comes to security and their involvement, and maybe what we can do more?
That is a very, very interesting question. Thank you very much. Also, well, hi everyone. Let me think about that. That's a very big and important question, actually. And yes, I've been part of the NATO Youth Advisory Board, and that's been a great opportunity so far, and been a very interesting experience to see what's behind the scenes at NATO, and then combining that with all my experience that I have on the ground in the field as an HR advisor. But let me first track that down, what the question actually is, and why it is very important to answer that question in the first place, actually, because you say, is there any gap? And I do think there is a gap in the first place. But also, like, we need to communicate to the youth because, so you were talking a lot about the systems that we buy and talking about this Uber that you might, you know, book with each other. But the real problem that we also have, especially also in the Dutch army, is how do we fill that Uber up with actual people? Like, you know, it's nice that we book an Uber and that we spend very efficiently on the systems that we have. But the question is also, we need people to operate and to use all those systems that we get. So we need to engage the youth. So therefore, very interesting question. And then the question is, what is the gap and do we reach the youth? And I do think, and I don't want to do short on the communication departments of NATO and the armies, because they do great, great stuff. Because look at you, we are here in a room full of young people, young and engaged people. And I think the question is, which youth are we trying to engage and who are we trying to reach? Because here are all young leaders, and yes, they are very concerned about their security, but what about the car mechanic that just got be married, and you know, what does NATO means to that person? So that's also a question that I don't have the answer to right now, but that I'm seeing that is a problem that we face in our communications. And then I think the biggest gap that I see is NATO as well as our army. We are talking as institutions in institutional language, which means, you know, we have talked this whole morning about capability, capacity, being more lethal. But what does that mean to that car mechanic that maybe wants to work for the army or maybe wants to contribute to NATO's goals? And, you know, if we continuing that institutional language that doesn't really speak to that person, and there I see a really big gap, like how do we do that? And I'm not saying we're not doing anything on that field because, well, NATO set up the NATO Youth Advisory Board and there's like 10 people engaging with their communities in their language, and I think that's a great initiative and one manner to deal with this gap. But there's much more to explore to that. So yeah, that's some first explorations on why it is very important to see that gap and yeah, what the biggest gap is.
So just a quick follow-up question for you, using your background like in military as well. You know, probably coming as well from my specific as well background from the Baltics, you know, the youth actually see security in military now differently. And for me, like, it's very curious to hear from you. What do you think, how we can, as an alliance, how we should actually engage youth, but how we can make military look, you know, a place where we want to be and to join and to contribute to our security and defense?
Yes. Yeah, and I do think that's a super interesting question because it's very diverse across all NATO member countries. Because yes, in Eastern Europe, you see there's a way higher sense of threat and that we need to do something, whereas I think the Deputy Secretary General this morning was also talking about the peace dividend that we still kind of, you know, having, and especially in Western Europe countries and in the Netherlands, I think so too. Well, let me tell you a personal anecdote. So when I was 12 years old, I was part of a local marching band, and we were always involved in the ceremonies on our 4th of May, the Remembrance Day, where we honor the fallen soldiers since of the world wars and on. And I think that to me were such intriguing ceremonies, talking about the heroes, the people who kind of took it beyond what they were expected to do in their armor, in their duties, in policy making. And those stories really is also part of the reason why I wanted to join the army. And I think we kind of lack these stories these days, or we lack telling these stories, because the stories are still there, and there are lots of great stories, but we lack of telling them and bringing them to the youth. So yeah, so that would be one manner to bring that to the youth, to tell those stories of heroes and people who took it beyond.
Yes, thank you. That's a great answer. And Agnieszka, turning to you, you're coming from Poland, and Poland, I definitely can say it very frankly, but it's really boosting its security, increasing defense spending, changing completely, I would say, security architecture, including like civil society engagement and etc. So from your like eyes, through your eyes, how do you see youth engagement into security processes and like any policy work which you do? Have you noticed any change in the past really turbulent years?
Thank you for the question. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here. Yes, as you said, I'm from Poland. We have the biggest defense spending in NATO per percentage of GDP, almost 5%. And our defense budget is bigger when it comes to like percentage than the budget of Canada or Turkey. So yeah, but I've seen this change among young people. I've seen it especially across like past 5 years, and I have to tell you, it's not really looking good because people are getting scared. You said that, like, you know, the closer to Russia you are, the more you can feel it. It's about threat perception. We all know that like, if there is a missile launch from Kaliningrad or Krulevic, as we try to use, not the Russian version in Poland, this missile can reach Berlin. There is one version that could reach Paris, but it won't reach Madrid, it won't reach Portugal. So how do we communicate with our partners from those countries, from like Portugal and Spain? And I see a big difficulty, not only among leaders, like in their 50s, 60s, but also among, let's say, young leaders. And I have to be frank with you, and that this might be controversial, but it's the previous generation that failed to educate as well. So the Deputy Secretary General spoke about peace dividend. You also mentioned that. Yes, that's true. I was born 6 days after Poland joined NATO. And I was raised in this feeling that Poland is in the EU. Later on, Poland is in NATO. We're safe. We have, you know, our big American brothers there. Under Obama administration, more than 70% of NATO budget was contributed by the US. And I was told that's okay. I was told that when there is an alliance of more than 20 countries, it's okay that there is one country that pays almost 3/4, and the rest 20-something are contributing. Whereas I should have been taught, no, this is not how an alliance works. An alliance means commitment, means friendship. And even Obama, he was not a transatlanticist, he was not like focused on Europe. But even he was saying, I read that yesterday, and in 2014, he said like, guys, if you want the full membership in NATO, if you want to feel secure, you also have to step up. And they were not listening. And I was, I was 15, so I didn't really understand. What I understand, and what I think that we understand right now, is that President Trump was actually right when he said, in his very own style, guys, you really have to speed up because otherwise we are not going to, you know, take you on our back and just like walk with you. And what happened, and Deputy Secretary General also said that today in the morning, that since 2016, the European plus Canadian allies sped up, and we used to spend $255 billion US dollars, and right now it's $506 billion, meaning that it's a 98%, change. But what you said at the beginning with money, it's our money. And how do we leaders tell our societies that, okay, for the next decade, we have to spend more and more and more on arms, on industry, whatever. And then there is like health, education, systems, I don't know, all the other things that a state has to spend for society to just like be there to live and not to be afraid, because this is like this the feeling that I started from at the beginning. And I think that what we can do as young people is to start this like real talks with our leaders, with the previous generation, telling them, okay, guys, you kind of messed it up, but we want to understand better. Tell us. but not like, don't be a teacher who is just lecturing us. Right now you have to do this and this. Right now, because like Poland or the Baltic states are doing so great, this is why you and Portugal have to care more about this and this. No. We have to fight for this meaningful dialogue, and we also have to show to them, as like younger generation, that we are solution-oriented. And it was actually, this is the message I wanted to tell you at the very beginning of my speech, but I can do it also right now. If you come to a leader, a person in power, with a problem that you see, but also with a solution, they will be more eager to listen. This solution might not work, but at least you're bringing something at the table. And only then, when you like bring something, when you show them, okay, like, don't think that I don't understand. And I understand there is a full-scale war going on in Europe, something unprecedented that you told us would never happen again, because we are living in this peaceful time. The history has ended, come on. So you told us this war is not going to happen. We are here right now. This is our money. This is our future. We don't want to, you know, we don't want our life, our budget spending to look like that in 10 years. Let us work together in order for us having a strong, resilient military, strong, resilient civilian society, but also nice, peaceful holidays, times with families, education. This is what I think this collaboration is about, dialogue and solutions.
Thank you, that's great. And Dragos, I'm a little bit shifting actually our topic to defense and deterrence. We heard these two words a lot in the past year specifically. During your time at NATO, have you noticed how these basically the defense and deterrence focus changed, because we do have emerging threats, and it seems like, with the time we have even more threats than we had even yesterday. So could you just share more on that, and actually how you would explain defense and deterrence for the audience that maybe are not exactly, maybe not exactly know what these two words mean?
Sure, thank you. Thank you so much for this. And I'm so excited to be with you guys today. Not least because I myself started in NATO quite young. I was 22 when I did an internship in the legal office of NATO. And I was asking myself the same question, deterrence and defense. I mean, that's been the bread and butter of NATO for 76 years. And I was trying to navigate NATO. I was trying to understand how it works. But I was lucky enough to be in the legal office, and they just gave me the Washington Treaty, and it's like, it's here. Like the essence of it, it's here. Like, the lawyers are a bit more pragmatic like you. They, like your generation, they ground you, right? And it's very clear from our constitution, from the Atlantic, the North Atlantic Treaty, the Washington Treaty, that NATO is, first of all, a defensive alliance. And secondly, it encapsulates the essence of our policies, of our planning, which is this musketeer commitment, one for all and all for one. This, like, if you mess with one of us, you're messing with all of us. And as I was continuing my career in NATO, I have indeed tried to understand more about this. You see, it's at the very core of every policy, of every military planning, this deterrence and defense, this two-layered approach. If you don't you think about attacking us, right? That's the deterrence part. And then if you, by any chance, have in mind to attack us, you'll see that we are prepared enough, we're ready to respond, that we will be able to deny any harm to our people, to our societies. And for all of us working in NATO, in allied countries, within this bubble, I think this is very much at the core of our thinking, and we tend to not forget it. And indeed, as you said, the world world is becoming even more dangerous, and the threats have multiplied. They have changed. We've heard from the Deputy Secretary General how the world is changing nowadays. And what NATO has done extremely well throughout the years is to adapt, to transform itself in a way that it's very much able to respond to all this evolving, threatening environment. And again, from the Deputy Secretary General, we heard about how we reinforced our presence on the eastern flank. We have these 8 battle groups, the forward land forces in 8 of our allied countries. And that's the obvious thing, right, that you would do. But we also we do it on the cyber domain, as you very well mentioned. We have this rapid crisis response teams, which is a way for us to say that we're defending not only our territory, our physical infrastructure, but we're also protecting our bandwidth, our networks. And many more other examples, not least the military exercises. Last year we had a military exercise that was carried out by 90,000 plus soldiers from across the whole of the alliance. And this is a way to show, don't mess with us. If you mess with us, then you'll mess with all of us, and we're strong and we're a lot, and we know how to do. Because this is what we do through these military exercises. We try to see how we can work together, how we become, we say, more interoperable, making sure that, all our guns can work together, our soldiers know how to coordinate, our systems that we're investing so much in lately can work together, the technologies are compatible. So this is the kind of deterrence and defense we're practicing, and I think this spans across all our efforts. Deterrence and defense is the core task, one of the core tasks, the first core task of our alliance, and you'll see it in everything we do. You'll see it in public messaging. You'll see it in what we're doing right now. And it is important for you to understand, and that's why it's important for you to understand what's the value of this organization and to carry on the message of this organization, because that's where you come in, carrying on, the message that others should not dare to attack us. And we're doing our homework, we're investing, because this is an investment in our security, in deterring war, and preserving our peace. And I think this is what we're all striving for.
Thank you. And now I will, because we are running out of time, I see this clock on a TV. So I would love to turn to the audience. I think that we can take 2 questions now, and I will take 1 question from the online audience. So if I can help, whoa, okay. So maybe let's have a miss in the front here, and gentleman in the back. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Mary, I'm from Poland, and I have a question to Simon, because I really liked how you focused on how it is important, not only how much we spend, but also how. So smart together. And it seems that the European Union is doing quite well in this regard by drafting documents like European Defence Industrial Strategy or White Paper, where this challenge of investing together is identified. And my question is, how do you see NATO-EU cooperation in this regard? So, for example, in identifying the projects of common interest. And in general, how do you see, what is the conversation in NATO if it comes to the European Union, the European Commission stepping up in shaping European defense policy? Thank you.
Thank you. And please, a second question? Yes.
Hi. Speaking on security and defense spending and also current geopolitical challenges, I would like to ask, how do you see Turkey's acquisition of the Russian S-400 missile system, its application to BRICS, its imprisonment of the leader of the opposition, its illegal occupation of the EU territory in Cyprus, its threats against the EU-funded East Med pipeline, which guarantees European energy security, and also its challenges to the territorial integrity of key NATO ally Greece. And how do you address those provocations? Thank you.
Thank you. An easy one.
I'll take the first one, okay? And then I'll leave the second one to my colleagues.
And then we can reply.
Okay. Should I start with the first one?
Yeah, please.
And it's actually funny because I have to pop out later to go into a call with a few colleagues about exactly that specific topic. So it is very timely, and I think there's a few aspects to it. The first one is joint NATO-EU cooperation is extremely important. Why is that? Because duplication is to be avoided at all cost. This would be the ultimate waste of money move that we can do. And thankfully, there are already some, let's call them lighthouse projects out there that we can use almost as a blueprint and as a proof of concept that this can actually work. So having a Dutch colleague right next to me in Eindhoven is the main operating base for the multinational MRTT fleet, which is an air-to-air refueling plane based on an Airbus model, and it's jointly operated by a number of nations. A lot of innovation in there also when it comes to the approach. You don't buy the plane, you actually chip in money and you get flight hours in return. So it's almost like, you know, does it make sense to buy a car by myself, or should I maybe chip in with 5 friends and then we can share it amongst ourselves? Something along those lines. So it's alive and kicking, but there's definitely room for improvement there. And the EU just released their white paper on defense with the 7 areas of main focus. And I think what's important in there is this constant strengthening of language of we need to do this together with the EU. Because while there are nations in the EU that are not at NATO, but it's a small number, and while there are nations in NATO that are not in the EU, there is still a strong EU pillar within NATO. And if the two organizations can band together and use the military requirements that we set on the NATO side and the financial and political incentives that we have on the EU side, I think that is a recipe for success. Because if I talk to my German colleagues within NATO or within the EU, those are not two separate entities. Those are the same people from the same Ministry of Defense. So if we decide to go down one way for a specific system, and we have to satisfy maybe some national sensitivities when it comes to the origin of the contract. Where should the company come from? If it's, for example, a German, UK, French-led project. Let's take that as an example. Nothing stands in the way of us cooperating on that and making use of the positive instruments as we say, on both sides of the city, within the NATO headquarters and within the EU. It's working, and we're improving on it. It might not be 100% perfect, and as always, there might be a bit of competition sometimes. You know, I'm in the lead. No, I'm in the lead. No, you go away from my project. But I think we have understood that that times are a bit too pressing and too serious to talk about those, turf fights and get serious about cooperation.
Thank you. Any others very briefly? You want to comment on something? No.
I can just say that there is even much more when it comes to European Union and working on defense. Like there is this ReArm project, there is Kaja Kallas idea, and I have and many others. There are 2 other rearmament issues circulating on how to do this. But from my perspective, I travel with my boss to FAC, so this Foreign Affairs Committees, and this is always on the table, how to help Ukraine and also how to rearm Europe, how to invest this money and how to do it in a smart way, how to be interoperating with NATO and not creating something else. So we are really thinking, and I have this feeling that European leaders kind of woke up and they're like, okay, we have to do something.
I think that I can take one more question from our audience. So who is the first? I see a miss in the front, so please.
Hello, my name is Valeria. I'm from Ukraine, and my question is, how does NATO coordinate with United States diplomacy to maintain public trust in frontline states like Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you. So I will give you 20 seconds to answer very quickly, just to be on time. Who wants to start? Dragos?
Sure. No, I mean, also a bit alluding to the conversation that we had. NATO is a consensus-based organization. So that means when we get around the table, the North Atlantic Council is this very beautiful but solemn room where ambassadors meet weekly. And then at different levels, we meet regularly. We have frank conversations, we discuss, and it's all about cooperation. It's really about being open. We have sometimes tough conversations. We do not shy away from telling what needs to be told to each other. And what I would like you to get out of this and really understand about NATO is that this is a project that was started out of will of cooperation. And if you look at, again, our policies, at what we do working with partners, it's always been about trying to push that cooperation forward, finding innovative ways to politically have a dialogue and also practically have these hands-on exchanges and try to inspire and to improve each other. So on US, of course, we're looking, we're following at all the efforts that the president the US president is doing. We're in close touch and coordination with them and with other allies that are leading on this. And we stand ready to continue to support Ukraine. Our commitment to Ukraine will endure, and there is no doubt in that in our policy.
Anyone wants to add anything very briefly? If not, I just have very last one question, which takes just basically 1-2 words from you. We have an amazing audience here, an amazing audience watching us online. You are a young leader shaping our security and policy. What advice you would give for our audience here and at home, if we want to contribute to policy, if we want to be part of this decision-making process, what is the main advice from your side, as well from your own experiences? So maybe we can start from Simon.
I think one of the key lessons that I've learned in my professional life so far, and something that I probably didn't learn before when I was in academia, is you have a certain goal in mind that you want to get to, something you want to achieve, you want to get out of this. You should be clear about it. Quite often we go in there with a 100% stance. What I said in the beginning with I want to leave to the airport at 10:05, not at 10, not at 10:10. And sometimes we get stuck on this, like, no, I want to achieve it exactly this way. We should not lose focus on what we actually try to achieve over the process, how to achieve it. You want to get to the airport in a specific time window. If you arrive 5 minutes prior or 5 minutes late, does it really matter? Probably not. But you want to arrive there. That's what you want to achieve. And to extrapolate from that, that's something that I try to take with me into every single discussions that I have. What is the goal and not what is the process to get there?
Thank you. Dan.
That is actually a great advice. Yes. And then I find, yes, of course. But then sometimes you don't have very clear in mind what you want to achieve. Sometimes you have solutions, and sometimes you just don't know. And my advice to everyone would be, start with listening. Listen and ask the right questions. And to give an example for that, in the Dutch army, so of course, we need to have so many more people in the army. How do we do that? And, we can't just make mandatory service. We could do that. Well, it's not politically, but, you can also listen, and what is the wish or what is the trend that we see? And then we saw that a lot of people after high school or after school kind of are lost, you know, what do I do? Which study I'm going to do? Am I going to work? And then so we came up with the Dutch Army came up with the idea of a kind of gap year where you can do a year of voluntary service in the army. You get the inside looks. So that's really one very, very good example of us listening to what we see in society or what we see or when we talk to the kind of audience that we're aiming for, and then coming up with actually a great solution which turns out great at the moment. And we have lots of people that are doing the gap year which are after that actually staying in the army, so that really works well.
Agnieszka. It'll be a metaphor. If you don't like how the things are set in the room and you want to change the way they are set, you have to first get into the room. So get into this room, take your solution, even if it's not the perfect one. But believe me, you can have one, and only then you can change how it's done in the room.
Dragos.
I echo everything that you guys have said, because no, this is brilliant advice. And also to your point that, you know, around decision makers, you shouldn't be afraid to come up with a solution and voice that solution. They're very keen to hear from you. Like, I've also been in a similar position like Agnieszka. And like, you'd be surprised how many times my previous boss, who is the previous NATO Deputy Secretary General, just turned to me and was like, have you heard that kid? Like, he's amazing. We should try and do that. And then I had to go and figure out how we do that. But that is a different conversation.
If I can, one word, don't, like, if you want to criticize a decision maker that you're working with because you think that this is not the right direction, just tell it to this person. Don't be like, yes, boss, you're right. Sometimes they are not, they're also humans.
Yes, and more than that, they're politicians, so they like, you know, that interaction. And one last thing from me. You know, growing up in Romania, I've always heard that I shouldn't take things for granted, right? It was in the 90s, in the 2000s, right? My country was moving towards Europe, was moving towards NATO. And like, you know, the boomers that brought me up, they kept telling me, like, we're working hard, this has been hard, this has been difficult, this is a real struggle. Don't take it for granted. And I was always thinking, like, why do you think I'm entitled? I'm working, I'm preparing to work, and I'm maybe doing things better. Now I'm understanding that that wasn't, you know, them complaining, it was them trying to empower. What I think our generation needs to do better is to change a bit the tone of this and really make you realize that you have a voice, you really can contribute in so many ways. You don't need to be an advisor to a politician, you just need to step up, be committed to our mission, to our, you know, values here, and it will happen, I promise you, because this is a very complicated world, but this is a phenomenal time to live in.
Well, thank you guys, and it's a perfect way to end the note. So be brave, engage, and don't be scared to step up, right? So thank you for our panelists. Thank you for sharing your experience, your views, your insights. It was a pleasure talking to you, and thank you for the audience.
That was the exact conversation we need to be having. Thoughtful, forward-looking, and driven by your perspectives. I can tell you're all keeping that same energy, which is perfect as we transition into another equally important and engaging topic. Beyond the battlefield, we'll cover NATO's support to Ukraine, from strengthening its defense and security to supporting its path toward long-term peace and stability. Guiding this discussion is Anastasia Ostrovska, a prominent Ukrainian voice and co-founder and CEO of the Women's Leadership and Strategic Initiatives Foundation. Anastasia, over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to be here with you today and to moderate this important conversation. As NATO continues to support Ukraine amidst ongoing Russian aggression, the alliance priorities have evolved to address both immediate security needs and long-term stability. This session will dive into how NATO is working with Ukraine right now, from boosting its defense and security and to preparing it for long-term peace and stability. This discussion will also highlight the importance of international cooperation, the role of youth in shaping future policies, and the collective efforts required to build, rebuilding and secure Ukraine's futures beyond the battlefield. I'm honored to introduce our speakers. Owen Gately, Rebuild Ukraine Ambassador at the European Youth Parliament. Christian Messerroch, Director of the Partnership and Global Affairs Directorate at NATO, and Victoria Vdovichenko, Joint Program Leader for the Future of Ukraine Program at the Center of Geopolitics. Thank you all for being here, and let's dive into the discussion. Christian, let me start with you. What is the NATO core role in supporting Ukraine during the war? And what are the current priorities to ensure both short-term security and long-term peace and stability?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here in this panel. And it's great to see all of you, although I don't see any of you because of the lights, but I know you're there. Ukraine and supporting Ukraine is a priority for NATO. You heard as much from Radmila, the DSG of our organization. The current and most immediate priority is the same as it was yesterday and the day before. That's providing support, military support to Ukraine, providing the equipment that Ukraine needs, providing the training that Ukraine needs, and financing. You heard also from DSG that the pledge, financial pledge that was made by allies for 40 billion euros has been exceeded by allies last year, and already this year we've seen some 20 billion euros coming in, so you see that there is a clear commitment from allies, and European allies and Canada are actually paying 60% of that, so it's very welcome. Then when it comes to equipment, you hear always from President Zelensky, air defense, that's the #1 support, but also tanks, military vehicles, ammunition, and all of that support. And then training that allies are doing on their territory for Ukrainian troops, that's equally important. You probably have heard of NATO's mission to this end, the Security Assistance and Training Mission for Ukraine, and SATU, and that's exactly the tool by which we make sure that we coordinate allied efforts, and we make sure that the training and the equipment arrives on time and is done on time so that the support that Ukraine needs gets there. So that's the #1 short-term priority, providing military support and financing it. In the long term, of course, we're working on ensuring that Ukraine continues its reforms, especially defense reforms, and make sure that its armed forces are capable, interoperable with NATO troops, so we can work together, and that they're able to deter attack and defend themselves. So that's the long-term goal. But short-term, that's support.
Thank you, Christian, and thank you for all NATO doing for our country. Next, I would like to ask Owen. You carry the title of Rebuild Ukraine Ambassador. What are key takeaways of this initiative, and what does it actually involve?
Yeah, thanks a million for your question, and thank you to everyone who's involved in preparing for and organising the NATO Youth Summit for giving us an opportunity to talk about the initiative here. So the Rebuild Ukraine initiative was set up in 2022, December 2022, with the vision of bringing young leaders and young voices from all over Europe together to collaborate and put together a manifest paper, a policy recommendation paper for how we would see the future of Ukraine and how that would align with its ascension into the European Union. Fortunately, we've been able to deal with young leaders from all across Europe, from as far as Dublin, where I'm from, to Yerevan in Armenia, and we've had great input from Ukrainian people as well. And I think the most important thing with the project is that it's giving a voice and it's giving an angle that the youth, the people, the young generation of Ukrainians that will inherit the country after the war, the country that they will grow up and work in and achieve in and live in long into the future, that they will have some say in shaping that. So our most recent paper was released in February, and it covered 5 key areas, being energy, cybersecurity, urbanization, education and cultural preservation. And I think the key takeaway for me on a personal note, beyond just the policy side of it, it was getting to experience the universal and common values held by people across Europe, and providing an opportunity for us to engage with each other, develop a common goal. And as President Milatovic said earlier on, the importance of leaders to be able to listen. And this project and this initiative gave us an opportunity to give young leaders from Ukraine a voice to be listened to.
Yes, thank you. Ukrainian voice is more than just important. Ukraine, Victoria, I would like to bring you in now. Ukraine is often seen as a country that needs support, but in reality it also brings powerful solutions. What unique strength and experience does Ukraine offer to, for example, European security, and how can Ukraine's resilience become a long-term asset for Europe?
Thanks a lot, Anastasia, for the question, and good, actually, afternoon already, dear audience. I actually very happy also not to see you for a moment, but to see you later during the breaks, because due to the light we can't see you, unfortunately. I started like you guys in 2012. It was my first NATO Youth Summit, and it was before Crimea. And then actually, when preparing my notes, I took something that I was just presenting in Kiev. This is one of the policy paper I'm working and presenting, Winning the Future. So after all of these years as a scholar and everything, I can definitely say Ukraine contributes to the European security architecture. And this is not only with the FPV drones or the low-cost productions or joint production lines that many of you countries representing are working already, but it's also a very highly motivated and highly professional skilled people. This is something that we definitely have to talk about, and this is what we are doing. Currently, I'm in UK. We established a new program, which is first Ukrainian analytical program, and we are working with the governments. And this is what I'm encouraging you guys to do as well, because I was like you some years ago, but still questioning myself what I can do more jointly together. So look to your right and left. These are the colleagues with whom you're going to work in 5 or even 10 years, and that's very much important. And that's a second lesson learned. Unfortunately, there is a very sad day today. There is a day of mourning in Ukraine for a lot of losses in Kiev, in the city where I am living. And that's why, for me, it's also a painful day to talk to you for a moment, because it's another lesson learned. I really don't want to see many of these days anymore. And that's why we are currently working with our partners in order to work harder, more enhanced, efficiently, in order to raise voices, also the youth voices, that's why I'm looking in the dark for a moment to see the bright light. In all of you, because all of these lessons, this is something that is not the future, that should be already the reality check and should be already integrated. Sometimes it's very hard, especially being an expert, being abroad, but it's worth taking because our lives are at stake. And that's another lesson learned that we are taking, and that's what we are contributing. Coming back to the lessons, and I can say one of the top of the lessons is, of course, the usage of the marine drones in the Black Sea area. And that's one of the most victorious and actually cutting-edge technology. AI usage. This paper, not only this, but many others that we produce with the colleagues, they are writing and actually explaining the examples. And we are providing the recommendations. And I'm happy to discuss with you later on what might be useful already, this recommendation. But the message is quite clear. There is no future tomorrow if we are not talking about it today already and we are not engaged into the action. So that's my call and actually a mission from my students, from my colleagues who are fighting, but also from me. The days of mournings, they are the very sad days. And let's make sure that our future is bright.
Thank you, Victoria. Christian, Victoria said about Ukrainian unique experience. How does NATO see Ukraine's future role in the alliance, and is there a space for Ukrainian developed technologies and expertise in NATO's innovation strategy?
Definitely, and we just heard about the valuable, if sad, experience that Ukraine has gained and how ingenious Ukrainians have been to meet the Russian attacks. And that's something that we can learn from Ukraine. In the morning we discussed a bit what is warfare like in Ukraine, and you've seen anything from trenches, tanks, but also to drones. So it's kind of a mix of 20th century, 21st century warfare that Ukraine is experiencing. We do have an institution in Poland, which we set up together with Ukraine, NATO and Ukraine, the Joint Analysis, Training and Education Center. And basically there our Ukrainian colleagues share the lessons that they so painfully learned, and that's something that NATO can benefit from. So yes, definitely there's a space for Ukrainian innovators and the Ukrainian experience within NATO, and there are other fora and other structures that we have developed where we talk about precisely that and how we can adapt the lessons from modern warfare.
Thank you. Owen, let's come back to you. How do you see Ukrainian youth, not just recipients of help, but as equal partners in shaping Europeans' future?
Yeah, and it's a really important question. You know, we have such a large contingent of people who have migrated from Ukraine as refugees all over Europe. They have set themselves up, they have made connections, they've made networks all over Europe, and I think that will stand to all of us in Europe in the long term, especially in the post-war era, wherein there will be more opportunity for collaboration, there'll be more emphasis placed on collaboration, and you know, the European Union sees Ukraine as a great ally, and we're very excited for what the future holds in relation to that. But more than that, it's that, you know, projects such as the Rebuild Ukraine projects and any other number of initiatives that are encouraging young Ukrainian voices to speak up, to be heard and engage not only domestically but with the international community have to be welcomed. You know, they put everybody in a position to help shape the future. You know, as was mentioned, the future is important, but it must be talked about today. And I think that is really wherein the Ukrainian youth especially have a really, really good opportunity. You know, by engaging in these projects, by actively putting pen to paper and committing to these will be our values and this is what we would like to achieve and this is what our future looks like, both as Ukrainians and Europeans. And yeah, I think that is really where the value lies. It's encouraging action and providing opportunity for that action to take place.
Thank you. And Victoria, my last question is to you. How can NATO and other international institutions better support youth and civil society efforts in Ukraine?
Well, it's also a tricky question because we are the country protecting another NATO countries. Let's be clear. Ukraine, non-NATO country, is protecting now NATO countries as well. And I'm saying it also as an Ukrainian expert. Point number two. The most importantly is, I'm looking actually forward to your initiative, how it will look like, but there is also initiative of NATO Youth 2030 Summit, and there is also the agenda. Please integrate Ukrainians as a partner countries, but in the broader spectrum, because we are the genius of the kitchen innovations, I call it. Why? Because everything comes in the kitchen. All of the talks, the most painful but the most vital, are in the kitchen. The FPV drones in Ukraine are produced on the kitchens, not only in the garage. Please introduce Ukrainians and as well as others into the other panels and give them the floor to speak and to listen to them. Sometimes they have, and jointly you can come to the most creative ideas, because the future, but I would definitely look at the present for a moment, is about the creativity. There is one English word that I really like. It's not about the competition and cooperation, but actually all together. When you cooperate while competing, that's where the beauty comes. And of course, The most important is how you're making it on the value-based. Because to tell you the truth, our globe now is on a very fragile scale, going down. Still, we are fighting, and as well as in my expert work, we are looking all of the possible ways to make it happen. So, brighter side, there is. And I'm looking forward to your questions.
The voice of Ukraine is important. Thank you all for your reflection. Now I would like to open the floor to questions from the audience. If you have a question, just raise. Oh, how many questions?
Oh, now I see.
Just
oh, now we see, yeah.
Girls.
Hello. So my name is Valeria again. I'm from Ukraine. And thank you so much for the opportunity. And my question would be, in your view, how have Western media shaped international understanding of the war in Ukraine? And do you think this influences public trust in United States foreign policy? Thank you.
I can start. Thank you so much, first of all, for the question, because that's the aspect that we had touched upon. Disinformation, or to be precisely FEMI, is something that is torturing or twisting the truth. And that's why algorithming your votes and, of course, algorithming your choices, this is something that was already happening for a moment. That was happening also in 2022. I work with some of the countries. One of them is Italian Republic. I'm an Italian speaker. So Italian media was calling me when the 24th of February happened, and also later. They couldn't believe what was actually streamlined. They asked me to open the camera, not thinking about my security, by the way, on that stance, and that they can observe that it's something that is going on. So yes, the algorithm and the challenge, not knowing the truth, is something, of course, we are having. And still, manipulating sometimes the truth is something that's already going on for a moment, and we are actually trying at least to cover. There is no way of debunking. It doesn't work. It worked maybe in the previous century, but not for a moment. Only investing in your own education. That's why I was very much encouraging you to talk to Ukrainian peers and jointly cooperate with them. Because together you will overcome the bubble, what we say, of algorithming your future.
Christian, Owen?
Yeah, I mean, I completely second your point on the importance of having networks and knowing people and speaking to Ukrainians, either those who have left their home and have strong connection to who is still there, or people who are currently on the ground there, because we do live in a world wherein information comes and it gets distorted, and there's been a shift, in media about, organisations being more focused on who's first as opposed to who's correct. And I think, the only way to overcome it, as has been mentioned, is education, being able to identify when there is, a skewing of information or information that you're not entirely sure is trustworthy, and being able to look at, a number of different sources in order to get a more rounded view on what's going on.
Thank you. We don't have enough time. The last question, please, guys.
Maybe we can collect some. Maybe we can collect some.
Oh, like last two questions. Like guys and girls.
Thank you for your recognition. My name is Karim Ajami. I am part of the Bucharest Model NATO organization. My question to you all is, what do you think are the challenges that Ukraine is transitioning from military defense to a more sustainable peace-building approach? Thank you.
Can you repeat? Because
Yeah. So, my question to you is, what do you think are the challenges that Ukraine faces in transitioning from military defense to a more sustainable peace-building approach?
And the last one.
Hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity, let's say. I'm Lorenza Beko, coming from Albania, former diplomat and activist at Young Opportunities Network. Well, my question is, how can NATO partnership better engage youth in Ukraine to strengthen resilience and future security cooperation? Thank you.
Victoria?
I can start. Thank you so much for both of your questions. And I believe the key point in the first question being asked by our Romanian colleague is that understanding that now we are having the geopolitical threats that not coming not only from the east of Ukraine, but also somehow from the west of Ukraine, and the pressure of the partners, to sign some kind of the deals. Economic deal, when we talk about the investment fund creation, and also the potential of the ceasefire. Omitting all of that, the most important is the willingness of Ukrainian people. And that's why I encourage to talk to Ukrainian young people here. I know that they are in the room. What's their willingness? There is no fatigue in Ukraine, as sometimes is being projected in the media. There is, of course, a lot of dissatisfaction that the missiles are still hitting the homes together with the combination with the drone systems. That's for sure. But we definitely understand that coming to peace is the right way. But the methods and the instruments should be correct. From one side, from the second side, we should be strong enough in order to engage that. And we are unfortunately still not there.
If I can just really quickly answer those questions. One, if I understood correctly, from military defense to more sustainable peace building, we're not there yet, sadly. That's the truth. There's still a war going on. But whenever that happens, I think it will be a great societal challenge, and you should look at history, how that was handled. It's a great responsibility of the leadership of the country, but every single person, and of course support from Ukraine's partners. Then how can NATO's partnerships help Ukrainian youth? If I understood correctly, this is one of these occasions where we voice the concerns of Ukrainians, and especially of the youth, and make sure that you talk through the NATO representation in Ukraine. That's our presence in Ukraine, in Kiev, and whenever they organize an event in Kiev, if it's possible, do engage with them and make your voices heard, and hold our feet to the fire, political leaders' feet to the fire. So I think it's all our job to talk about it and make sure that Ukraine is talked about and the youth is heard. And then just one point on the media. We can have all kind of views about media and how it is and how it works, but be thankful it exists, because you don't have this media space as difficult as it is in Russia or China. So you couldn't have a discussion like this in Russia or China, and there would be no report, whether correct or not. So just bear that in mind.
Perfect. Nothing else to add to the other two.
Because we don't have time. Thank you all for this important and honest conversation. Ukraine is not alone in this fight, and I truly believe that our victory and peace will come. Thank you to our speakers, and thank you all to being part of the.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Anastasia, to our panelists, and to all you participants for such an engaging discussion. Up next, we will turn our attention to an equally important topic, the Western Balkans, from stability to strength. This session will open with a special fireside chat featuring the Deputy Minister of Defense of Albania, Blerina Abrajda. The conversation will be led by Frauke Sebas, Associate Fellow at SWP Brussels, who will also moderate the panel discussion that follows, continuing the dialogue on the region's evolving role in Euro-Atlantic security. I'm personally very much excited for this session, and Frauke, the floor is yours.
Nina, I have the pleasure to be chairing the next session, which is called Securing the Region, Western Balkans, from Stability to Strength. So as you know, and as also Madam Szegerinska has reiterated during her welcoming remarks, the region is of strategic importance for Euro-Atlantic security and has progressed significantly in this domain. At the same time, many challenges remain, and of course also new challenges emerge, not only for the region but for Europe as a whole. NATO has played a key role in securing and stabilizing the region, but of course lasting strength requires deeper resilience. So the next session is dedicated to exploring how societies can become more resilient, by increasing cooperation and opportunities, and especially, of course, how youth can contribute to making societies more resilient and shaping a united future for the region, and I would say also for Europe as a whole. And I am very happy to start the discussion by a fireside or maybe a beachside chat with the Deputy Minister of Defense, of Albania, Ms. Blerina Abrajda. Deputy Minister, Mirse Erde, thank you for joining us. Thank you. As we have little time, I would start with the first question right away so that we also have time to include you, the audience, as well. So Albania, together with Croatia, was the first country in the region to join NATO in 2009. And if you look back at the last 16 years, what would you say was the biggest benefit that Albania got from joining the alliance, but also what was the biggest benefit the alliance got from gaining Albania as a member?
Thank you for that question. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to have seen an open conversation. We have been very real here about defense, and I like that about the previous sessions. Now, Albania and Croatia joined NATO in 2009. Negotiations process started in 2007. Albania played, I think, a crucial role when you had the wars in the Balkans, specifically connected to Kosovo, because it was the gate of all what was happening, and it played a role within, although it was not part of NATO yet, it played the role of supporting the alliance with what they did back then. I think it's very difficult for any country in the world to develop, to become a tourist attraction, to develop its economy, to advance, unless their sovereignty as a nation is guaranteed and secured. And entering into NATO, I think for Albania was very important, because for the first time, Albania was under this umbrella that was going to secure its sovereignty. There is nothing, you know, nations very often speak about sovereignty, and for a long time, especially in Europe, sovereignty was a notion, very often a notion in books, and a notion that was discussed in school, especially lawyers and constitutionalists spoke about sovereignty, but I don't think they really understood what real sovereignty was in practical terms until the turmoil started in the Balkan region, and from that the entire Europe was somehow impacted. The other thing is Albania, as a part of NATO, currently has over 250 people in various missions. Some of them are in Eastern Europe, doing important missions as part of the NATO alliance, and obviously supporting the security of the countries that are neighboring Russia. We have a large contingent in Kosovo, which the KFOR mission still continues, and probably was one of the most successful intervention of the alliance, and it's still securing peace today, 25 years after. So sovereignty, now what we got sovereignty in exchange. We provided to NATO more than just geography could provide. Being a small country, we have done important missions. We've been in Iraq, we've been in Afghanistan, which was a very, very complicated territory. And I want to share something with you. This is personal belief. I have lived in the Middle East the last 15 years working for the defense industry. And I don't think people in Europe ever appreciated how hard the mission in Afghanistan and Iraq was. And I'm not talking only about climate, I'm talking about the complexity of the mission that NATO led in Iraq and in Afghanistan. You all know how sadly it ended. But smaller countries like Albania and other countries in the region, no matter their size, they had very hard and complex duties in that region, and they stood by the alliance and the United States for as long as it was required. So that was very important to emphasize the role of smaller countries, not only Albania, in the alliance.
Thank you. Thank you also for sharing a personal note in this. My last question, and then we will open for one or two questions from the audience. Looking specifically at youth, so they're often at the forefront of the diverse threats that Europe is faced with today, from disinformation on social media, but also mandatory conscriptions, so actually looking at the possibility of defending our borders soon. At the same time, they are often underrepresented on the political level, and I think there is a lack of appreciation of their unique experiences and skills. So how do you think we can improve this and also help them to have more of a say in the society to bring it from resilience to strength?
See, the reality has changed so much that today is not only about military readiness. It's not only about having your military, your armed force, training them, and they being ready for war as the threat happens. It's much more complex than that. We're talking about, cybersecurity threats. And you spoke about youth. I think the only way to have youth present in all these decisions is to have intergenerational leadership. What does it mean? We don't promote people just on seniority. For example, I'll go in one simple field, IT, right? We know that the younger generation here is very smart about IT. Every day they've grown up with the threats of cyber threats, from the phishing email you get to more complex situations. I very often tell people now when I assume this role in Albania and say, how far is your closest enemy? And no, your closest enemy is not as far as in Moscow. Your closest enemy is not 200, 300, 500 kilometers away. Your closest enemy is where your territorial waters finish. Probably for Montenegro it's about what, 30 miles, 28 miles? So you can have whatever ship get into that territory that are international waters, and they can have jamming, they can do jamming activities to your entire IT infrastructure. The defense world today, it doesn't work manually, in the sense you don't have a person who manually is loading a missile there and is pressing a button nearby and the missile is going up. It's the contrary. We work through command and control. We have control rooms, we have screens in this room, and everything is done through IT infrastructure. Everything, what NATO does today, this interface, interoperability, it's an integration of various products, and we're talking from a drone system to a short air defense system, to a higher air defense system, to a ship in the sea, and to much more, to the sea. Sometimes command and control goes to the single soldier. You know, the commander can have contact with one soldier in the field in a specific position and provide details on what he should do next. So everything now is interconnected. I think, again, I'll go back to the young people should have more senior roles, whether to NATO or their own governments, ministries of defense, military and defense institutions, because young people are more used to understanding cybersecurity threats.
Thank you very much. If you have a question, please raise your hand. The lady on the side in the third row, I think. Yes, please. Do we have a mic? Just a second. Please say your name and keep your question short, please.
Hello, my name is Ayan. I want to ask, as some of Balkan countries are member of NATO and some of them are not, and as one of Balkan countries, how do you aim to address this, any security gap in future, or there is any possibility to create any alliance in as Balkan countries?
Thank you very much. We keep it at this for this session, but we will have more questions afterwards when we have the panel. Don't worry. Yes, please.
So are you specifically referring to Balkan countries that want to be member of NATO and they are not there yet? Or are you referring to Balkan countries that don't have the aim to be member of NATO? This is a very important detail, if you can specify. The ones that want to be member of NATO. So specifically, I guess you're referring to Kosovo, that's one of the countries that aims to be NATO. Now, Kosovo is probably the most successful product of the NATO alliance. NATO is still very much present in Kosovo. The NATO intervention in Kosovo was not a simple intervention, go there, do something and then leave. It has been going on for a long time. It is the biggest mission that NATO currently have and has had for the last 20 years. Now, what we're doing, and I'm talking here specifically as Albania, we have signed a deal with Kosovo and Croatia, so how we could jointly cooperate to maintain regional security and safety at the highest levels. And how do we do this? For example, we do joint procurements. Let's say when you are smaller countries, bigger defense companies, they sometimes have a critical minimum number of what you can buy. Let's say, simple example, this is just an example so you can understand better. Let's say we want to buy a certain missile, right? But that company, if they want to enter in a business deal with you to sell those missiles to you, they need a critical minimum number of, let's suppose, 500 missiles. Now, being these three relatively smaller countries, they don't have the purchasing power or the actual need to buy that many missiles. So what we do a joint procurement. We get together, we do a joint contract, and we go to this company and say, we want to buy this amount of missiles. And this capability can be shared among these countries. Now, we mimic very much here what NATO does in joint procurements. So this is all what we're talking about in interoperability, which means if a country has a better equipment that can protect better this area, then their equipment will take charge and they will make sure to cover and offer security for that area. If another country is better in, let's say, naval protection, naval warfare, they're going to take charge of that. This is all what NATO is about. Working together towards coordinating what we have as specifics, what are our military strengths, what is our best military equipment, and so on. I hope I provided the right response.
Deputy Minister Varshna, thank you so much for being with us. We will continue the discussion, and I think you will be with us for additional questions later as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was lovely.
Is entering.
Oh, thank you. Now I go back this way. Switch to the wall, please.
Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Hello. So, we will continue the discussion on the same topic with a great panel for excellent additional speakers. I will start from the furthest from me with Mr. Radu Gorinčoj, who is the Deputy Head of Mission of the Romanian Embassy here in Montenegro. Bine ați venit.
Mulțumesc. Thank you for having me here.
Nick Callums, who is an analyst joining us from Washington, working on democracy development and the Western Balkans. Welcome.
Pleasure.
We have Lone Kielgo, who is joining us from Pristina, Kosovo, where she is the Chief of Staff of the NATO Advisory and Liaison Team. Welcome.
Thank you.
And then we have, last in alphabetical order only, Dafina Petsi, who is the Executive Director of the National Youth Congress of Albania. Mirë vjen edhe ti, Dafina.
Mirë gjeta. Faleminderit.
As time is short and I promised you more questions, I will dive into the first question right away, which I would like to address to Lone. As NATO has been present in the region for 30 years, where do you see major shifts in the region's role from recipient to provider of security, and where do you also see untapped potential for this?
Ooh, and I only have a couple of minutes.
Yes,
not
sorry.
5 or 6 hours. Right, I'll be brief. NATO has indeed been in the Western Balkans for 30 years. And NATO's role in the Western Balkans has shifted significantly from being a security provider to now being a facilitator, an enabler, if you will, of various types of development, but particularly within the security and defense sector. And it's not only that, but it's also the fact that NATO's strategic goal and strategic objectives for the Western Balkans has remained the same. That is regional stability, it is cooperation, and it is to help ensure that the respective Western Balkan countries have democratic oversight with their armed forces. Now, what exactly is it that NATO is and does in the Western Balkans? Because 30 years ago, that was very different. When we look at the Western Balkans today, we have NATO member states, we have members of the Partnership for Peace, we have aspiring countries, we have a country with a membership action plan, and NATO in Kosovo has two very distinct different pillars of presence. there is KFOR supporting the UN Mandate 1244, and then there is the NATO Advisory and Liaison Team. But if we look at what NATO also has supporting its strategic objectives in some of the other countries, in Belgrade, NATO has a military liaison office where a handful or two of military personnel play a very active role in the local and broader Serbian media landscape. In Sarajevo, we have the NATO headquarters Sarajevo, where a small group of military and civilian advisors have daily interactions with relevant authorities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And then last but not least, we have the NATO advisory team, the NATO advisory liaison team in Kosovo, the NALT. We love our acronyms in NATO. But the NALT is a prime example of what NATO does and has done in the Western Balkans. It shows that through our work of military and civilian advisors, we have to have some of the difficult conversations. We have to put in the hard work, and we have to have our interlocutors put in the hard work so that we can, through that, ensure democratic oversight with the military. And when you do that, you end up with capabilities that can be recognized worldwide. And that is one of the primary things that we see NATO having done in the Western Balkans in different ways, but over the last 30 years. Untapped potential. From where I sit every day, I live and work in Pristina. One of the things that is always glaring me in the face is education. Education is the key to success. And I am probably preaching to the choir with the young people in here who understand that, and that's part of why you're here today, to make yourself smarter on NATO. And it is that. It's also the ability to have and conduct critical thinking and critical research and bring those hard questions to your political leaders, to your future bosses. There's also a huge potential for cooperation in the Western Balkans. It's already been touched upon that there are initiatives of very different kinds coming up, but it is stating the obvious when you say you can argue with your friends, but you don't fight with your friends. So the more that we can work together and encourage cooperation, then we would have the Western Balkans go from stability to strength. And all of the Western Balkans will become a security provider instead of a security consumer.
Thank you, Lorna, and I think this is also a specific task for youth. Moving on straight to Nick, I would like to ask you, referring to the panel, also to Lorna's remarks, in your expertise, what would you think are 3 very concrete measures to move the region from stability to strength? Which tasks for the different actors, and especially what role for youth?
Sure. So, number 1, and I think this covers the following 2, is that Balkan states, whether they're NATO member states already, whether they're candidate countries or potential candidates, must own their own security. Mm-hmm. NATO is strong not because it is this independent body that has strength built into it, but because its member states are strong, are able to provide training, are able to coordinate responses, are able to guarantee security for the next generations. So it's crucial that each of these countries, and we saw just part of this discussion from the President of Montenegro earlier today, about what is each country doing, what is this country doing to modernize its security forces, to integrate further with other nations and their security. The second component I think is really important for the Western Balkans is regional cooperation and collaboration. Deputy Defense Minister just mentioned it a moment ago, but there are so many other opportunities, whether it is regional training academies, whether it is joint civil society, military collaboration across the region. I mean, there are so many different opportunities to really integrate the region together in a more secure and NATO forward thinking. But I think the largest one, and this is crucial for everyone here and anyone listening at home, is that public perception matters. NATO has a very strong challenge in the Western Balkans, particularly in this country, Montenegro, and North Macedonia, and across Eastern and Central Europe, with the public not understanding why they are in NATO or why they are trying to be in NATO. And that matters. Because if you want leaders today and tomorrow to be committed to security committed to the alliance, committed to their nation's sovereignty and security, the public needs to understand what's at stake. The further you get away from an active military conflict, the further you get away right now from Ukraine, the more abstract the alliance becomes. Why, to someone in North Macedonia, is NATO in their benefit? And at the same time, you are dealing with massive foreign malign influence campaigns coming from Russia and the like. It is their goal to degrade the alliance in the public perception, public view, so that when they go to the polls for their next election, they are electing governments and candidates that are skeptical of the alliance. Maybe not ready to pull out, maybe not trying to cause too much of a disruption, but enough to weaken it. And it's incumbent on those who support the alliance and support what it does in bringing security to Europe and North America and the world, that you are able to explain to a wide audience, people who have no interest in security, no interest in alliances, no interest in any of this, or maybe don't have the time to understand it, don't need to. Explain to them why NATO matters, why does security matter, and why is it best that their country is able to contribute to security around the world and at home.
Thank you very much. Moving on to youth, very specifically on our panel, and going back a little bit to Albania. As we discussed before, Albania was one of the first countries, the first country together with Croatia to join NATO. It has always been, or for a long time, been hailed as an anchor of stability in the region. At the same time, we see that a lot of young people especially are leaving the region every year, which of course prevents it very much from developing or the full potential and the full strength that it has. So I would like to ask you a very easy question. How can society as a whole be strengthened to ensure resilience, and what is the role of youth in Albania but also outside Albania?
Thank you for the question. I think in regard of resilience, we could teach about it because 30 years of a very long, complex transition, all we have shown as a society is resilience. Basically, it's true what you said. Since 2017, we have had very high rates of migration. And what is specific about this wave of migration is that it's not coming from poverty, but it's coming from the lack of perspective, social security, and unresolved potential of the younger generations. So basically, this is, I think, the most important thing to keep in mind when we are talking about the migration from Western Balkan 6 or unintegrated countries in the EU. Based on the latest statistics from 2022 Balkan Barometer, the unemployment in the Western Balkan region is 26%. And what is more alarming, and here I want to absolutely ally with you, is that 23.7% is uneducated, unemployed, and unengaged. So basically, this is also an important figure to understand that these people are out of the social circles, do face a lack of dignity in the everyday life, and are the biggest potential for corruptive affairs, criminality, and every black hole that we do have in our economical and social cycle. Of course, Western Balkan countries and Albania specifically has done a certain progress when it comes to justice, inner, let's say, stability, even, let's say, progress in regard of EU integration, which is our secure path towards a future based on values and related with our political culture more than any other, let's say, any other setup, no matter how contributive they are in our economy from time to time. I'm talking here for Far East or East. In that regard, I would say that in Western Balkan, there is a potential for cooperation, but not only. I think it's a necessity. Yeah. It's a matter of market, it's a matter of economy, it's a matter of vision, and it's a matter of geopolitical balance. It started very well in 2016 with the Berlin process, a very soft process which brought people together. I think words matter, people matter, connectivity matters. But even more with this 9 billion of euros investment in Western Balkan region in 4 dimensions, transport, interconnectivity, and also human capital, and not to forget the migration crisis management. What I would like to talk more and to use even these platforms to elaborate is the human capital. Yeah. We can build endlessly, but if we don't have people, I don't know where the point is. So I don't want to go any further in this question for the moment, but I'm looking forward on the deeper discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a common tenor that we have here is regional cooperation, and I want to also include this in the question to Radu. So I would first like to ask you about the role of Romania in strengthening stability in the region, also in line with broader NATO goals in the region, but also where you see opportunities for deepening regional cooperation, as has been mentioned before.
Thank you. Difficult question, especially being the last among the speakers, brilliant speakers. So let me start saying that I am in the region, I am in Montenegro from end of 2020, so enough time to assess ups and downs, not only of Montenegro, but in the region as such, and of course optimism and pessimism, realism approaches from different actors, stakeholders. And I am pleased to say now, after 4 years and a half, that we are moving in a positive direction. Despite of all these negative challenges, geopolitical turmoil, and regional leaders or nationalistic leaders trying to use this pretext for getting some advantages, we see that countries in the regions are moving towards EU integration, towards better regional cooperation, towards smoother security, and so on. So this is a good point, and Romania, as a neighbor and as a, I would say, good NATO contributor in the region, are bringing its contribution to that. And I will mention just a few of them. Romania is hosting a few NATO important headquarters, multinational brigade for Southeastern Europe, multinational division. Also, we are hosting a joint ballistic missile defense systems called Aegis Ashore, as you know. Also, we are building together with our allies and partners the biggest military base in the region, in Constanța, Cogălnicianu airlift base, and so on. We are participating in NATO forward presence in Poland and so on. So, by this, Romania tried to prove, if it's necessary, of course, one more time, that NATO brings stability, NATO brings prosperity and security. From the time when Romania joined NATO, 2004, until now, GDP growth more than 3 times. So we reached 360 last year and so on. We are moving in this direction very fast. So prosperity is what citizens are seeing, and it brings security as well. That's why I agree with what colleagues say. We need to see this positive impact of regional cooperation, and the international organizations are doing their best. And just to point the second part of your question, NATO and EU remains at this moment the only viable organization proving that they can bring security, stability and resilience to the region. I don't see, after a long time here, any other alternative. There might be some leaders contemplating some autocratic leadership in the region or in our outer area, but this is just, how to say, playing populism. We see that countries like Montenegro, to mention once again, that are moving towards the right direction, EU membership, are getting benefits, closing chapters, approaching towards the target date of accession. And for sure, it's time to get some more tangible results, I would say, because from 2003, Thessaloniki Declaration, when Western Balkans received this accession opportunity, they move very slow, to say frankly. So it's necessary probably that EU mirror somehow NATO enlargement process. And after Sweden and Finland join NATO, maybe you have to see some enlargement, European enlargement. So I says here what your colleagues say, that it's really time to bring this prospect on the table and to allow young people to stay in the region, to work for the region, to work in their governments, So I wish you good luck, and I hope it will happen very soon.
Thank you for this strong message. And we will open in 1 second. Maybe you can already hand the mics to 2 people on either side. I would ask one more question. I'd like a one-sentence answer from each of you. Sorry for this. Which is a strength that other countries can learn from the region, or as a lesson from the region? One sentence each. I would say same order, so Lone, Nick, Dafina, and Radu. One sentence.
The Western Balkans are world champions in turning diversity into a strength.
Thank you.
I would say that building a positive peace is the foundation for long-term stability and strength.
I think the core value that we do have as a society in the whole Western Balkans, I will call it like that. I will dare to call the Western Balkan society, one society, is modesty. I would very much like to explain why, but we don't have time.
I'm sorry, you see this clock, ticking on us. Radu, please.
So let me say that civil society, independent media, democratic institutions, and people working in all these areas represent the strength, because I see a vibrant, lively civil society in this region. This is what brings hope to me.
Thank you very much. Okay, please keep your questions short. There is going to be the networking booth outside, just to mention that as well. Do we have the mics already somewhere? Okay, one on this side and maybe one on the other side afterwards. Yeah.
Thank you for the word. And my name is Siren. I'm from Estonia. So in our country, it's often said that the youth has shaped the future. And like it's told, often is expected to do something, but true assignment haven't given. So what's the key task the youth should have when we want to achieve the goal of stability and strength? What should it be exactly? What should be expected from us?
Thank you. We have somebody here with the mic. Yes, please.
Hello everyone. First, I just want to say welcome to all of guests in Montenegro, because I'm someone who coming from Montenegro, and I hope all of you will have a really nice time here in our country. I will try to address my question to Dafina Peci. What was the hardest goal and the hardest thing to, let's fight against all of the national, ethnic, and problems that we have here in Balkan? And what was actually from your side the hardest thing to achieve here in our region when we speak about the NATO, when we speak about all of the European integration? What do you see as a main problem, and what was the main problem that you find in your career? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw somebody there raising her hand really high. Okay, yeah, this you please. Yes, please, you. Sorry, I don't.
Thank you. Anis Demirovic from Kosovo, and I have a question for the Chief of Staff of NALT. Given NATO's very continued presence in Kosovo, as you said, almost 2 decades, either through KFOR or the NALT, so how do you ensure NATO remains committed to also including youth perspectives, especially when it comes to trust building, which is a key pillar for stability and progress? Thank you.
Thank you. I have one last question here. She promised me to be very quick. Yes.
Thank you so much. This is such an inspiring panel, and I really wanted to ask one question. We all aware about really negative public opinion in Serbia. Is NATO planning to change that soon, and how it will do it? Thank you.
Thank you for being short. This also connects very well to a question we have from the audience, which is, do you sense some kind of threat from Serbia? Because with their pro-Russian stance, is there a chance that Serbia in the future can enter NATO and EU? And can the student protests contribute to this? And then maybe another question, briefly, how effective are current mechanisms for maintaining peace and preventing conflict? And what are the most pressing threats to the safety and security of the citizens in the Western Balkans? Maybe we go this way, if you agree. So Radu, Nick, Lone, and Dafina, for youth, has the last word. If you agree, pick out one of the questions that you like, and please 1-minute answers if that's okay.
Yeah, talking about the role of youth as a first question, yeah. So I am proud to see that in Montenegro, to give one example, young people are promoted very actively in the government, in parliament. So we have the youngest president, as you've seen today here. So to achieve this high position, these people work hard. They work from very young age. So I encourage you to start right now and to put these ambitions on your mindsets to achieve these goals, because everything is possible if you put it as a target. So I am glad that in the region, not only Montenegro, but other countries of the region, young people are more and more involved in politics, in economy, and the civil society organization. And that brings the change. And that will change the society for the better. So I am pretty sure it will change. This change will come sooner than later, and we'll see in the near future a better Serbia, a better Bosnia-Herzegovina, a better Montenegro, and so on, Albania and Kosovo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I would say watching the largest protests in the Balkans in decades is a prime example of people taking their future into their own hands. There is no institution, whether it's NATO, the EU, or no country like the US, that is going to be able to put in the work and move public opinion towards a future that the masses want. If there is a lack of accountability in a government or in a regional agreement, whatever it might be, it's incumbent on the public to be able to push for change. And I think that is, there's no guaranteed future of, you know, which country will be in which alliance or union or whatever it might be, but the first step is acknowledging that things must change at home.
Thank you.
The Military Liaison Office in Belgrade are very aware of the fact that if we don't tell our story, somebody else is going to tell it for us. They are a small office. The media landscape in the Western Balkans and in Serbia is vast. They are trying. I'll toot the Nalt's horn for a bit. We are late to the party, but we finally have an X account where we're trying to share our side of our story. It's initiative like that. It is getting to where your voice is heard, and it is participating in events like this. And what do we then de facto do in Kosovo, if I may answer that question directly? Sure. We do a little bit of what we do here. We engage with, from the NALT's perspective, we engage with students. We engage with the students in the Kosovo security forces and some of the private universities that are there in Pristina. We engage very, very heavily with the civilian structure overseeing the KSF in making them understand the importance of human capital, of making them understand that reconciliation, moving forward, looking forward, is the one tool that is going to help them recruit broadly for the force that they want, for the civil servants that they want. So that's what we do. If you follow KFOR online, you will see that KFOR is extremely active in outreach to all walks of life in Kosovo, making sure that their side of the story is told. And most of what you will see is that, yes, they wear uniforms, but they go and they do a lot of non-military things, to put it like that, trying to engage, and like you say, making sure that the NATO brand comes across as approachable and not just hidden behind dark sunglasses and a uniform, which can be, I'll be honest and say, a little bit off-putting, but we are kind people if you come and talk to us.
Yeah. So please use the opportunity to talk to Lorna throughout,
yes.
throughout the meeting. Dafina, famous last words for you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Personally, the biggest challenge I had was to be very young when I joined the group who established the Regional Cooperation Office, the institutional mechanism to address peace building, reconciliation, and cooperation, coming from a family which was fully involved in the War of 1999 and with a grandfather which was killed in the War of 1999. And I'm very proud about this, about what I choose to do, to contribute in giving chances to people's life and dignity in life, which is mostly important for me. When it comes to the professional challenge in regard of peace building and reconciliation in Western Balkans, I think we have a lot to learn yet. As a model, we have learned from the Franco-German model from the Second World War. They have developed a mechanism which promotes reconciliation, human capital development, exchange between younger generations, education, education, education. And what did they do? After certain decades, they evaluated how have they been working and what the results are. And they found out that the methods that they have been using have been producing contrary results, not positive ones. So it's also a matter how we do address these issues. How do we, in a multidisciplinary way, explain the younger generations what they need to know and what they can tell us? It's a matter of pedagogical skills. It's a multidisciplinary approach, psychology, history, etc., arts, culture. It's also a matter how you approach people, how the communication is being done. So in my regard, the most difficult challenge professionally in this field, in my perspective, is the lack of capacities here in the region-made, to address reconciliation and peace building. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these inspiring messages. Thank you especially to the speakers for this very dynamic session. Thank you to the audience for your questions. And we look forward to continuing the discussion after lunch.
Thank you so much. We're now going to take a well-deserved lunch break, but before the break, I would like to invite you to check our Youth Summit quiz. You just open the app, you scroll down the main icons, and you can find our quiz. And the first 5 people who get the questions correct will win a bag of NATO-branded items. Now we're ready for the break. The lunch is happening on the 2nd floor, and please be back at 2:45 sharp. Enjoy our break. Welcome back. I hope you had a very nice lunch break and a chance to meet with one another. We're now ready to dive into the second half of the day. Our next session will explore NATO's partnership in action, offering valuable insights into the alliance's diverse partnership initiatives and their critical role in promoting global security and stability. To introduce our speakers and set the stage for this important conversation, I'll now hand over to Dylan Macchiarini-Crosson, EU researcher at the International Crisis Group. Dylan, over to you.
Thanks. It's fantastic to be back at the NATO Youth Summit. I was here 2 years ago. This is an incredibly important topic. NATO's partnerships play an increasingly crucial role in strengthening international peace and security beyond the transatlantic space as well. By working with a large range of partners, NATO builds dialogue. It enhances interoperability, not just within the alliance, but further afield. It supports democratic reforms, and it tackles shared global challenges. So I want to hand it over to you first, Christian, to maybe work us through a little bit the scope of NATO's partnerships with beyond the alliance, with the EU, and why it is so important to enhancing transatlantic security.
Thanks so much, Tim. I'm glad to be back here, and congratulations to all of you who are back from lunch. It's really impressive, but it's worth coming back. I think you put it very succinctly, what we do with partners and why it matters, but very shortly, no man is an island, and just as well, no country is an island, and there are countries that are islands, but they cannot sustain peace alone, and that's true for international organizations as well. And that's basically the idea behind partnerships, to reach out to others, because the challenges we face are global. Many of them don't know borders, so we have to work together. And there are a lot of countries around the world who share the same values and interests as NATO allies do. Think about our partners in the Indo-Pacific, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, and Australia. So it's our eminent interest to work together so that our values and our interests prevail in the world. And the same is true for the European Union. I mean, there is a significant overlap in membership, and there's a lot we can do together to tackle these challenges and threats like Russia and terrorism. But also think about what the EU is doing now with ReArm and helping investments more in defense, which is so important, as we heard from Radmila. So for all of those reasons, partnership is essential for NATO.
Great, yeah. So as Henry, as a Finnish national working for the EU, Finland is now recently in NATO, has been an EU member state for many years. I'm wondering if you could maybe explain a little bit how you view EU-NATO relations evolving and why that specific point that Christian was just mentioning is so crucial to today's security landscape.
Yeah, thanks for having me as well. It's my first time in the Western Balkans, so it's lovely to be here in Montenegro. I would look at the big picture, sort of where we are with the EU and NATO, and I think we've seen a lot of communiques, statements, declarations that we should do more with the EU and NATO, but I think we've lacked some, I guess, concrete of the sort of strategic aspect of where we are going with this cooperation. Yes, we've had some exchange, sitting down around the same tables, coordinating, and obviously EU and NATO are very different actors. NATO is a military alliance, and the EU is rather a political economic alliance. But I think there is a lot more demand in the years to come when it comes to this EU-NATO cooperation. And I'm not just talking about more communiques, I'm talking about actually reforms. We see that after Trump's return to the White House, we see after Russia's war in Ukraine, that a lot of people are asking questions, what is the EU's role when it comes to security and defense? And will we be able to provide for our own citizens and countries, even if the United States is uncertain and could be that for a long time? And for me, I think, personally, I see that one direction is the European pillar within NATO. Because, you know, we can invest as much as we want on defense. We can spend hundreds and hundreds of billions of euros. But if we don't have a coherent strategic European culture when it comes to defense and security, then you know what to do with all these tanks if you can't, so to say, play together. So for me, this is more about heading into a direction where Europeans must have their own capabilities when it comes to defense industry, when it comes to defense planning, command structures, and yes, we have NATO for that. But as we see, for example, in discussions with Ukraine, we're talking about European troops potentially on Ukrainian soil. I mean, we might not see that happen, but the discussion is taking place, which already indicates that we need to think about what's the sort of responsibility for Europeans in the future. And we already see, for example, these coalitions of the willing, but for me it's more about coalitions of the capable. And this aspect also is something that I've raised in several occasions, is that regional cooperation. I think the Nordic example and enlargement that you just mentioned in the start is a good example, that right now you have all the Nordic Baltic countries plus Poland basically constituting a large operational area that is able to do regional burden sharing. And I would like to see EU-NATO membership move into this direction. How do we actually create the structures and capabilities for Europeans to be able to be more autonomous when it comes to security and defense?
Yep. I think the trend is a positive one, and there may be some nuts and bolts to work out potentially, but I'm sure that concretely speaking, NATO and the EU are speaking on a daily basis on how to enhance transatlantic security.
No, but less communicates, more actually concrete
Indeed,
measures.
Of course. Turning south, Katja, in today's complex landscape that they were describing, the value of partnerships is not just between Europeans and Europeans or North Americans and Europeans, but it's also about how NATO and its allies can work together with those further afield in the Indo-Pacific, as Christian was saying, but also in other parts of the world. And so I was wondering if you could explain how NATO can best work with these partners, what it's currently doing already, and how then to explain to younger generations here following us online why this cooperation is so important.
Thanks so much for your question, Dylan. I worked as part of an expert group appointed by former Secretary General Stoltenberg, and I would take that report as the basis for my reply to basically zoom in on 3 ways that I think we can think about the importance of partnerships to NATO. And first, I think it's important to stress that partnerships are about identifying shared challenges, and crucially, in the report, we stress the value of listening, of NATO listening to its partners, and that's what we heard in all of the various meetings that we held. So I think it's important that partnerships are about shared challenges between the alliance and partners beyond the 32. And very, very importantly, of course, about the theme of this panel is building bridges. So building bridges in terms of how we address those shared challenges in cooperation between NATO and its partners. And I think some of the examples have already been mentioned today. In the morning, there was much mentioning of hybrid threats, but there's also maritime security, counterterrorism, resilience as examples of areas where these partnerships are of crucial importance. But there are 2 other ways. I think this is perhaps the most obvious one, but I think there's 2 other ways that partnerships are important as well. One has to do with what NATO calls its 360-degree approach, which is basically that there are multiple threats in the world in different places at the same time that NATO as an alliance of 32 members need to be able to somehow address. And I think also in that context, partnerships are very important in enabling NATO with partners to address multiple different threats around the world at the same time. And I'm happy to elaborate in Q&A, but I promise to keep my reply quick. So I'll get on to the 3rd point, which is, I think it's also extremely important to stress the value of partnerships in enhancing a broader understanding of what NATO is, an appreciation of NATO beyond the 32 members of the alliance, so building bridges from Brussels headquarters throughout the world to really appreciate what the alliance is.
Thanks. Incredibly succinct, but very clear, Katja. While I wait for questions online, and please prepare your questions here in the audience, just one last question to you, Christian, about the NATO Youth Advisory Board. Could you explain a little bit about why this type of initiative is so important, and the ways that youth here online can interact with that youth advisory board and contribute not only to understanding NATO and its initiatives, but also to forming a broad base of support for NATO moving forward?
Yeah, thanks. I was lucky enough to meet with the advisory board a few weeks back at NATO in a very informal setting, and I think it was, for me, it was actually super important to know what's interesting to them. You know, I'm a bureaucrat and I'm sitting in a NATO, in a classified environment, so I don't have that much contact that I should with people, and for me that's very beneficial. So that's an important way that the Youth Advisory Board can engage and interact with NATO officials, NATO senior leadership, and bring their points to bear. And then for the youth, I mean, I don't work in our public diplomacy division, but that's the best way, you know, to see how you can interact with the advisory board. But certainly this event is very good. Through your questions, I will understand better what's on your mind, what's interesting to you. And all of these matter because it will pressure me to go back and look at those issues and work on them. So it's important to know that what you say here does matter. We're taking notes. There are people in the headquarters who are watching this, and it will make a difference in our everyday work.
Thanks. So I turn it over to you, the audience, to ask your questions to our panel. Please raise your hand. I can see decently well. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Yes? Right next to you on your left.
Hi, thank you for your points. I would like to reflect on the youth advisory boards and ask a question. Do you think there is a possibility, and would it be feasible actually to create regional youth advisory boards, because people are more familiar with their own region and the challenges that those regions are facing? And primarily, I think the Western Balkans Youth Advisory Board would be probably very feasible concerning because of all of the concerns and challenges the region is facing. Thank you.
I think that's an excellent idea. Christian, I don't know if you want to...
I like the idea, and of course it doesn't cost me anything to agree with you, because it's not my job to make that happen, but I'm certain that colleagues will make note, and also the board members, and that's these connectivity and connections between different people in different regions, and then building from bottom up the ideas. That's very good. So I like it.
So one question to you, Katja, also about foreign interference and the role of partnerships in countering that foreign interference. From your experience working on the strategy and in your conversations with stakeholders, how critical are partnerships in addressing this shared challenge?
Very critical, I would say. There are many narratives about what NATO is and what NATO isn't. And I think they are very hard to counter if you don't engage an audience outside of the NATO bubble, if I can put it that way. So I think it's crucial for NATO both to understand what those critical narratives are and what they thrive on. Mm-hmm. And I think partnerships are crucial in broadening an understanding that counters a wrong image of what NATO is and what NATO is trying to achieve. So I would see it hard to achieve that solely from Brussels headquarters.
Yeah. And Henry, I mean, Finland has a long experience in this, in countering FEMI and building civilian defense. As a recent ally, is this an expertise that Finland is really bringing to the table for NATO?
Absolutely. I think it's one of the most popular things when visitors come to Helsinki or Finland and they want to learn about what we call comprehensive security. It's basically a model where all of society is being involved in the process of the protection of basically everything. That when it comes to infrastructure, people, food, energy, everything. Like there's a role and divisions between the private sector and the public sector, so that everybody knows what to do if a crisis comes. But I think the more important lesson is that it stems from the experience of Finland in the Second World War. But basically, if a country enters into war, it does mobilize the whole society, obviously. Yeah. So I think that's, people come to we have visitors from Germany coming to, for example, in recent months to Helsinki, looking at, for example, these places where populations are being protected underground, all these tunnels that we've been building. So definitely that's one of the things that we're bringing on the table. But I've also said that the other thing is also countering disinformation. Mm-hmm. I think we have a very good public broadcasting company, Yle, in Finland, which is good for getting balanced and real news. And also, education is on a high level, which gives people critical approach to the news what they read. So it's really a whole of society approach, and it's something that we bring to the table in the alliance.
Yeah. And as a long-standing partner prior to entering the alliance, I'm sure that there was ongoing dialogue with NATO on these topics. We also have, of course, a lot to learn from Ukraine in this case as well. I have time for just one more question. So please raise your hand. Yes, over here on the left. Give the left side of the room some love.
Hi. I would like to ask about not the partners of NATO, but something that we haven't talked about it. It's about BRICS. The against organization, may I say. I would like to hear your opinion about BRICS. If it's actually moving faster than us, because we see a lot of development in the Asian world, especially now with China, Russia, and all this stuff. And I would really like to hear your opinion about how are we really keeping up with this organization, the BRICS.
It's an incredibly interesting question. Maybe to reframe it, could you tell us a little bit about how partnerships are implemented in order to manage geopolitical competition? Because it's not just with the BRICS, it's also with various countries around the world.
Yeah, well, I can go. I actually wrote a book last year on the world order called The Race of the Century, where I did dive deep into the BRICS thematics, and you call it a political alliance, but I would disagree. It's more of a political entity. It's not an alliance per se that has binding security guarantees or something like that. It's being, they're brought together by the idea that they've been treated unfairly in the past, which is to a degree true. They share a colonized past in many cases. But I think it's not a threat per se, because most of these BRICS countries, even though they speak the same language on these communiques, they're actually rivals on several different areas, and the trust between them is not the same on the same level. For example, it is within EU, for example, or NATO. And when it comes to partnerships and countering the BRICS, for example, well, NATO is probably not the key actor here. We see, for example, Quad in the Pacific. So we have these different type of organizations where India is actually very closely aligned with the Americans in order to counter China, because India, for example, considers China its main rivalry. I was in India last year, and I pretty clearly got the idea that they are very concerned about the competition with China in the region. So BRICS is not a harmonious group of countries. So in that sense, they're not in the forefront in this case. But if you look at demographics in the world, economic developments, all those indicators are quite clearly saying that the BRICS will be on the table in one way or another when it comes to the world and sort of the race for power.
Christian?
Yeah, I agree with them. It's not an alliance as such, BRICS, so I wouldn't see there's a competition between NATO and BRICS. However, it is right in the sense that there is geopolitical competition. That's the current framing of the security environment we live in. And then we have to see Russia, which is a clear threat to NATO and allies, and China, which poses serious challenges to our security interests and values. These are three words which I didn't just make up. They're in the strategic concept one of the important documents, strategic documents, and it's in its name, for the alliance. So that's something that we're thinking about and looking at on a daily basis. Now, partnerships are very important in that framework, but I want you to think about the narrative and how you talk about it. Partnership is not against someone. It never was. It's for something, working together, increasing stability, security, globally. And it's the same as NATO. NATO is a defensive alliance. It's very important to keep these words in mind. So yes, there is geopolitical competition, but the reason we work together with partners is to increase security and make sure that our interests and our values prevail.
Yep. Katja, maybe a final word to you?
Yeah, the expert group also had a very long reflection on this in our report, and I think it's quite valuable to think about the dynamics of partnerships. They are not exclusive. So partnering with NATO doesn't mean, as you also just pointed out, that it doesn't become impossible to also work somehow with other actors. And that is, of course, a balancing act, but it's also a balancing act on the part of NATO to ensure as broad as possible range of partners. So I think you have a very, very important point, and I think we might see many more discussions on this subject in the years to come, how flexible to be when a partner is also a partner of someone else. But a very important point to raise indeed.
Yeah, and I think this question also perfectly brought out the essence of what we wanted to achieve with this discussion, which is really trying to understand the real purpose behind NATO's partnerships. So with that, thank you very much for this very engaging discussion. I hope sincerely, and I'm sure my co-panelists hope that you have a pleasant rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Dylan, thank you so much. I think it's really fascinating to hear such different opinions and perspectives on these very important topics. Now we're going to move on to a particularly exciting session that will explore innovation and emerging technologies. This session brings together bold voices from across sectors to examine how we can ensure these technologies serve our shared values, strengthen security, and empower the next generation. To kick things off, we'll first hear an insightful introduction from Caitlin Sarian, also known as the Cybersecurity Girl. Following that, we'll move into a panel discussion moderated by Daniel Akinmade Emeyulu, Technology and Sustainable Development Consultant. I'm looking forward to hearing more, so Caitlin, the floor is yours.
Like she said, my name is Caitlin Sarian, and I'm actually the world's leading cybersecurity influencer and educator, which if you asked me 5 years ago that's what I would be doing, I would have no idea what you're talking about. So I'm honored to be introing this panel of Beyond the Firewall. So let's just jump in. We are living in a world with two massive revolutions going on. We have AI advancing faster than anyone could ever imagine, faster than any regulations can keep up with. And we also have cybersecurity, which honestly, cybersecurity's been around since the 80s, but for some reason in the last 5 years, we've just massively gone towards cyber. And that's because we have deepfakes, misinformation, disinformation, data collection practices, surveillance, and of course cyber warfare, which is nation state against nation state, and all of which you can't even understand or grasp or most of it see. So AI, privacy, and cybersecurity are so essential and something that needs to be taught, but we've actually never been taught. And it's so important that the youth start learning from the beginning. This is not a skill that you should, maybe have. This is a skill that everyone should be taught from the beginning. We've been introduced to AI and cybersecurity from a fear-based approach through Hollywood and hackers and scariness. But we've never been introduced to AI and cybersecurity through empowerment and curiosity. We've been taught posting on social media and all of the cool things that you can come of it, like becoming an influencer. But we've never been taught what happens when you do post. What happens to your data? Who has access to your data? Who's monitoring you? We give kids tablets before they can even speak, connected to the internet, and we've never been told or taught how it works. And all the attention around cybersecurity and AI is really fear-based. I mean, when was the last time you heard cybersecurity in the news as like a fun thing? Has anyone heard fun? Because the last time I heard it was a data breach. This is a thing that's going to happen. All hell breaks loose, fear everywhere. So that's the disconnect that we need to fix. Because when something feels scary, we do not want to even attempt to try to figure it out. We don't want to build from it. We don't want to touch it. We don't really believe that we should even be a part of fear. But innovation doesn't thrive on fear. It thrives on curiosity. So I want you to imagine yourself as a little kid who was super curious and innovative and making up make-believe lands and all that. Anyone? Yeah, pretty much everyone in this room. Same with me. But what happened when we grew up? We stopped innovating and stopped being curious because we were trying to fit in this box that we felt like we needed to fit in. And in that box, there was fear of judgment, fear of rejection, fear, just all the fears that you can ever imagine. And you started walking in the straight line that you thought you needed to walk in. But what happens if we start teaching AI and cybersecurity to the youth? And I'm not talking about our youth. I mean, we're very youthful. But I'm talking about like kids. What happens if we make AI and cybersecurity fun and get them curious about it? Next time you're with your niece, nephew, little sister, brother, I want you to start asking them things when they're on their iPad, like maybe things about the games they're playing or the funny filters that they're putting on their face. Maybe say, hey, how cool is it that someone created this AI filter for your face? And that's something that you can do. Cybersecurity and AI doesn't have to be scary. We don't need to be intimidated by it. We want to make it playful and fun. And I know it seems weird to say cybersecurity and AI and playful, but that's what it needs to be in order for us to be innovative. And these topics need to be approachable to the everyday public. So just a quick bit about my journey. I loved math and science in high school, and my parents wanted me to be an engineer. And my immediate gut reaction was, absolutely not. That is a man's job. That is not what I'm supposed to be doing as a woman. And I went into school as an elementary education major. I then switched 6 months later, realizing that my parents were right. Did not want to admit that my parents were right, but they were right. And I went in and I changed to aerospace mechanical engineering. I graduated with my master's in that as well. And when I was applying to be a technology consultant, someone asked me, hey, would you ever be interested in cybersecurity? And I had that same gut reaction again of absolutely not. There is no way. That is a man's job. It's a hacker in a hoodie. It's like introverted people. I was pretty extroverted. But I noticed that same gut reaction was the same I had in high school. And I decided to sit in that fear and say yes. I immediately blurted out, yes, I'd be interested in learning about cyber. And that yes completely changed the direction of my life. So I went from aerospace engineering to cybersecurity, and I learned everything on the job. And something that I learned about cyber is it's not all technical. Like, I thought I was going to have to learn how to code. I have not touched a piece of code, and I've been in cybersecurity for 12 years. So that was one big thing I learned, is that we need every single type of person, because cybersecurity is not technical. It's a human issue. So we need people that can relate to other people. And then the other big thing is that cybersecurity is taught to us by Hollywood, and again, it's fear-based. It's not realistic. And because of that, I started the Cybersecurity Gold channel. I wanted to change that narrative. I came up with an innovative way of saying, hey, I'm going to start a TikTok where I can reach the next generation and teach people what cybersecurity is all about. I wanted to be completely demystify what cybersecurity was, what a career looked like in cyber, and I also wanted to see women in cybersecurity, because I knew that if I had those immediate gut reactions of absolutely not, I cannot see myself there, there's only men, that every other woman was going to do that too. And to be honest, I started only on TikTok because I was a director at a large law firm, and I was super embarrassed that anyone that I worked with would find out. So that's why I named it Cybersecurity Girl. It was not my name. And I only wanted to do TikTok to reach the next generation. I sat in my fear and I did it. And it now is the largest platform, over 1.6 million followers and 46 million people reached every month. And it just shows how important cybersecurity and AI is to the public and how important being innovative and bringing your own skills to the table are. So you don't need permission. This is like your reminder that you are so capable. Every single skill that you bring to the table, all of your good things, the bad things that have happened to you, even those gut reactions that have made you turn into a new page that you never thought you'd be, that makes you so unique. And that's what we need in cybersecurity and AI and building the future and building and innovating, because your unique perspective is so, so important, and why I'm so excited to intro this panel. We're not here to talk about problems. We're here to talk about all the possibilities. And to be honest, the future is not 5 years. The future of AI and cybersecurity actually sit in this room and sit in the rooms of people that are watching this online, because every single unique skill set you have, everything that makes you, you bring that skill set, you innovate, you learn, and if you ask and are curious about the question of how can I build, create, do something and make this better for the world, I guarantee you your innovative ideas are going to change the shape of the world and how everything is looked at. So from cybersecurity to AI, we need, from honestly all tech, we need your skills. And I'm just absolutely, truly excited because, again, the future of cybersecurity is in this room. All you need to do is it starts with awareness, it starts with action, and it starts with you guys. So I'm really excited to introduce this panel, and let's go.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I think we can jump straight into the questions, just with a bit of context. This session is looking at youth. It's looking at innovation. It's looking at cyber. It's looking at the future of AI. When many of us think about youth, I'm sure we think about trust and safety online. When we think about innovation, as Caitlin said, is it based on fear or is it based on promise? When we think about cyber, we're thinking of how this affects real-world infrastructure, democracy, hospitals. And the future of AI, I think we're all still thinking. And so when we look at each of those elements, I want to turn to the panel and I want to ask, to begin with the notion of youth, our first elements of this session. And I want to ask specifically, how, Irene, in your perspective at NATO, is NATO working to ensure AI and emerging technologies are developed and used responsibly for defense? And beyond that, how are young innovators capable of being part of shaping this future so that technology serves people and not the other way around?
Great, thanks, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Irene Benito. I work at NATO on AI policy. And I'm so happy for this question. I think before I start delving super deep into it, it's very important that we take a step back and we have a look at how NATO thinks about emerging and disruptive technologies, AI being one of it. We know that we are in a disruptive technology race globally. This is a race for innovation and for adoption. And that's why for NATO, it's an absolute priority to integrate these kind of technologies in our operations, making sure that we enhance our resilience, our deterrence, and our defense. And we're doing this, for example, with the AI strategy. Some of you may be familiar with this. It was revised last year. In the AI strategy, the priorities are extremely clear. This is to advance our competitive advantage in terms of AI technology, defend the alliance against the adversarial use of AI, and also ensure that we protect technological developments so that they cannot be used, our own technological developments, so they're not used against us. So going back into this cyber and hybrid area of the discussion. But we're also really leading by example. We're not hiding that we're using AI and that we're investing in AI for defense, but we're very publicly and very strongly showing that the alliance and that allies are investing in these technologies and will develop them responsibly. We want our partners to know that, but we want our competitors and our adversaries to know this. And that's why we've endorsed publicly openly available principles of responsible use for AI. So that's one part of our EDT approach. Another important part, I think, is around making sure that we work with the innovators. Disruptive tech has something very particular that we didn't see in other technological waves, which is that innovation and really frontier applications are happening with a group that is quite untraditional. We're not looking at MODs or traditional defense contractors, but it's a group of disruptors that traditionally have not worked with defense. Startups, entrepreneurs, AI labs, academia, etc., etc. And that's where really frontier applications are happening. So we've taken this very, very seriously, making sure that we work with this group, that we reach this group, and that we partner together to develop dual-use applications that can also benefit and strengthen our defense and also promote security across the alliance. Good examples of this are Diana, the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, and also the NATO Innovation Fund. You may have heard about them. So these are, again, areas where we're really investing in. But something fantastic is that we're seeing over the last few years a different type of response from this group of non-traditional innovators. There's a greater willingness to work with defense, which we hadn't seen before. And we think this potentially is being caused by, on the one hand, a sense of urgency that, the geopolitical landscape is changing fast, and we need these innovators to work with the defense sector if we want to make sure that we have a more secure world. We also think that initiatives like Diana are probably working well, that they're helping bridge the gap between defense and disruptors. But also we think that there's a growing relationship of trust between the defense community and this disruptive community, that there's an understanding and a commitment from allies that trusted solutions developed by this disruptive sector will then be used responsibly. And I think this is really core, and we're really seeing this relationship being strengthened over the last few years. So that's on the EDT side, but what about young people? Young people, I am young too, more or less, but young people are so important for this EDT discussion. Number one, because young people have the disruptive and the innovative mindset that we really need if we want to stay ahead technologically and if we want to win this technological race, which will bring security and safety across the alliance and hopefully globally. So this mindset is essential. So they have to be part not only of the future but of the present of EDTs. But secondly, because young people, we have seen the bad side of some technological developments. We have seen ourselves that not always technological advancement equates with positive developments for humanity. So this vision that we have, I think, is essential to our perspective of disruptive tech, and being part of the discussion is crucial because we will bring this sense of responsibility and of ethical principles into the development of technology. And the fantastic thing is that not only are we important, but we also have an unprecedented opportunity within the EDTs. So let's talk specifically about AI. Let's consider AI as a new field. So of course there's been AI for decades, but the AI that we're living today is very different from the AI that was going on many years ago. It's a field that is incredibly empirical. This means that today, to make an impact, you don't necessarily need a PhD and decades of experience. You can actually have an impact today if you have good ideas and good intuition. So actually, young people have an outsized opportunity to make an impact and break into AI, for example. So the opportunity is there. Take the paper, for example, Attention is All You Need. I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but this is one of the seminal papers of the foundations of modern AI that introduced the transformer. All of the authors of the paper were young, most of them in their 20s. So really the opportunity to break in today is there. So there's the need, there's the opportunity, so let's do it.
Fantastic, fantastic. So there's ample opportunities for youth to be involved. I want to turn next to innovation. And I'm going to turn to Florian. And I want to ask, when lots of us think about Estonia, I think innovation is a word that comes to mind. How does Estonia's e-governance model, which is globally admired, get the balance right between security, between trust, and digital access?
That's a good question. I think, first of all, that's not something to balance. If you do it right, then they are different sides of the very same coin. For those that perhaps need a bit more context on Estonia, Estonia has 100% of government services online. You can get married, get divorced, buy a house, do your taxes in 2 minutes, or whatever you want, you can do it online in Estonia. And the reason why it's accepted and why the people trust it is, number one, if we're being really, really honest, most people don't care about privacy if you know, the usage or the usefulness is big enough. I mean, many people I've seen here are using Google Maps to get here. They are posting on Facebook that they are here. They, you know, are logging into the public Wi-Fi without necessarily knowing exactly what they're connecting to. So people are using stuff with disregard for their privacy all the time, if the usefulness is high enough. As governments, we shouldn't go on that foundation because we want to build rigid data privacy frameworks, of course. So in Estonia, what we actually have is what's called the data tracker, where I can see almost every single time which government authority looks at what part of my data, when and why. And so this is something that you cannot do in a paper-based bureaucracy. It's impossible, right? So if you set up your system for transparency for the end user, not for the government, then you can actually generate a lot of trust. So trust-building measures are super important also. When we talk about the security side, I would say it's reasonably straightforward. Yes, you need really good cybersecurity and you need some proper defenses, encryption, and so on. But you also need good policy. I'll give you one example. In Estonia, we have something called the once-only policy. Once-only policy, who's heard of it? Any show of hands? Okay, I see like maybe 5, 6 people. There's supposed to be more, so we're going to change that now. Once-only policy means that across all of government, there's always only supposed to be one government authority that has the right to ask you for a certain piece of information, such as your name, your address, your date of birth. You know how in most countries you have to say those pieces of information again and again and again for every single application or anything like that? That is literally illegal in Estonia. So what it does is, number one, it forces government services to be a lot more user-friendly because you don't have to re-enter all of that stuff. Number two, it has a really nice side effect. First of all, data quality is a lot higher because government authorities don't sit on a lot of old data. But much more importantly, coming back to cybersecurity, hackers in most countries know, hey, there are like 30 government authorities that ask you about your core data, name, address, date of birth, and so on. There can be 29 of those 30 that do an amazing job at cybersecurity, and one that just doesn't quite cut the mustard. And I, as a smart hacker, I know, of course, I can do some probing. I will find the one authority that messed up, and the work of the 29 that did an amazing job is for nothing. So there's a lot of data redundancy and duplication that is just needless. So yeah, trust, user-friendliness, cybersecurity. I hope that answers the question, but there are follow-up ones.
That is brilliant. I think Estonia sets an example in so many regards. And what comes across here is that even though we have 4 pillars of this theme, youth, innovation, cyber, AI, everybody's work cuts across all 4 to some extent, is what I'm hearing. But just to honor the program, let me turn to cyber next, and let me turn to Lauren at Google. And I would like to know, Lauren, from your perspective at Google, how can big tech companies work more closely with institutions like NATO to ensure that AI and cybersecurity advancements are reflecting democratic values, are reflecting transparency and trust, and especially for the people in this room, the younger generations who are leading innovation and I think they might agree also affected by its risks.
Yeah, so thank you so much for the question. For those that don't know me, I'm Lauren Anthony. I'm a security specialist at Google. So from Google's perspective, closer collaboration between big tech and institutions like NATO is vital to ensure that AI and cybersecurity reflect democratic values, transparency and trust, especially for the younger generation who not only lead in innovation, but as you mentioned, are also affected by some of the risks. So from Google's perspective, we offer a globally distributed secure infrastructure that kind of adheres to the most stringent security requirements, so allowing for safe, secure, and confidential information to be shared. So not many people know, but Google is the owner of the biggest private network across the world, including data centers, undersea cables, and security is top of mind for that. It's also what we do is we have our threat intelligence teams, including Mandiant, if some of you know Mandiant, and our threat analysis group. So they have long-standing partnerships with institutions like NATO, sharing threat intelligence in near real time. They use and benefit from open source intelligence, so things like VirusTotal. So I don't know, hands up, who here has heard of VirusTotal? Excellent. So there's a few people in the crowd. So VirusTotal is the crowdsourced. It's got the biggest repository for malware across the planet. And so our threat intelligence teams utilize that, and they offer real-time intelligence, along with our frontline expertise, who are in the front lines with institutions like NATO and governments across the world and big companies and big tech. So pivoting to the AI side, so we approach AI in a bold and responsible manner, guided by our AI principles and our secure AI framework. So our focus is to ensure that AI is secure, doesn't have any discrimination, and specifically serves defenders. So last year, Google was one of the companies, along with other big tech companies, that signed the Tech Accord. So this was an agreement between big tech that combated deceptive use of AI in the elections. And so a lot of our technology is there to kind of combat from deceptive use, including our platforms like YouTube and search. We also know, for going on to young people, we know that cybersecurity and AI are skills that are not very common across the world. It's something that, across all industries, it's something that having people who are experts in that we want to grow. So Google offers a load of courses from all ranges of expertise, from beginners to advanced, in courses on AI and cybersecurity to help build out that knowledge. And that's offered on Grow with Google's, and we partner with our with governments and partners. But all of this is underpinned by our open standards. So going to the trust and transparency, Google contribute the most to open source technology. So technology like Kubernetes was developed at Google, and then we open sourced it. So open, secure source technology is something that underpins our values. And that also goes with our companies like DeepMind, who contribute to scientific papers. They release things like AlphaFold, and they help advance technology and science.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So much content there and courses for people to show interest in. I'm going to turn lastly to AI, and I'm going to turn to you, Carlos, last but definitely not least. You are at QSide, and you work at the intersection of technology and cybersecurity. How do you see the role of AI in enhancing both security, which is a major concern, and innovation, which is a major source of promise? And what responsibilities do tech companies have to ensure that these advancements are accessible, are ethical, are secure, especially for the young generations that will inherit this?
Hi everyone, I'm Carlos Avellan. I come from Barcelona in Spain, and I'm leading a company called QSide. One of the things about security, AI, and any technology, right? At the end, the objective is simple, right? We're relying on a society that is very connected for most of what we do, right? We heard a great story here. And that's built on digital trust. And as you were referring, a lot of people just trust the system. The question is, who builds the system, and is it secure, right? And for centuries and even thousands of years, security has been there. People have been protecting and encrypting communications, right? And it's always a race between those trying to break systems and those trying to protect systems. And it's as simple as that. New tools, new technologies are amazing for protecting data, but also to break it, right? And that's what people are doing today. They're using AI to attack systems. And some others are using AI to protect those systems. What I want to mention is that the trust infrastructure we're relying on to protect our data, our communications, either if it's tactical, civilian, your health records are at threat today. And not from, as we were hearing before, not from an alarming standpoint, but that's something we need to protect. AI is one of those tools that people are using to attack systems. But there are other threats that are more even structural to the data, which comes from the development of quantum computers, right? So probably many of you have heard about a lot of developments in quantum computing. Companies like Google and many others are doing amazing work there. And these are machines that promise a lot of good things to happen, but in the same way as with AI, also a lot of risks emerge. And the reality is that if we would have a large enough quantum computer today, we could break most of the communication systems that we have in place, right? And we know this. For many years, people have been researching and developing new standards. Actually, last year, there were new standards published for the next generation of security systems called quantum secure communications networks, whatever. That's something that a lot of companies are developing. And those, for me, represent the two major technology platforms, opportunities with respect to protection of security and threats to security, AI and quantum. A lot of things are happening. Now, how does that affect, and maybe more connecting to the AI part, right? So I really wanted to bring the quantum topic on the conversation because that's something that a lot of people are working very hard, including ourselves. But in terms of AI, and something I was talking both on the backstage, but also with people recently, as new generations come and use AI natively since they're born, the way that they're going to be using data is even more profound and more expert than those that built the systems to start with, right? And that really, to me, is something to really look very carefully and things that new generations can contribute a lot on security. This will open new ways to attack and do attack vectors on systems. So how that will impact social engineering to extract data, to attack people, that's something that most of the older generations or mid-generations will have a harder time to crack than newer generations that were born using the systems, not building the systems. And I guess that's a huge opportunity to engage and contribute and have a profound impact on how new security systems are built and designed.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So I think that there is a lot of potential now to segue from that point to the inclusion aspect of that point. And I'm going to open this to the panel. And I'm going to ask that you please limit your answer to exactly 1 minute so that we have audience question time and online question time. And I'm going to give each of you the opportunity to answer one of two questions, depending on which you want. The first question is, what is your message to young people who want to shape the future of tech but don't know where to start? So that's option one. The second option is, young people are demanding that tech empowers rather than exploits. Is it possible to have a win-win? So feel free. I'm going to start with you because you're smiling. So 1 minute, please.
I'll do both in less than 1 minute.
Brilliant.
Number one, stop thinking about consuming tech and innovation. Start thinking about how to build it and do it yourself, because otherwise you will end up being a consumer and nothing else. And this brings me into the second question, the question of agency in this. If you keep consuming, then yeah, I think we know what the equation is going to look like in 10, 20 years. If you contribute to the building, then I hope we have a brighter future ahead.
Brilliant, brilliant. And if I can pick up on that, what is some way that someone can build? If someone's in this room and thinking, how do I be a builder?
Learn how to program, take some of the courses, other courses are available. Think about also the policy, the legal aspects and so on. If you think that just because you are an artist or a journalist or a lawyer or anything like that, that because of that you don't have a future or a place in tech, you are fundamentally wrong. I'm a political scientist, so.
I love that message. So tech is open to everyone.
Yes.
I'm going to move to Irene.
100%. I'm an economist, so same story. Yes to everything. There is the absolute need for young people to influence today, as I said, because you have the drive, you have the disruptive mindset, you have the opportunity, and you have the ethical understanding of how tech needs to develop. But there's also the opportunity. And don't think that you need to work on defense tech. Again, initiatives such as Diana, NAIF, but also innovation hackathons and challenges that NATO puts out are looking for dual-use applications. So there's room for everyone. Just make sure that you innovate, make sure that you're disruptive, and stay engaged with NATO because the opportunities are there to understand what you're doing and then push your projects forwards.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer both as well. So I definitely think that it's a win. You can have a win-win. And someone who comes from non-tech background myself as well, my message to you all is just to continuously learn, build the skills, innovate responsibly and collaboratively across different sectors to secure a digital future for yourselves. And be bold and responsible because the future is on your shoulders.
Brilliant. Lauren, if I can ask you from your vantage point at Google, what's the best example you've seen of a technology that both empowers people and empowers Google, so a win-win?
Yeah, so that's a good question, and I would say it's generative AI. And the reason why I say that is because it allows more people to access AI from different points. So whether you're a business user, whether you're a data scientist, you're able to utilize the tools, whether that's for productivity or mission-critical operations. So I would say Gen AI.
I love that. It's made it so accessible from language and improved the standards of so many.
Yes. Yeah.
Last but not least, again, Carrie.
I insist on one, which is the education perspective from learning the basics, right? One is using tools, and that's great, but understanding the basics, I think it's a foundation to really build moving forward. And I'd say from encouraging and how to really play a role, I go back to what I said before, right? So probably the most senior user of large language models is at most, 3 years old, right? So it's been doing it for 3 years. So you're definitely not late. You probably even have an advantage there, right? So I would encourage looking at those new sectors. And that's something that someone told me when we started the company, right? Senior people on the industry, there is not that many senior people on quantum technologies, right? Because the industry is rather new. With LLMs and generative AI, it's the same. So play on that strength because you're using it from day one.
You are a star. You've taken us almost to the 2-minute mark exactly. And so what I'm going to propose is for 1 minute, we have a few questions from the audience. Please keep it very brief because we do want to include online questions. You may state where you're from. You may just ask a question as a curious human being. So let's take some audience questions. I'll start at the front, the lady in red.
Hello, my name is Fia. I'm from Ukraine and I have a question about Estonia. Maybe you know in Ukraine we are having e-governance as well. We have digital passports, we are paying taxes online, no papers at all. And I've heard that Ukraine works on e-governance with Estonia together. Maybe you could share some projects, current ones, of Ukraine and Estonia because it's very interesting.
Awesome, cool, love the dress also.
Thank you.
Actually, it's funny that you mentioned Ukraine. So Ukraine runs a data exchange platform that was developed by our company. Thank you for the plug.
You're welcome.
In Estonia, it's called X-Road. So yeah, data exchange platform for all government authorities. You guys have an amazing government app called Dia. We have chosen a different path, but there are different ways of building very strong e-governance that is useful for all people. So really good job, and let's keep it up together. Thank you.
Okay, just to include the online audience, if we can answer this, someone on the panel in 10 seconds, I'd be grateful. Can youth-led AI initiatives address global challenges like misinformation and cyber warfare? So as quickly as possible.
Yes.
Last question. Let's go to the lady in black.
Thank you for the word. I am from Estonia. Hello. So a question about the system. So a lot about how great it is, but there are also quite a lot of people that call the elections are rigged because of that. So what do you think are the biggest shortcomings about it, or what should be fixed about it so it would be even greater and people would trust it more? Thank you.
Sure. I think the biggest problem is sometimes communicating how a system actually works. So you mentioned online voting. Some people don't quite understand it, and that's why they are not sure about the security. Also, being connected to the company that has developed the online voting system. Yeah, it's about public communication and understanding. So that's why education is so important.
Brilliant. Not that I'm biased, this was my favorite panel. It's been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to see that this topic can spark very deep interest with you. And up next, we're in for a very special moment. We'll be hearing from Darina Onishko, Project Manager at the Community of Democracies. She will join us for a unique storytelling session. In this short intervention, Darina will share her personal perspective on the value of freedom and what it truly means to her. It is a powerful reminder of the values that unite us, and I'm sure her words will resonate with us all. Darina, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My grandma recently passed away, but I'll remember her stories forever, and this is one of them. 1976 morning. My 28-year-old grandma wakes up at 6 a.m. in a tiny komunalka. It's a shared apartment where other families live as well. The walls are thin. She can already hear neighbors moving. Because 20 people share one bathroom, she lines up with a towel and a toothbrush. There is no hot water in the morning, so she either has to suffer through a really cold shower or hits a kettle. The shared kitchen is already bustling. She has some piece of black bread with some tea. Coffee is just a luxury. While eating, Olha listens to state-run radio, news glorifying Brezhnev, and reminding of the importance of the loyalty to the state and achievements of socialism as well. She wears some handmade dress and heads to the trolley bus. On trolley bus, she looks at other passengers, and some women are dressed in dresses exactly from the same fabric, because nothing else is available. Welcome to the Soviet Union. 2025 today. None of us, me being 28 years old, just like my grandma in the past, but living in modern Poland that is part of EU, NATO. None of my friends living in Brussels, Stockholm, or Ottawa, none of you sitting here today from NATO countries and beyond can truly identify with that reality. We have access to truthful news, countless social media platforms. We post our photos from vacations, as well as opinionated tweets. Abundance of choice. We can really decide whether to put some Vejas or Sambas or Speed Cats. There is so much we can choose. To have granola or matcha or smoothie. I'm a big foodie, so that list is really long for me. And I consider that lucky. But this is not how it is everywhere. And there is one issue with it as well. That freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction, as Ronald Reagan said in the past. Today, freedom and liberal democracy are under threat everywhere. Some threats are really loud and violent, like the unjust war that Russia started against my own country, Ukraine. Others are quieter, but still as dangerous. And I'm talking about disinformation, polarization, declining trust in elections and media. According to Freedom House, global freedom has been declining for 19 consecutive years. Only 20% of people around the world, only 20% live in free societies. 1 in 5, that's all. So yes, the situation is urgent. But I'm not here to spread despair. I'm here with hope. Democracy delivers. It makes countries and the world safer and more prosperous. Democracies do not go with the war against one another and experience far less internal conflict. Authoritarian and failed states, by contrast, face war, violent crime, and extremism much more often. They export instability, refugee crisis creates as well. The propaganda we hear from autocrats that democracy equals chaos is just false. So defending liberal democracy is not just idealistic, or is not at all idealistic. It's a practical strategy for peace and security. And that belief shaped my path. I worked with thousands of young people everywhere to stand up against autocracies. Would this be protesters who are students in Hong Kong, young political prisoners in Belarus, Georgians leading EU movement. There are so many examples of this. Many powerful changes have been made by young people in their 20s. Look at Serbia today, not so far away from here. Hundreds of thousands of young people are demanding democratic governance and standing up against corruption. Meanwhile, authoritarian regimes are also investing in their own youth. In 2024 alone, Russia allocated over $500 million for so-called patriotic education. They are also kidnapping our old children, Ukrainian, and raising them as Russians, stripping them of our language, identity, and future, over 20,000 estimated. It is a terrifying reminder that when democracies debate, autocracies act. But when they train obedience, we must cultivate imagination for positive action. I often reflect on one concept that is called anti-fragility by Nassim Taleb, and it describes systems that grow stronger as a result of stresses and shocks. I believe that Ukraine, as well as Europe and NATO, can be anti-fragile, that we will not just survive this war, but emerge more united, innovative, and more just. We have the opportunity to reboot, to really move beyond that bureaucratic inertia that we know a lot about. Remove polarized politics and instead build a society rooted in agility and civic responsibility. We need civic leaders who are responsible and national leaders on one side, but we also need responsible citizens. And my message to you today is that you all have real power, not just through institutions, but through everyday choices. And this can be, for example, calling out disinformation when you see it. Do not let those lies go viral in silence. Vote, help others to vote as well, convince your family and friends to do that, that's important. Volunteer, join a civic initiative, start one. Go one step further, run for office. You see how many young people are shaping policies from North Macedonia to Lithuania these days. You can be one of them. If your skill is to make money, make them, and then contribute to your political party, to your favorite one. That's not so popular still in Europe. Use a voice to advocate for more. You can call on your governments to double or triple their commitment to democracy assistance. So many organizations at the grassroots level and local media are just suffering from not enough funding these days. Change doesn't only happen in protests. It happens in budgets, in boardrooms, and as well as in ballots. One personal ask from me, please continue supporting people of Ukraine. Right now, it's more than ever that we need it. When we hear about those chaotic conversations about concessions to land and our people. As I finish, I think back to the tiny Komunalka in 1976, where my grandma lived with no voice, no choice, and no freedom. And we don't live in that world anymore, but it's up to us to keep it that way. Thank you.
Wow, that was really a very, very powerful conclusion of this set of sessions. Thank you so much, Darina, for being so open and sharing your personal story with us. Now it's time for a short break, and we are really inviting you to check the networking opportunities around the room, and please make sure to visit the allied representatives and speakers where you can talk about your further engagement. We'll be back in exactly 10 minutes, so enjoy your break and we'll see you soon. back, everyone. Hope you had some time to recharge and to network with each other. And we're now entering the final segment of what has already been a very interesting, inspiring, and productive day. This next session will take us into one of the most pressing challenges of our time, hybrid threats. It will be about understanding these threats, but also about empowering young people to be part of the solution, to help build a more resilient, secure, and digitally safe future. To lead us through this vital discussion, we're joined by Tomas Pildegovic, advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia. Tomas, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Dear speakers, hello everyone. I'm glad to see that we have so many survivors, so many of you coming back. I know that 4:30 is probably the worst time for a panel discussion, but trust me, we have a topic that I think will keep everyone awake. So a few months ago, NATO Secretary General made a remark that I think really captures the current state of play. He said that NATO is not at war, but we are not at peace either, right? And he's, of course, completely right. We as NATO allies are not involved in any conventional direct war, but it's not a stretch to say that NATO allies are under attack. And I'm not only talking about these kind of soft, cuddly security issues. Increasingly so, we see that there is actually nothing hybrid about the hybrid attacks we're facing, right? So we're facing direct, kinetic attacks on our critical infrastructure. In the Baltics, where I'm from, we see attacks on our telecom infrastructure, on gas pipelines. We see jamming of GPS signals that affects planes. We see sabotage. We see warehouses, factories going up in flames on NATO allied territory. Not to even mention, constant cyber attacks that we see with growing intensity every single day. These attacks are, of course, part of Russia's conventional playbook, active measures, influence operations aimed at destabilizing our societies. But of course, now we see the technological element coming in ever more so, making these threats increasingly so dangerous. And so I think on this panel, we have the perfect blend to really discuss these issues. We have an expert from Montenegro. By the way, based on my first 12 hours here in Budva, I'm ready to leave my life behind and just move here permanently. So we have Marko Banovic, who is Chief Analyst at the Digital Forensic Center. We have expertise in emerging technology, Sofia Romansky, who is the Strategic Analyst at the Hague Center of Strategic Studies, and also Project Coordinator for the Global Commission on Responsible Use of AI in the Military Domain. And we have a distinguished representative from NATO to answer all of the really tough questions, Vlasta Zekulic, who is Branch Head of Strategic Issues and Engagements at NATO's ACT in Norfolk. So Vlasta, let's start with you. I already sketched out a bit how these hybrid attacks are actually becoming increasingly violent, increasingly nasty, aggressive. How is NATO adapting to this new reality? How has NATO's thinking about hybrid attacks changed over time?
So, very interesting question, and actually from its very, very core, whether you look already from the Soviet times or when NATO started using the term hybrid warfare again, which was actually in 2009, in a context not Russia-related, but back then, ambiguity and coerciveness of attacks in Afghanistan. If you don't know who is attacking you, if you don't understand with the clarity who and what, but they're so coercive that they're very aggressive and kinetic, we started using the term hybrid warfare. Obviously, in 2013, following attacks in Crimea, NATO for the first time actually looked at it from the state actor's perspective. And that's where our first strategy came from. And interestingly, because of the nature of these attacks, still being very coercive, but also very ambiguous. There's this gray zone that they're exploring all the time. We even called the strategy on NATO's role in countering hybrid warfare. From the start, we understood NATO cannot do this alone. We need to work with the others. There's only part of the picture that we have seen. The others are seeing the different, and we need to look together. because otherwise we would be completely blinded. I think this evolution, once we had the strategy in place, we started understanding better, created the NATO fusion, hybrid cells, like we literally started looking and fighting very actively. And it was always different kind of coercive and different kind of ambiguous. There is so much gray zone that they're exploited for as long as they don't trigger Article 5 or something that we can really, really break them apart. Because of all of that, because of the body of attacks that we were seeing, in 2022, our defense ministers actually for the first time agreed on so-called the playbook of the comprehensive response and preventive measures. We wrote to the allies because you're going to see where you're hit before we can as organization. Take this playbook and learn how to fight it. Fight it across all dimensions, all domains. And I think that actually the change of the nature, with the view that it still stays very coercive, and sometimes by the time we see it, it's almost too late. By that time, the damage is done and they have to move on. But they haven't triggered the big responses. We're actually rewriting the NATO hybrid strategy right now. At the summit in Hague, it should be accepted. The first thing, there is a lot of new elements in it. I can't talk about it yet. But one of the big new things is that for the first time, the strategy will be jointly written by the civil and military teams. Mm-hmm. We are not decoupling the responses. We are putting it together because we see that that's how the attacks are coming over. So a lot of measures in place.
So I know here at the NATO Youth Summit we are among friends, but I still understand that it's not realistic for me to ask you to reveal this NATO playbook. Mm-hmm. But still, maybe just so we're not talking in complete kind of abstract buzzwords, so what sort of capabilities does NATO need to invest in to build up resilience against these sort of aggressive hybrid attacks we're talking about? Because, you know, all of the previous panels were saying, oh, we need to invest more in defense and we need to ramp up defense spending 3%, 4%, 5%. This is billions and billions. And this is easy to understand when it comes to, you know, buying artillery shells or buying fighter jets or tanks. Not so clear when it comes to resilience against the hybrid attacks. So what sort of capabilities does NATO need?
So on the purely building resilience side, because the civil resilience links directly to the military resilience, you can't decouple the two. So we call it at ACT like layered resilience. It's one of the 5 top warfare development imperatives. If you can't build resilience, you will fail. And what we look together with our civilian colleagues is how do you protect critical infrastructure, communication systems, food supplies, road supplies, movement of people, continuity of governance. There's all these logistics, enablement, supply chains. All of these are mapped in grand detail and how do we need to protect them. In addition to that, where the difficulty, I would say, of the hybrid attacks come is when we did a huge mapping, which inspired in that handbook, is what was most commonly attacked. It's usually decision-making, like a freedom, societal, like we say, gap, like vulnerabilities or grievances. It was critical infrastructure. It was also beliefs and values, things that it's very hard for us to know what to do about. And there was a great question earlier from the audience. How do you protect your values when they're under attack of this ambiguity and stuff? So I would say like across the resilience, this merging, understanding all the soft issues, and that's why NATO can't do it alone. That's why we have to be pairing up with the others.
Okay, I really like how this conversation is going, and I could ask like 10 follow-ups, but I think the organizers are going to kill me. So, Sophia, let's turn to you and maybe extend our discussion into looking at how these emerging technologies are actually already impacting a real, live, hot conflict. Of course, I'm talking about Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Can you talk about how, for instance, AI is changing the battlefield, both the actual kinetic battlefield and the information space?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of what I'm going to say will build quite nicely on the panel that happened right before the break, which laid out artificial intelligence as a category of technologies that has the potential to impact so many aspects of our lives, and that has direct implications for the military domain as well in both of these aspects, kinetic and non-kinetic. And so I think 2 of the key phrases that have been around both in media but also in the way that within NATO things are being spoken about it is that Ukraine is now a testing ground for emerging technologies. There was a phrase that was used earlier where it's kind of like everything in the kitchen. It's trying what works, seeing what works, live kind of sandbox experimentation, and seeing what this new category of technologies. Artificial intelligence itself is obviously not new, but is a new subset of artificial intelligence can allow soldiers to do on the ground. And the other phrase that is very common is that the character of war is changing. While the nature of war remains the same, the character is changing, meaning that we are focusing on slightly different things, and in order to get advantage over our adversaries, we need to focus on different things. And so if you look at both aspects, kinetic and non-kinetic, the main things that artificial intelligence impacts is speed, scale, and reach. How fast you can process data, how much data you can process, and the variety of data that you can process both over time but also geographically. And so for kinetic applications, that has direct consequences. And this is what we are seeing in Ukraine. Whenever drones are mentioned, that is what they are a testament of, that we no longer need soldiers going out for reconnaissance and surveillance. We can send a drone with computer vision installed on it, which can recognize targets. We also have partially autonomous munitions that can then also be deployed in order to eliminate targets. But since this is a panel on hybrid threats, I want to take it more into the non-kinetic dimension. What is happening there? And I think taking this anchor of data, what we are seeing is a blurring of boundaries, even more so than we had experienced when the concept of hybrid threats first emerged. That especially with the rise of generative artificial intelligence, which is really what launched AI into the spotlight in the last few years, this
discussion was written by ChatGPT
half
an hour ago.
Oh, no, I have a lot of problems with that, but we'll talk about them later. But it's the way that not only are the sources of threats changing, but also who can defend, so to say. Where's the boundary between a civilian and a soldier now, when civilians can directly contribute to databases that are then used by soldiers? Another example that came out of Ukraine, where there was actually a lot of targeting assistance received from civilians. This has direct implications under, for example, international humanitarian law of targeting civilians and what is fair in conflict. But I think something that I am personally most worried about is not necessarily how adversaries can use these new technologies, and specifically generative artificial intelligence. While it is important to say that, for example, with Gen AI and access to these open models, the threshold for disinformation, misinformation, and active propaganda has been significantly lowered because it is just so much easier to create, right? You know, supposedly ChatGPT has restrictions on preventing the use of the creation of disinformation, but they're incredibly easy to get around because of the way that we use natural language. But it is how artificial intelligence, and specifically generative AI, creates vulnerabilities within societies that can then be exploited. So deterioration of critical thinking, but also the inability to distinguish between information that was not just produced by humans, but now produced by AI.
But if I can ask you a brief follow-up question about that other grim side of the coin, so to say. So based on this case study of Russia's war in Ukraine, what are we learning about the way the adversaries are leveraging these technologies? Are the Russians leveraging this tech capably, or does Ukraine have the technological edge? And where does NATO fit into this bigger picture?
The technology is being leveraged, but not necessarily in the ways that you would expect. So if you would expect that Russia would use generative AI to make these grand propagandistic pictures, that is not what we are seeing. But it is AI on the back end that is again contributing to the speed, scale, and reach of hybrid attacks, right? Again, as I started with my first sentence, AI is a category of technologies that affects basically everything. So that means when you're thinking about cyber attacks, you should also be thinking about how AI can be used to strengthen cyber attacks, make it more difficult to detect, make it possible that the code that is provided can actually go into more servers at the same time, because it is anchored in an AI system that is able to do multiple tasks at the same time. So that is actually what we're seeing more from adversaries, is AI used in the back end rather than in the front end.
Marco, I have not forgotten about you. I did some stalking, so to say, and I see that you've done really valuable research on foreign interference, hostile disinformation, influence campaigns, both in your country and in the wider Western Balkans. And I was wondering if you could maybe share this regional perspective on what sort of tools and strategies adversaries are using to spread, for instance, anti-NATO narratives here in this country.
Yeah, of course. So we heard on the previous Western Balkan panel some context about the region, and we have to explain a little bit of our weaknesses, including countries that are member of NATO. We have weak institutions, politicized institutions, lack of trust from the public in institutions. We have ethnic divisions both inside of countries but also between the countries, lack of trust and lack of cooperation between the countries. And sometimes we're targeted all as a region, and events happening in Serbia or events happening in Bosnia translates to Macedonia or Kosovo or Montenegro. So we are connected whether we like it or not. Now, these weaknesses are exploited by hostile actors, and there are two main adversaries. First is Russia, which is using every hybrid threat they have in their playbook, including cyber attacks, including election interference, disinformation campaigns, attacks on critical infrastructure, organizing protests in each country. And of course, we can't forget about China, which is increasing its influence in the country year by year, and it will definitely be a big player in the future years in the region.
And what sort of narratives are they spreading about?
So,
what are maybe some of the more effective ones?
Well, there are three main narratives. First one is NATO is aggressor. Ironically, they're using Russian aggression in Ukraine to point that out, but they're using such a quality framed narratives that they're gaining traction in societies. Then they're using the narrative that NATO is threatening the sovereignty of the country members. And this is mainly targeting Montenegro, as some pro-Russian politicians are pointing out that we do not make our decisions by ourselves, that NATO is making decisions for us. And there's a third narrative that NATO is anti-Serb and anti-Orthodox. And this is quite an emotional narrative, which is targeting religious and Orthodox communities, which are the majority in the Western Balkans. And for that reason, Serbian Orthodox Church is the key player for Russian influence in the Western Balkans. Just a few days ago, we had Russian Patriarch, head of Serbian Orthodox Church, going into Moscow, meeting with Vladimir Putin, being grateful for the Russian actions in the region, saying that he hopes that Kosovo, Serbia, Republic of Srpska, entity of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Montenegro, a NATO country, will continue to be part of the Orthodox world and Russian world. So these are the narratives, and they're quite well framed and publicized into all countries of the Western Balkans, and they trigger this emotional reaction. Then they're exploiting the NATO intervention in the 1999. So this is also a huge burden, have a huge emotional toll on the society, and they're spinning it, they're creating disinformation campaigns, they're fabricating facts, and they're very well targeting youth communities. So we're talking about NATO adapting, and we have this great meeting with youth gathering from all around the world, but they're doing the same thing. Mm-hmm. Serbian Orthodox Church is pushing and all these other networks and proxies, because Russia in Montenegro and the region is using proxies. It's not directly involved like it used to be, especially when Montenegro was trying to join NATO. So the past decade, we had the presence of GRU agents constantly, disinformation created by GRU agents with such a weak Montenegrin language. No, they're now relying on proxies, especially pro-Russian proxies and Serbian nationalists. I see you have a question.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a follow-up. You mentioned youth, and I wanted to ask maybe outside of this magical NATO Youth Summit bubble, could you comment on the attitudes that Montenegrin youth have towards NATO? Do they see the value of this alliance, or are they disinterested? Are they skeptical?
Well, it's quite difficult to measure these things, especially as we're part of NATO, and there are not many public opinion polls investigating these things, especially with the youth. I know a year ago there was a public opinion poll asking about the question, who's to blame for the war in Ukraine. Majority, I think 36% said that it was the US and NATO, 29% said it's Russia, and 60% said it was Ukraine. So you see they're quite well targeting and using these emotional narratives to enter especially the youth bubbles. And unfortunately, they are, I think, if we do not create a counter-narrative, counter-campaign, I think there will be successful, and the results of these campaigns we'll not see it in 5 years, but in 40 years, because they're framing this generation quite well. And on that sense, I have to talk a bit about Serbia, because Serbia have quite influence in the whole region. And the Serbian schools. For example, there was analysis about history books in Serbian public schools from the First World War till today. And you can see how the same events changes through years depending on the narratives that government is pushing. And for example, Montenegro was in history books in Serbia always positively painted, until 2017, when it started being the enemy, being a country that is endangering Serbs in Montenegro, not treating them right. And you see the shift between the Serbian government toward Montenegro and their influence there. So the same thing comes with NATO. And I think somebody asked on earlier question whether Serbia will join NATO, or I think at this moment that's a completely impossible task, especially with the generations which have been educated to have a negative stance on NATO.
We're low on time, but I'm the moderator, so they're not going to kick us out, right? So I think we'll definitely take 2 or 3 audience questions. So if you could raise your hand. Maybe this gentleman in the second row here.
Hello, so my name is Michael Tuczapski. I'm from Poland. And I really greatly appreciate this panel discussion, and I especially like what Marco said before. And I wanted to ask, what can NATO member states do to combat the misinformation, disinformation that foreign actors have in NATO member states? Thank you.
And let's take 2 more immediately. Maybe this lady with the blue collar.
In an era of increasing reliance on advanced technologies and automation, how is NATO addressing the risk of desensitization to warfare and ensuring that the human element remains central in military decision-making?
And this gentleman.
Hello, thank you all. I'm from the United States, and in my country there are obviously some, what are at the moment very influential pro-Russian political narratives and anti-NATO political narratives, and it is sometimes difficult to parse whether they're coming from abroad in Russia or whether they're coming from domestic actors who are sincerely pro-Russian, and to what extent the Russians then take advantage of that. How do you see the challenge of parsing the difference between a foreign influence operation within your country and sincere domestic sympathies with Russia? And how can we counter those sincere domestic sympathies without in turn becoming more repressive at home? And I think this is a challenge in the US, but also in places like in the Balkans and also Romania as well, among others. Thank you.
Well, all easy questions, really not much to think about. So, Lasta, maybe you would like to take a stab.
I think both of the questions rely, and actually links closely to what Marco is saying. It's very, very hard to distinguish what is truly the sentiment that comes from the people, because there is the disinformation stuff, but there's also hostile information, where they took bits and pieces of real stuff and put it together in something that's really not real. But it's very hard to debunk it, because every single little piece that is being served, it's real. There is what we usually in NATO, when we teach hybrid warfare, how to fight it, we always look for 2 things. And it goes exactly to what Marco was talking about, emotional triggers. Anger and fear. If somebody is triggering anger or fear, something is off. News are not supposed to do that. It can create sympathy, but like if the narratives are so polarizing that it really starts sticking that emotional thing in you, something is off. That's the first thing that we at least teach. Like whether they're coercive and they're blowing up something, usually it's anger against not who done it, because it's going to take a while to figure it out, but incapacity of your government to protect you. If something is making you really afraid, we heard that earlier, they're coming, they're bad, like what you go, like again, it creates this like anxiety, forcing you to do something. Those are usually the triggers that it is coming from the wrong side. Because your own people, your own politicians, your own words, there's different ways of communicating that. It will not come across like that. So that's what I would say, like how usually, in a very, very gray zone, you distinguish. And just super quickly on that, how do you keep eyes on the human? Every single military plan, every single operation is based on who are you trying to protect. Everything starts with that. We don't plan, we're a defensive alliance. We do not start our planning who we're going to kill. It's what are you trying to protect? Is it the structures, people, territories? So they are always the focus. And because of that, and nowadays more than ever with the use of the AI and technology, we wargame and simulate scenarios and plans up to 2 million times. We run them through the simulation to make sure that whatever we are trying to do will come with the least impact and the least the casualties of the civilians, and will still create the maximum impact. So we heard before, like modern wars are old and new. What we, particularly at Allied Command Transformation, we are NATO's Futures Command, is looking how do we create increased lethality with the most decreased casualties or lethality on our own side. And tech is helping us immensely in doing that.
Maybe you would like to chime in on the desensitization
Yes, absolutely. It's a great question. So the main thing that is currently being discussed is where is the human going to remain within this automation? And so the terms that are usually used are human in the loop, human on the loop, or human out of the loop. Human out of the loop, and what is the loop? The loop is a common military term. It's the observe, orient, decide, act loop. That is the basic principle of any military where if your observe, orient, decide, act loop, OODA loop goes faster than your adversary, then you're more likely to win in a conflict. And so if you can make artificial intelligence technologies or automated technologies perform the functions in this loop, where do you want the human to remain? And so to answer that question, two questions need to be answered first. What is the technology doing? What is the goal? What is it protecting? What are you targeting? And to what extent is then human discretion necessary in the moment? What is the human element here? Because there are many things that artificial intelligence technologies are not capable of, because even though they have access to these immense amounts of information, they don't have the entirety of the context the same way that a human soldier does. And so maintaining that human element and that humanity throughout the loop is what is primarily the priority of NATO in ensuring that, people remain responsible for what is done, even if it's so integrated with AI technologies. And that's also then a reference to the AI strategy of NATO, where there are responsible principles that set the guidelines for this preservation of humanity.
Mm-hmm. So I'm pretty sure I won't get invited to future NATO Youth Summits, but I think in conclusion, I would like for each of you to say just a sentence or two about, I think, something that Vlasta said just now, which I think really captures, for me, the essence of this conversation and the wider debate, which is this concept of anxiety, right? That the zeitgeist of this era that we're living in, especially for young people, is one of anxiety, that we are in danger, that war is imminent, conventional war, Russia, China, hybrid attacks, cyber, nuclear. How do you cope with this anxiety? What are the systems that one needs to develop to withstand this? Maybe Marco, you would like to start.
I would say strong institutions and brave leaders. I think in these times for uncertainty, and especially which are these campaigns targeting youth, I think we need these things to rely on and to look up to, and I think that will definitely shape the future of NATO, but also the whole security architecture in the world.
I think I will give a call to the members of the audience. As members of the youth and I myself, I find reflecting on why I care and why I am human actually really helps me kind of face this existential dread that comes from a lot of, especially generative AI, where I remind myself that I still have something to offer. My job is not under risk unless I forget what I am giving as a person as well. And so having these genuine moments of reflection of like, why am I interested in this in the first place? Do I go to the NATO Youth Summit just to put it on my resume and say that I did a good thing? Or do I really care about these topics and I have some kind of perspective that I want to offer that no AI knows of? And so that's uniquely yours, and that's something that you bring to the table.
I will be super short. Get involved. The sense of powerlessness comes if you think the world is happening to you. You challenge it the best. Get involved. Join the ranks. Political, military, activist, whatever. Once you're part of it, once you join it, you can actually influence it. At least you'll get inside vision. At least if you join the NATO, then you'll know what we are doing, which we're not allowed to talk. So get involved. That's the biggest thing, yes.
Okay, everything is clear. Be brave and get involved. Maybe a round of applause for our speakers.
Thank you, Thomas, for guiding us through this very interesting discussion. And we now shift our focus to a rapidly evolving and increasingly vital domain, space. In 2019, NATO officially designated space as its 5th operational domain, joining land, air, sea, and cyberspace, recognizing its growing impact on security. This next session will explore the challenges and opportunities of space security and how NATO and its partners are working to ensure safety and stability beyond our atmosphere. To lead this important conversation, we're joined by Julia Baum, Research Associate at the Freeman Air and Space Institute at King's College London. Julia, over to you.
Thank you, and hello to everyone, and welcome to Guardians of the Galaxy. We'll be discussing space security, which is no longer now space systems being a nice to have, but rather critical for not only modern society, but for modern warfighting. And I hope we can cover both aspects of sort of defense and also national security here. I'm joined with a brilliant panel here, which I'm hoping we can absolutely get to and really crack down on some questions. So please do submit those questions and think them up now, because I'm hoping to get through as much Q&A as possible. So we're starting at the end here with James Black, who's the Assistant Director of RAND. In the middle is Hugo Peter, postdoctoral researcher, and Yannick Petrie, Space Intelligence Officer from NATO headquarters. And I'd like to start with you, Hugo, to maybe sort of paint the landscape for us. And maybe you can enlighten us a little bit about what are the current pressing space threats that you see and how they're impacting international security.
Thank you, Julia. The first one is maybe kinetic attacks. I mean, we have been through different test hazards, and the problem of these attacks in space is the proliferation of space debris, which will cause consequences and probably damage a lot of satellites. And as we are all reliant on space assets with GPS or bank or weather forecast. Maybe it is the most important, but we can also mention the cyber attacks with hypothesis like Viasat attack by Russia, and maybe other things like spoofing or jamming, which can interrupt the services of satellites and the data which can be transmitted or received by the satellites. Yeah.
Great, and I know that you've got a legal background, and so just with a bit of a governance hat on, where are we sitting today in terms of addressing these threats through legal tools? Do we have sort of adequate governance structures for that?
We don't have so much tools in terms of legal perspective. We have the United Nations Charter, which will be able to apply with Article 244, 2 paragraph 4 and 51. And also we have the Outer Space Treaty, but it only deals with nuclear weapons or things like that. So for less conventional weapons or attacks, it didn't deal with. So we don't have a lot of legal framework for now, but maybe we can have it in the future, and we are fighting for it. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. Sort of to pivot and focus a bit on NATO, Yannick, perhaps you could enlighten us a bit on why space is a critical domain for NATO, and are NATO countries developing enough capabilities to protect those assets, as we've just heard a little bit about the threat landscape?
Yeah, thank you very much. Also great to be here, really. And it's really good to hear a bit of a legal perspective on this as well, because I'm really just focusing on the facts. I really want to get the space capabilities on board for NATO to make sure that we have the best tech available for our forces. I think it was mentioned earlier that we, as NATO, defined space only as a critical domain in 2019, but I think long before that, space has always been a critical domain since we actually use it actively for the entire population. I think quite often we forget how many space services we use on a daily basis. If you go out later and you have another coffee, and I don't think it's for free here, but in that case, that coffee also is like really, you can drink it for that price, because space provides services from supporting farming through space-based aggregation system or irrigation systems to the ship that transports the coffee beans to Europe. It's using satellite navigation. And then if you pay for the coffee on a street vending machine, it's possible that that payment system is also using satellite-based communication. So there's really a very, very big area of applications. And for NATO, to shift a bit more to the military side, first of all, space is critical because all of the decisions at NATO are made in Starbucks at NATO headquarters. So without coffee, that would really put us in a bit of a pickle. Then from a very practical application point of view, we're using it for missile warning, we're using it for intelligence, which is a bit more my area for that. So for intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, space-based imagery is extremely important for our information ecosystem at NATO headquarters. Satellite communications, so secure communications, command and control. So the area is really, none of the weapon systems that we use on the battlefield, none of the modern weapon systems really work without space. And if we then kind of shift a bit also towards, what are the latest trends also, and how are we actually applying some of the space capabilities, and are we actually doing enough on those space capabilities? I think we have really started to create a proper momentum over the past few years, where NATO has really started to invest in space capabilities through the nations, because NATO itself doesn't own satellites, for example. We have a massive surveillance program, the Alliance Persistent Surveillance from Space, which is something we've worked on. And then we got a bit better with the names afterwards. We have now something called Starlift at Northlink. We talked about Skynet briefly, but that name was already taken. So there's really a lot of momentum behind this, and some of the areas that we actually use space-based surveillance for example, is, you've probably all heard about some of the recent attacks on critical undersea infrastructure. So we have something that's called a dark vessel detection, for example, where we look at the GPS coordinates that ships are sending, and then we look at the satellite images and see if we see a ship on that image, but we don't see a signal, maybe it's worth having a closer look at that ship. So those are some of the areas where we're actually using, space. And then just one last point, we currently really see a big shift towards commercial space and the commercialization of space. Before it was really government actors shooting up satellites and having spy satellites up in space. And now we're looking more at an almost subscription model that some companies are offering for space-based imagery. So think of Netflix. If you want to watch some movies, or you want to learn something about drug trafficking or drug trafficking routes, you watch Narcos. And if you want to watch something about space-based surveillance, for example, then you're looking at Guardians of the Galaxy. So there's really a large area of access now that we have to space. And then if you want to have a higher resolution, you maybe upgrade to the premium service and you get the images in 4K. So there's a lot moving, and I think there's also a lot of legal aspects and probably also some ethical aspects that we really have to look at, and it's just a super exciting area to work in.
Thank you, Yannick. We heard in the previous panel that sort of the way to avoid war is to prepare. For looking out into the future and how we can be better prepared, James, could you possibly maybe detail some of the trends that we're seeing in the space domain, or potentially how the domain is projected to evolve over time in terms of architectures and technologies?
Yeah, absolutely, and good afternoon, everyone. I mean, I think building a bit on what the previous two speakers have said, I mean, we're seeing a few key kind of macro trends, I think, which are shaping this. So we've already spoken a little bit there about the commercialization. That is driving, rapid innovation in technology in space, both in what we call the upstream and the downstream. So in the actual, design and manufacture of rockets, satellites, sensors, all those sorts of things, which are getting smaller, cheaper, better, more effective. But also in the downstream. So what we do with the data, what sort of services we provide, how you integrate space, be it connectivity, timing, navigation, whatever, into all of the other activities that happen down on Earth. And I think we still tend to talk about kind of space economy and how that's growing. I think increasingly we're just going to be talking about the economy, because the idea of differentiating between what's happening in space and what's happening terrestrially is just, I think, becoming more and more tenuous. It's just pervading everything that we do. I think related to that drive around technology is falling costs of launch. And if you put those two things together, there are lots of activities in space which perhaps were technically possible in the past or could be technically possible soon, but they weren't economically or financially viable. It just cost too much to get stuff up there. And the reality now is that it's getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, in particular because of reusable launch vehicles and private companies that are behind those. And that suddenly unlocks a whole load of new categories of activity in outer space. And we've seen an exponential growth in the number of satellites on orbit, but also not the kind of diversity and variety of those satellites. So, we are moving to an area where people are starting to talk really seriously about things like, massive space-based solar panels that can power cities down on Earth. We're seeing people talk about manufacturing in space, food production in space, medical and pharmaceutical production and research, and then all sorts of ancillary services like repairing satellites, refueling them, disposing of them if they're in a dangerous orbit or they've run out of propellant. And so there's this whole ecosystem growing. And I think the final thing to say, to link it back to your point about preparing, is that ecosystem holds huge value and huge potential, but also obviously introduces new vulnerabilities and dependencies. So there's a kind of larger attack surface, to use a bit of jargon, so more things in the system that you can attack. There are more ways to attack them, and obviously our dependence on them is only growing. And so I think, therefore, preparing is all about resilience, and that's both something for organisations like NATO and national governments and militaries to deal with, but it's also something for private operators, scientific institutions, all of the other people that are involved in space to try and bake in. And I think to kind of finish that up, if we had a panel earlier talking about cyber, and you go back to the early days of computing, when we started to become aware of cyber, it was still something that we thought that kind of institutions had to deal with. But obviously nowadays we all know that cybersecurity is also like a personal responsibility. Good cyber hygiene, not using the same password for all of your logins, all these sorts of things. And I think, 10, 20 years in the future, we're similarly just going to see, businesses, companies, all having to think much more about dependence on space and how they contribute to security and resilience therein.
Great, thanks, James. I guess now is the time for you to change all of your passwords off of password 123. And I just have one final question, then I'll open up to Q&A. For each of you, if we'll just start with Yannick and then go down the panel, where are today's space security conversations falling short, and how can the next generation push them further?
Yeah, that's a big one. And I think you've already addressed a lot of the trends that we're looking at, and I think there's a lot more that we don't even know about yet, some of the applications, and that's also, again, quite exciting. I think one of the aspects that we probably have to look at increasingly is also really how we protect assets in space. Because we have a lot of commercial providers that some of them started maybe providing only civilian services, and all of a sudden they're also supporting government actors in potential times of conflict, and then they become an actor in that conflict and also a target in that conflict from adversaries. Then we have to talk about space debris. So obviously we already managed to trash space, And that is something we have to take care of, because if even a small piece of debris travels at 10,000 kilometers per second, I think it is or 10 kilometers per second. There's such a force behind this that it's a real threat to other satellites. And the more debris you have up there, the more challenging it is. Then you have countries looking into placing nuclear weapons in space, which is also a major threat to space assets. So there's a lot of aspects that we really have to think about. And I'm obviously looking a bit more from the NATO perspective at this, but we're definitely going to need all of you and all of your expertise and all of your motivation, whether it's on sustainability in space, on law, on regulating space. So there's a lot of potential there, and I think it's quite exciting.
Yeah, as a jurist, my answer will be in the outer space treaty there is a principle of peaceful use of outer space, and maybe today it's endangered by a lot of things. I will not repeat what have been said before, but maybe we can or we have to try to get back to this peaceful use or peaceful uses. I know it's not like easy mission, but to do that, we can see that multilateralism is not yet the solution. We have no agreements between states for a long time, with the end of the 90s, and the Moon Agreement for jurists. And today we are going back to bilateralism, or even mostly to unilateralism, and we need to get back to multilateralism, not with treaties or things like that, but maybe with two key words, transparency and confidence. We cruelly lack transparency and confidence in space between every actors, governmental or not, and maybe this is the most essential thing to have, because it's like a round circle. If you have transparency, it will encourage confidence, and if you have confidence, it will encourage transparency. So in law, we have what we call transparency and confidence building measures. So we need to involve states in such measures in order to diminish the threats.
And I think for me, if we're kind of focusing on what the next generation can do, I think it's really sort of get involved. So there's huge capacity building needs, both across NATO, but also globally. Space is a huge growth area for militaries, for governments, for businesses, but we don't have enough people with space-related skills, be they in public service, be they in the private sector, be they in academia, even lawyers. So there's kind of huge opportunities for that. And I think if you then apply that at a slightly more kind of macro scale, there are a small number of countries that have been doing space for a long time, and you understand it quite well. There's a number of people like the US, Russia, China. There's people who are relatively well developed in space, kind of nationally for their programs. Bigger countries in Europe, for example. But nowadays we're seeing more and more countries become spacefaring, and every country in the world has equities in space, even if they're not currently, launching stuff off their territory or anything like that. And so there's a huge kind of education, awareness raising piece to be done. And in a lot of governments, there's like one or two people working on space, right? And that's just not sufficient to deal with the kind of scale of the complexity of the challenges that they faced. So there is absolutely a kind of opportunity out there, I think, for people to get involved in their own countries in whatever field, policy, engineering, law, whatever.
Thank you. So turning to the audience now, I'd like to pick sort of two questions that we'll start off with, if you just raise your hand. To the gentleman over here, and to the lady over here.
Hello, my name is Carl. I'm from the UK, and my question is, as space tourism accelerates and commercial actors increase their presence in orbit, what role should NATO play in shaping space governance to ensure security, sustainability, and equitable access beyond Earth orbit?
Thank you. And would you like to ask your question as well, and then we'll go to the panel?
Hello, thank you all for your speeches. My name is Dunya, I'm from Turkey. You mentioned that space technologies cost a lot and you're trying to provide them, trying to make them as much as accessible as much. And every member country of NATO has different GDPs, different budgets allocated to defense systems. So how are you trying to provide the equal space technology to all members? Is there any budget allocation of NATO to the member states? Thank you.
Yannick, would you like to start with that one?
Yeah, I guess they all mentioned NATO, so it's on me. So what NATO's role can be in governing especially commercial space or the commercialization of space, I think. So we actually just passed in February the first NATO commercial space strategy, which is looking at some of those aspects. So we're definitely taking an active role. But I've also mentioned that NATO itself is not an autonomous space actor, so we don't shoot up satellites. So I think our role is primarily in facilitating. We have governance bodies that bring together the expertise and the governance and the administrations of 32 nations. And I think that's quite a unique setting where you can actually discuss all of those things. And I've definitely mentioned also that the commercialization overall is a big challenge because it also requires a lot of adaptation in our procurement systems. Sometimes, I mean, we have these really massive procurement programs. When you think about buying a new fighter jet or new tanks, it's usually like a 20-year program, and then by the time you get the system, it's already outdated, or there's a completely different mission requirement for new systems. So that is something that we don't see at the moment with space. So it's much more rapidly moving. And yeah, NATO is the facilitator. We are, I don't necessarily like that word because it always implies a bit that you're kind of pushing away the accountability, like someone else actually does the stuff. But I think in our situation, it's quite a powerful tool actually to bring all those nations together. And then the second question is, I guess a bit about the cost benefit of nations. It's a bit of a cost-benefit analysis for nations how to invest in NATO, and we have this principle of burden sharing. So, by default, some of the smaller nations are not able to contribute the same as some of the larger nations and don't have the same capabilities, but they can contribute what they can. And I think we had a lot of debates on a political level about burden sharing, fueled by a few member nations or one. So that is definitely a debate that we are also looking at, and it also applies to space, of course. But fundamentally, the burden-sharing principle is what drives NATO. And if you invest in NATO as a nation, even if it's just a small thing, it should benefit the entire alliance. And that's both for the big contributions from the bigger nations and some of the smaller aspects that some of the smaller nations can contribute. I think that's probably the best answer I can give to that. Maybe it was a bit too political. But
James, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I think starting with that second question, I mean, I think there are genuine opportunities in space compared to some of the other domains for smaller countries or countries that are newer to that domain to do things differently and acquire capability differently than they have. It's not about buying lots of tanks and fighter jets and aircraft carriers. As we've discussed, a lot of this is commercially available. Ukraine now, fighting a war on its territory, is able to access via commercial providers the sort of capabilities that even 10, 15 years ago you had to be a superpower with vast resources and a national intelligence apparatus in space to provide. Things like satellite imagery, you could just go and buy it. All of you could go and buy it. And so it is something that allows countries potentially kind of leapfrog forward in capability. It just takes a level of prioritization, because one of the things, again, thinking about NATO as an alliance of 32 countries, not every country is going to be able to do everything in space. They won't have the resources to do so. So it's about understanding what your kind of niche role is, and that's both about what your government and military requirements are, but it's also thinking about things like your industrial and scientific expertise as a country. Where are you really good? Where do you have really good scientists and engineers in certain niches? And the final thing to say is that there's also a huge opportunity to collaborate. So people don't have to do this on their own. Obviously, you talked about the role of NATO as a kind of convener and facilitator. Within Europe, there are obviously other bodies as well, things like the European Space Agency, the European Union, which funds programs via the European Space Agency as well. And many of these are dual use or dual purpose. So they're things that can be used for civil, uses, The same satellite could be passing over, capturing imagery for scientific research, and then maybe it floats over an area of concern for national security, and it can pick up images for other purposes. So there's a real chance to do things differently. And then on the first question, just quickly, I mean, I think you pick up on the point that kind of space security, sustainability, and safety are all intrinsically interlinked. I guess one of the challenges we have for the kind of governance arrangements is that those are typically treated separately, particularly, say, the United Nations. And certain countries don't like, combining those conversations. And there are certain capabilities that might, for example, things like debris removal is great for dealing with safety issues, but it can raise some security and escalation concerns about the kind of potential dual use of those capabilities. So it's a really challenging and complex area, but you're right, that absolutely we need kind of more ongoing effort in that to try and deal with those complex interlinkages.
So we have time for just one quick question online. Which is access to space open to every nation, or are there certain nations that could be kept from space because of security concerns, depending on what they're planning to use potential satellites for?
And there are more and more countries in space. Some of them are quite surprising, I think, if you look up the list of people who've launched stuff into orbit. So it's not necessarily even the purview of the richest nations. It's not the purview of the biggest nations. There are some really quite small countries that have carved out niche roles in space, like Luxembourg. Who would have thought it is quite a big deal when it comes to thinking about space mining, for example. The UAE has been sending stuff towards Mars, very small country, quite wealthy per capita, but obviously very small. And even countries like Iran, North Korea, they are obviously launching and developing things. We have to bear in mind that getting stuff into orbit is literally rocket science, but actually in the grand scheme of things, it isn't that hard for a nation that's determined to do that. We first did that in the 1940s, 1950s, 1960s. So, we're seeing a vast number of actors, which is both a good thing in terms of, more actors with a share and a stake in making that ecosystem work, but absolutely it presents challenges if more and more people can access it, if obviously it's the wrong rogue actors that are then doing irresponsible things.
Hugo, would you like to add to that?
Many new actors are involved, and it also is a thing with institutions. For example, just 1 week ago or 10 days, as a space agency, African Space Agency was created. So it is the example of new actors and trying to build on together, at least for African countries. Kenya is really involved in space, at least with space debris, not a good thing, but involved in space too. So, a lot of actors are involved in space, including institutions, and this is really important. And I think even in the scale of disarmament, we have a lot of institutions involved. So,
Great, thank you. Unfortunately, I had to keep this incredibly concise, but perhaps the conversation can continue later in networking breaks or coffee breaks. If we could all just give a round of applause to the panelists for their time and contributions. And that's space.
We would have had time for more questions.
I know, I'm tempted. So what's your favorite space movie?
Guardians of the Galaxy. I have to admit, I actually didn't watch it, so I actually have to look up the reference.
Has anyone
really,
watched
really
it? Yeah, okay. Okay. Perhaps we'll get off the stage, otherwise I want to ask more questions.
Maybe just for precision, for commercial actors, they are not autonomous actors. In legal perspective, they are always linked and under the responsibility of the state of registration. So there is a regime of authorization and continuous surveillance of commercial space actors. Just for precision, as we have time.
So let's go to the legal perspective on this, because I probably use some of the terms wrong as well. I just wanted to quickly add to the previous question, since we apparently have more time, which is great. So giving us a bit more space. Sorry, I think that at some point. Access to space, we're usually thinking about denying someone from launching something into space. Applicable to actors that already have assets in space, because you can deny access to those assets as well. So we've been talking about kinetic anti-satellite weapons, which means literally you shoot up a rocket and you shoot down the satellite. But you can also jam satellites, so that is also technologies that a lot of countries are heavily investing in, and that will play a major role in the future. Also then countering those anti-satellite weapons, or countering the denial of access to space. So denial to the denial of access to space, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
and space activities are a lot reliant on ground services. So if you want to cut off space activity, you just have to shoot a bomb on a ground facility or things like that, and it's done.
Maybe one more question from the audience.
I don't know if they do hooks anymore these days off the stage.
Are we supposed to leave ourselves, or?
I think the lights are supposed to dim, but...
Well, I think we can go
just
for
one more question. Does anyone... Yes, the gentleman over here, quickly.
Beer Frauhaus.
Thank you very much for a really interesting discussion. I think it's also one of the novel topics coming up. And you mentioned, I think, public awareness. In Germany, where I'm from, we just created a ministry of research and space. And I think it's one way to increase awareness among the public. But I was kind of curious about the point you brought up. To what extent is a cooperation between NATO and also the European Space Agency? Because, sharing burden, but also, let's say, creating, the EU sends up the Copernicus satellite, and it's crucial for disaster response. So how much is cooperation that takes place between NATO and the European Space Agencies or other intergovernmental space agencies and protecting these satellites and creating resilience? Thank you.
I don't know if, Yannick, you want to start with the NATO EU,
Sure.
and I can talk a bit about some other partnerships.
So we're talking. Obviously, there's a bit of a discrepancy between the member nations. I mean, you have members of NATO, like the US, Canada, Turkey, some other nations that are not part of the EU. So naturally, there are certain political sensitivities that you have to take into account. But I guess there is definitely a knowledge transfer. So we're in constant contact with the Director General for Defense Industry and Space, I think it's called, DEFIS. Then the ESA, the European Satellite Center. So there are contacts, and we're trying to coordinate. It's more of a knowledge transfer than an active cooperation, but it's definitely something that we're also looking into.
Yeah, and I should add that there's lots of other kind of cooperation frameworks in space that are really important, which is useful while we're padding for time. So a lot of this stuff is done sort of minilaterally as well. So there's things like the Combined Space Operations Initiative, or CSPO initiative. That's the kind of Five Eyes, so the kind of Anglo-Saxon countries, US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, but also kind of France, Germany, Italy, Norway, Japan. And so that obviously, again, cuts across NATO membership and kind of broader Indo-Pacific countries, but like-minded democratic nations working together on space policy, capability development, their approach to things like norms. And there's various other sort of initiatives a bit like that. There's things like the Artemis Accords, which kind of a few dozen countries are involved in. There's a US-led kind of multinational operation called Olympic Defender, which sounds like kind of a Gerard Butler movie or something to me, but that's doing lots of important things like day-to-day operationally. So there are lots of these partnerships, and it's true bilaterally as well. So lots of nations working together. I think linking back to what I was saying earlier, there's a real chance to just deliver capability differently in space. It's quite hard to like buy a tank for your army and then share it between multiple countries. Although I know that the Dutch and the Germans did try that before, but it's much more easily done to kind of collaborate on a constellation of satellites or to share using the data and services that they provide.
Thank you. And it's always nice to have more space for space. So I think as the only panel that's gotten 2 rounds of applause, we'll finish off with the second round.
That was really a fascinating conversation. Thank you, Julia, and all our panelists. We now turn to a topic that's shaping the way young people engage with global security. Of course, it's social media. From climate action to conflict resolution and human rights, digital platforms have become powerful tools for mobilizing youth and amplifying our voices. But how do we move from hashtags and online campaigns to real-world impact? To help us explore this, we'll first hear from Omar Agami, who will set the stage with his perspective. Then we'll transition into a dynamic panel discussion moderated by Alice Vangenberg, a member of the NATO Youth Advisory Board. Welcome, Omar, and over to Alice right after.
Hello, everyone. I'm Omar Agami, a content creator with over 6 million followers across social media. And I wanted to ask you a question. If I told you to take your phones out of your pocket, open TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and start scrolling, what would you expect to see? You might find a recipe video that you'll save and never actually make, or maybe a funny meme to send a friend, or maybe it's just the kind of content the algorithm knows we like so much, so we get more of. But what if I told you that the next video you watch could be the one that changes your life? You'd be surprised. A simple video created on a phone could change how I think, what I believe in, and what I choose to act on. And I'll explain to you how, but in order to reach that point, I need to tell you something personal. I'm going to be honest with you. I am not the best liar, but there's one person I've been really good at lying to, and that person is me. I've realized something over the years. Whatever I tell myself, whether it's positive or negative, I'll eventually believe it. And psychologists have a name for that. It's called illusory truth effect. Psychologists found out that the more we hear or repeat something, the more familiar that thing becomes. And then our brains mistake that familiarity for the truth. So when I tell myself something again and again, I make sure that it's something that lifts me up, something that moves me forward, because eventually I'll believe it. For example, when I started university and started studying engineering, I was facing some seriously tough courses. At times, it felt overwhelming, but I kept telling myself, I'm going to be a top student. And by telling myself I'm a top student, I began to act like one. I studied smarter, I worked harder, and I stopped second-guessing myself. Or when I started as content creator, at first, it was awkward. But I kept telling myself, I'm great at this. I'm going to be one of the best. And by telling myself that, I posted more, and I kept learning, and I became the version of myself I convinced my mind was real. But was that belief alone the reason that I passed my courses, or the reason that millions of people watch my videos? Not entirely, but it was the spark. That's the power of belief. When you repeat something enough times, you stop just saying it. You start living it, even if it's repeated by other people. That's how our minds work. And another way our minds easily believe something is a concept called truth bias. Truth bias means that we're naturally wired to believe what others say, especially when we hear it for the first time. Not because we're naive or gullible, but because we're human. And I remember falling for that once. A few years ago, I was scrolling through social media when I came across a video that really caught my attention. The creator was confidently explaining how an entire country had banned social media, completely banned it, and that the people in that country had no freedom online. The way it was said sounded convincing. The message was clear, the tone was confident, and the comments all agreeing. And because that was the first version of the story I heard, I believed it. I didn't doubt it. I didn't look it up. I simply took it as truth. But a few days later, I was talking to a friend about this topic when they pulled up a credible news article to show me what was really going on. Turns out the truth was a lot more complicated. Social media wasn't completely banned. It was temporarily restricting during a period of protests. There were some censorship issues there, but it was not as extreme as that video made it seem. By then, though, I fell for it. I formed an opinion about something simply because it was the first version I saw, and that moment changed something for me. That's when I decided that in my own content, I'll include credible sources and accurate information, because if someone's going to learn something from me, I want to make sure that they don't fall for the same mistake I once did. Because in a world full of confident voices, it's our responsibility to make sure that what we say is also correct. Now combine the two things, truth bias and illusory truth effect, and you'll begin to understand the true power of content on social media. Let's say you watch a video about a topic you've never heard of before. You're more likely to believe it. That's truth bias. Then you see more videos talking about it. You see comments that agree. You hear the message over and over again just from different voices. And your brain starts to say, this must be true. That's illusory truth effect in action. So in just a few scrolls, we go from, I've never heard of this, to, this could be true, to, everyone is talking about this. This must be true. That's why a video, no matter how simple, no matter how short, can change someone's belief. But beliefs don't just sit quietly in our minds. They do much more. They create change. Let's say someone posts a video about an injustice that's happening in their country. Maybe it's about human rights. Maybe it's about political oppression or discrimination. And that video goes viral. People start talking about it. And a young person on the other side of the world sees it. They watch it. They understand it. They feel connected to it. And now they believe it. That young person then brings it up in conversations with friends in class or maybe on their own social media. Those conversations then build momentum. That momentum then turns into a campaign. That campaign then becomes a protest. That protest then leads to a policy proposal. And that policy proposal becomes a change. All from a simple video. That's the power I'm talking about. Some videos could be the spark that helps someone learn about a topic far bigger than themselves. But other videos could be the spark that helps someone end an injustice entirely. So the next time you're scrolling through social media, you might stumble across a video that changes the way you think, the way you see the world, or even the path you choose to take. And when that happens, that one video could change your life. And with it, you can change someone else's, or maybe even the whole world. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Omar, for that really inspiring talk. We're living now in a moment when a tweet, a viral video, or a hashtag can reach millions of people in only a few seconds. And sometimes those digital sparks can lead to real-world change. Today we're here to explore that powerful intersection between digital engagement and tangible impact, and explore how young people can really leverage social media to shape security policies, advocate for peace building and global challenges, and also how can institutions like NATO better support these efforts. So I'm joined by two incredible speakers today who bring both their expertise but also their lived experience in that space. So we have Danica Celebic, who is the co-founder of Internet Society Montenegro, and Marek Janica, who is a member of NATO's Youth Advisory Board and who is also the director of an NGO that coordinates humanitarian initiatives and digital campaigns in support of Ukraine. Let's dive right in. I want to start with you, Danica. From your perspective, how can young people use new technologies and social media to really get involved in security-related issues? And have you seen any examples, maybe of an online initiative, a campaign, or an idea, something that really started as an idea and then turned into a lasting, real-world project led by youth?
Thank you for your question. Sorry, busy writing. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you, or kind of. It's a bit blurry from here. Well, maybe let me start by saying that social media has given a voice to everybody now, and it is breaking the barriers of traditional media. So people, youth, especially because they are digital natives after all, are more free to express themselves online and to connect with one another. And I suppose that and there is the entire cycle, maybe, that people go, let's say, if they want to drive initiative. And I suppose the starting point is raising awareness, and it's always starting with one person, right? And it's always about like an initiative or like some cause that they really care about, be it environmental or protecting human rights or even political issues. It's always very personal and very motivating to them. And then what we are seeing is that social media has given a platform for them to share their opinion and to connect with maybe like-minded people. So then from there, from posting like either reels or like TikTok videos, they can also connect with people, and that's where community building starts. And they can use different like online platforms to either spark conversation, to have online debates, to discuss the cause, the aim they want to achieve, and then is it local, is it global, like how they want to approach things. And I suppose it's given freedom, and then also like freedom to explore options in a way. Then also I suppose then you have to take it at some point from online to offline, if that's part of the initiative, right? And how do you do that? Or maybe I leave that to Marek, because he has quite a lot of experience, right? But what I wanted to emphasize here maybe is that governments and society in general has to enable the structure, the structure to be safe to do so, because especially if you are like an activist of human rights, or if you are criticizing political things, you have to have freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. These are like basic human rights, and sometimes they oppose the ruling parties. So I suppose that one important thing here to mention is having encryption, and really strong encryption, because that's what's shielding us, protecting the communication from one end to another, so the message doesn't get intersected, so there is no weak point, and then also personal data stays safe. And unfortunately, what we are seeing, like a trend around the world, is encryption is weakening, and then different organizations like law enforcements usually want to have like a backdoor to encryption, which is understandable because they are fighting like different criminal activities, maybe different activities that they want to safeguard their community, their society from. But what this enables is a fact that they are not breaking the encryption only for one person or a group, but if you do this, it's for the entire platform, so everybody is automatically not being as safe as they could be. So maybe one point for policymakers is to keep the encryption as safe, like as strong as possible, because it's also not just in one country, but it's across borders. So we want to have activists, because they are part of the society, feel safe in your space, but also like in other spaces as well. Maybe I stop here, so I let you finish, because I mean I do have examples of online initiatives that moved to offline, and one of them is in the neighboring countries, especially in Serbia, and it's a student-led movement that started unfortunately from a tragic accident that happened, but it is ongoing for several months now, and people are asking for a political change and for more democracy in a country. So that's one of the examples from top of my mind. But I think you can give more tangible, more personal experience. So maybe I leave that one to you.
Thank you, Danica. Thank you. Marek, actually building on that, yes, I mean, you've been directly involved in turning that potential into action with your work, especially in the context of Ukraine. Can you tell us a little bit more about your experience and what do you think young people need to really make the most of that digital space, especially when it comes to security-focused initiatives, and how was the response also online on the work that you were leading?
Thank you so much for the question. First of all, I would love to emphasize the fact that I don't have millions of views over the social media and I'm not the greatest international influencer, but even though I think there's things for all of us to realize the potential that we have in the local communities. And we can look at it from the fact that the way we impact people, it's not a random person appearing on your screen for 5 to 6 seconds until you give him away and go into another person. But it's actually through personal relations that we all have with our networks. And that's why I think it's the cornerstone of also what us with the defense or this area, peace building on social media is all about. First of all, we have to realize that making a change on social media doesn't really happen only on social media. There is no one who is only someone who makes an impact on social media. You have to first be someone in order to do something. And even the name of this initiative or this discussion is from hashtag to action. And oftentimes we feel like the number of views, the likes are the action themselves. But from my perspective, defense doesn't necessarily have to only come to wars, guns, but it can go to the fact such as the willingness to fight. And from being a part of the NATO Youth Advisory Board, I really feel like this is the part where the young people can help NATO, because NATO itself from up there can't really explain to people why it's important. It's us from, for example, my experience, I come from a small village in northern Slovakia for 1,000 people, to explain to those people who know you personally why it's important. And the numbers, especially among the young people, are alarming. For example, in my country, it's only about 10% of young people who would be willing to fight with using a weapon to basically defend their country. And I have a lot more personal experiences with social media. When I was 18, the war in Ukraine started. I was still in high school, and I was sort of shocked of what to do. And I was left with this bystander effect in the first 2-3 days, really just sharing things on social media and thinking that, this is making the real impact. And then I realized, okay, what do I know? I've used to play on the piano. I organized one recital and shared it on people with social media. And that was the way how I raised my first $2,000. And later on, when I moved back to Slovakia, I decided to join an initiative with a humanitarian organization. And first time I happened to be in Kharkiv, around 2 months after the largest neighborhood called Saltivka was liberated from the Russians. And I suddenly happened to be in these horrific scenes that I don't have time nor the gut oftentimes to describe what I've seen. But long story short, we've managed to show the world the things that were happening there. I didn't go into Kharkiv with my idea in my mind that, okay, I'm going to show the whole world what is happening. My first initiative, as you mentioned, was something more profound. And I used the social media as the channel to address something. So oftentimes I see that we tend to go to social media and maybe look out for what we can do, but it should be vice versa. And then the really important fact is the measurability of what we're doing. Since I started the fundraising efforts, I barely had 2,000-3,000 followers on my social media. I've managed to track around 400,000 euros helping Ukraine, helping the soldiers at the front lines, helping the wounded, helping the poor people who are at the eastern or southern front lines. And it was only because of using the channels wisely. And so I'm going to leave it on this part. We have just to keep the discussion flowing.
Of course, thank you.
Can I just say
of
something quickly? I mean, it's a conversation, so we can link one to another. And I mean, I find it surprising that it's only 10%, you said, of youth willing to fight, but maybe that tells us something, that maybe we want a more peaceful world. But then it's also a point that I might want to emphasize, that maybe we need more diplomatic approach, and then military fighting is maybe the very last resort that we need to go to. And then this also maybe links to social media platforms and what are we seeing online, and how the algorithms work, and maybe we are forgetting that these platforms are at the end for-profit companies, and they are giving you the content that is going to make you stay on the platform and just scroll down, and then not necessarily are you seeing the other version, the other point of view. And maybe this is the point about digital literacy at the end, and about how we can help people think critically about different things, and how can we maybe first approach things and try to solve the conflicts more peacefully, and then the very, very last resort is fighting.
Thank you both. I'd love to bring just the voices, also other voices in the conversation. So if we can just take one question from the audience, maybe. Yeah.
First of all, thank you for this incredible speech. I think it's really important to bring this social media agenda to the everyday conversations. So I'm Iya, I'm from Georgia, and in the context of ongoing protests in Georgia, today is actually 138th day that it's going and happening, the ongoing protest. And even though the social media, especially the Facebook groups and other social media platforms have been a fuel to this youth movement, we can agree that it also may be the source of misinformation and propaganda. And I want to know, how would you assess to balance between the good and the benefits of social media and the bad misinformation and propaganda? And is there even a balance that we can, see in these two keys of social media, the two sides of the coins? That's my question. Thank you.
Do you want to start first?
Yep, I can go with that. Well, as I said during my couple of minutes in the beginning, I really sincerely do believe that social media, just like any other technology or AI, is just a channel for our inner, what we have in us. And so oftentimes, I had also that period of time when I was like, okay, everything what is happening on social media is so shallow, and there is so much disinformation, and I should stop going there to protect myself. And then I realized, like, okay, what if I post something that I find meaningful, that I find truthful, that I find that can be verified? And I feel like we can't really stop this fight because we are saying, oh, there's this balance that will never be equal. I feel like this is sort of a more profound question towards what the humanity is actually at the end of the day. So I wouldn't focus so much on the part of social media, but go more into maybe the strategies going outside of our own social media bubbles. Because what we tend to forget as young people, there's still a lot of people who are not on social media, who have no clue about Reels, TikTok, YouTube, etc. And in terms of the protests that you mentioned, in a lot of countries, it's important to really go out of that little bubble and maybe stop focusing so much on the issues of, oh, is this good, is this bad, and maybe try to go out and approach people for what we have. I know I haven't entirely answered your question, but I think we're talking about the channel here, not necessarily the source itself.
Yes, and I think actually because of that, I don't know, we did this research in university about the hybrid threats, and we concluded that the misinformation spreads quicker than the actually really, believable information. And I think because of that, maybe the balance is not there. Because, yeah, even though you want to share something that you find true, sometimes the bad information and not true information spreads faster. Yeah.
I'll share like just one minute example from my personal story. In the Slovak media, I was labeled as American agent, the soldier of CIA for studying in the United States. I've started legal battles in this case, and frankly, nothing was really happening. People started sharing my personal contacts. My phone number started calling me at 3 o'clock at night, started sharing the age of my mom and stuff like that. Guess what? Meta didn't do anything with that. And so I think it's more of a legal battle and the way our world is run. But me as a young person, 21-year-old, I'm choosing my battles wisely, and in that sense, I'm going a lot more into that positive. And you're very correct that negative information and misinformation that tend to have that populist tendencies are spreaded a lot faster. But unfortunately, I guess the best way we can do is post as much positive and truthful content there as possible, and then going into all of those legal professions to fight it up there in the politics or in the legal battles.
Maybe just one quick thing to add here is a question of why does misinformation spread so fast? Can you replicate something from there to the other side? And I suppose it all goes back to behavioral science of psychology. Omar probably touched on that point a bit more than we can share now. But maybe there is a clue there. And then also going back to credible sources, right? It's always up to us. It's our responsibility at the end of the day to make sure that we visit and we check the credible sources and the information that we find there, we are sure that it's like a truthful one. But then also words do matter. So how do these media also communicate the information is an interesting thing, because there is always different ways that you can frame a statement. So just a quick thing to add.
Thank you. Thank you both for sharing your experiences and perspectives. That brings us to the end of our panel. So I hope it sparked some new ideas and inspiration on your work on social media from hashtag to action. So thank you so much, everyone.
So we're now turning to a theme that lies at the very heart of the NATO Youth Summit. What does a leader of the future look like? Earlier this year, we asked young people across the Alliance to answer that very question, and the response was incredible. We received an overwhelming number of thought-provoking submissions, each offering a unique take on what tomorrow's leaders should embody. Let's now hear from the voices behind our Youth Challenge as they share their own vision of what defines the leaders we need for tomorrow. Marcelina Mashak, one of our NATO Youth Advisory Board members, will guide this conversation with the authors of the 3 winning submissions. Marcelina, welcome to the NATO Youth Summit.
Hello, Budva. Hello to all young change makers that are here with us today and that are tuning in online. My name is Marcelina Machonk. I come from Poland, a country where many young people, just like me, are ready to change the world. And I'm so glad to meet you all here, future leaders of tomorrow. I'm one of the 10 voices that represent NATO Youth Advisory Board. So I hope those 2 days will give you a big opportunity to meet everyone and for our board to meet you. Thanks to those 2 days, we can learn from each other. We can inspire each other. We can share our bold ideas, visions, and our recipe to change the world. That's why I'm so glad that today we have those 3 amazing panelists that I will soon introduce. But before I'll do so, I'll share what is the recipe of changing the world. The recipe of changing the world is our visions, our bold visions. And no matter what's our age, we can change our world. We can change our local communities. We can change our school environment. We can change the future while just stepping in. And all of you coming here have those bold ideas and visions that I'm talking to you now, guys, about. I'm the founder of Youth Kindness Revolution and Blue Box of Youth Mental Health. Those are my initiatives that are my recipe to changing the world. And that I believe, through doing so, we can impact our local communities. So today we'll meet the winners of the challenge of NATO Youth Summit that you've been all waiting for. But what's even more important, we will learn about their plan to changing the world and how their visions can shape our tomorrow for better. Let's quickly brief on what was the NATO Youth Summit Challenge about. So first of all, everyone aged from 18 to 35 years old could participate in the challenge, from countries of NATO alliance and the partner countries. They had one main task. It was to answer a big question. What does the leader of the future look like? And what concrete actions will they take to build a safer and more stable future for everyone? Participants were free to choose the form they will share their submissions. They could create policy strategy that will impact NATO. They could also create a 3-minute video, or they could create an infographic with short essay response of what it is about. The jury looked for 4 main things. First of all, they were searching for creativity, so fresh, original ideas. They were searching for relevance of your ideas, so for clear focus on the challenge question they provided. They were searching for feasibility, so how realistic is to create your ideas into real life. And also for clarity, so for well-structured argument that you're provided. On behalf of all the organizers of the NATO Youth Summit, I would like to thank everyone who participated in the challenge. Thank you for thinking of our future and the future we'll enter from tomorrow. You have done a great job. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for everyone who applied. But as we all know this one sentence, the winner takes it all, we must now introduce our winners that took it all definitely. So, let's meet Alexander Krabendam from Netherlands. Let's meet Ojin Park from South Korea. And last but definitely not least, our third winner is Elena Ionescu from Romania. Now I will give the floor to them to share their ideas and what do they believe a future leader should be like. Alexander, the floor is yours. Just in order to introduce you, Alexander stepped into the role of a strategist. He created a policy that is meant to impact tomorrow. He focused on and fused the role of diplomat handshake, of the soldier's resolve, of the nurse with compassion and empathy, and the philosopher's depth. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So I created this policy, and I really took inspiration actually from my undergraduate studies, where I studied ancient history. And when I learned, ancient history, when you begin, you learn about these big names, Pericles, Hannibal, Julius Caesar. And it's this idea of the great man theory, these untouchable figures who tower above everyone else and that they are the ones who shape history. And so when I thought about the leader of the future, surely they would be that as well, this person who, transcends man, and transcends all of us. But then I realized, well, actually, when you look at history, it's actually the small acts of a lot of people. These are the people who shape history. And I think these are the people who will shape the future as well. So I thought, well, let's look at society. Who are the most important people in society? It's the people who are often not seen. It's the nurses, it's the soldiers on the field, now in Ukraine. It's also the people in the meeting rooms, diplomats. It's the people who actually think about what society should be, the philosophers. And so the leader of the future should be someone who embodies these people. Someone not, who does it for the fame or for the money, but does it because they do it for their community. They do it for their family, their friends. They do it because it needs to be done. So what I created in this policy was a way of looking at the future leader of us, and it could be anyone. I believe, that the leader of the future is maybe someone who is in this room. Maybe it's someone looking online. They might be, in their bathrobe right now, like watching on YouTube. You don't know. And I think, for myself, I worked as a chef for 3 years. And if you'd asked me 2 years ago, now you're going to be, in Budva, invited by NATO, let alone on this stage, I would have called you crazy. But this is the reality now. And I think it's important to remember for everyone that leadership comes from anywhere. You do not have to be the most famous person, the most inspired person. Inspiration can come at any point. So that's what I really wanted to kind of show with my policy brief, was this idea of anybody can be a leader of the future. And if we look at everyone here, we all embody that. We all embody the actions, the qualities, and the traits of the leaders of tomorrow.
I strongly agree, Alexander. It's all about also like our strength and power, and we can make history, no matter what's our age and no matter what's our profession. Let's now give the floor to Ojin. Ojin stepped into the role of game creator. She created tabletop simulation, trained players to outthink the crisis. Ojin, share your idea.
Essentially, when I think of the process of becoming a good leader, I think of a board game. And the reason is, well, not only does the traditional, method of winning in board games mirror the arena of global politics. For instance, resource accumulation is a huge theme in both Dungeons & Dragons and in our current world. But also because whenever you want to become a very skilled player of said Dungeons & Dragons, D&D, or chess, or whatever board game it is, you need to fixate on specific skills and really, really hone and develop them. And in that regard, I think there are a lot of parallels between being able to illustrate what a good leader looks like and also board games in general. So what I did was first I sort of sat down and recognized that leadership is not a monolith. There is a vast range and diversity of leaders out there. But ultimately, for simplicity's sake, I sort of narrowed it down into like 3 main character archetypes. The first was the advocate, second, the lawmaker, and thirdly and lastly, the theorist/researcher. What that entails is sort of very intuitive by their names, but to just give an example, I also assigned specific NATO leader figures in order to further flesh this out a bit more. Take, for instance, the lawmaker. The value I ascribed to this specific character archetype was the value of principled pragmatism, where you sort of combine both realpolitik and also just multilateral approaches to kind of, figure out and mitigate crises better, as well as the quality card of just, I have values and quality cards. It's a little bit complicated. So the quality that I ascribed was also just, in general, algorithmic literacy, since it's a constantly evolving world and you sort of need to be cognizant of the various areas of knowledge out there and sort of combine them into crafting good policies, right? However, I think that ultimately what I tried to do was I tried to really emphasize how diplomacy is not a zero-sum game. And in order to do that, I not only sort of divided my board game into 4 specific arenas. This included, for instance, the global commons, where all these different character archetypes that I've outlined interact, but also non-state networks where transnational advocacy networks operate. That's where the advocate character archetype comes in, but also just like state networks. That's another arena, and also these various different regions in general. And what I just wanted to push was how ultimately we're all interdependent on one another. And what a good leader ultimately needs to recognize is that we need to win collectively. And if you do lose, you lose collectively as well. So that's where my board game sort of deviates from the traditional approach in most board games, where there's one side that wins, one side that loses. Again, it's not a zero-sum game. So what my board game entails was I had like crisis cards and action cards that players could draw, and you had to solve a crisis, for instance, within a 5-year period. And that could be, for instance, climate change for refugee crises or a humanitarian intervention crises. And you can also play action cards to sort of prevent this. This included, I think, preemptive legal structures or military-civil fusion for disaster relief, which is something that NATO has also been doing, combining peacekeeping initiatives with more logistical support in areas that require this sort of humanitarian intervention. So I think that sort of sums up the ultimate purpose and kind of how I want to flesh out what makes a good leader and sort of this cooperative and collaborative approach, despite, you know, how nationalistic and state interests still operate within the global realm of politics.
Regine, I think it sounds like a plan in order to play your game, as we are all here those 2 days, that we can play in the evening and also went to the world of crisis and solve it together. Our last winner is Elena. Elena created a video, impactful video, that showed that radical empathy under fire isn't a weakness. It's the armor that turns bystanders into allies. Elena, can you share your idea?
Sure. So first I would like to congratulate all of you who participated in the challenge. And I'll try to tell you to sum it up what I said in the video. So I believe that the leadership of tomorrow isn't about power. I believe it's about how well you can share it. Because in the future, no one person will be smart enough, fast enough, or connected enough to deal with global threats alone. So now that we decided that the future leaders, won't lead alone, they will activate others, they will empower others, they will lead through platforms, not podiums, they will lead through collaboration, not through control, and they will be translators, sure, between generations, but also between machines and morals, and between urgency and long-term vision. And in this era of instant gratification, of viral moments, of political short-termism, future leaders must think ahead 20 years, 50 years, not just to the next election cycle. And sure, they will need a different set of skills in order to do this. They will need to be able to speak at NATO and on TikTok. They will have to be able to read a climate forecast and a cyber threat report. But most of all, I think they will need to lead in spaces we don't yet understand, like the metaverse and AI ecosystems. But besides all of this, most important of all is that this leader of tomorrow isn't just one person. It's a system. It's all of us here, together, connected, informed, and ready.
That's why we are so happy that you're here, that we can connect, because together we are stronger, and creating the network of change makers that are ready to take the lead and make the world a better place is where all of us can take action. That's why when you will go to your homeland, take even one message from the summit and implement it at your country. As we are finishing, in 2 words, can you say your recipe of a safer world? For me, it is empathy and kindness. And for you?
Oh, God, put on the spot here. I think let's go with togetherness and equal opportunities. 3 words, sorry.
Jean?
I would say compassion and merit.
Elena?
I will say empathy again and competence.
That's why, to all of you, future leaders of tomorrow, take the lead and take the action. Thank you so much.
Leadership is a topic that deserves far more than a single conversation. It's something we continuously learn, challenge, and grow into. Building on the momentum of our previous session, we now shift our focus to a theme that lies at the core of shaping tomorrow's world: bold leadership. This next session will explore what it truly means to lead with courage and clarity in today's interconnected global landscape. We'll begin with a powerful storytelling moment from Ioana Tudorie, who is a digital outreach officer for talent acquisition at NATO. She will share her personal reflections on bold leadership. Following that, we'll dive into a dynamic panel discussion led by Max Klemenko, content creator and one of the NATO Youth Advisory Board members. Let's get inspired. Ioana, the stage is yours.
Yeah. We here? Can you hear me? Yeah, I guess so. All right, we'll do a brief exercise just so that we're more engaged. So, can you raise your hand if you heard of Brussels? Oh, wow. I wouldn't expect that. There are some people there who haven't heard of Brussels. That's surprising. Now, how many of you have heard of Galați? Oh, wow. There is one person who actually heard of Galați. Well, why am I asking you this? Galați is a mid-sized town in the eastern side of Romania, and this is my hometown. And I wanted to share this because if it wasn't for my hometown, I wouldn't have been living and working in Brussels today. So today I want to talk to you about three things that I think they're very important when we're talking about leadership, and especially when we talk about young leaders at NATO. First of all, it's going to be about the roots and the background that one has. The second is the opportunities that you create and you seek. And third is the mission, that why. Going back to the roots and the background, I started an internship at NATO in 2017. And I was extremely excited to be there, to be an intern. I was 22 at the time, so extremely young. And, I had lots of fears and anxieties, thinking, what if I'm not good enough? What if my accent is too strongly Eastern European? What if I don't understand what's expected of me? And in my second month of internship, I've been entrusted to support the media component of a NATO summit. And then by the time I finished my 6 months internship, I have supported the biggest communicators conference across NATO bodies and institutions. I was doing social media for NATO senior officials. I organized a press tour to a military exercise, bringing the first content creator, influencer to a NATO press tour. So that was the year 2017, I know. And actually, why am I telling you this is because your roots matter and your background matters as well. You know, I've been thinking, well, I studied communication and public relations. Is that relevant for NATO? It is. Everything that you do is part of who you are. This is how you build yourself. And you need to take pride in the roots you have, in the background that you're bringing to NATO, because we value that. We value the different perspectives, the different backgrounds, different ages that we have amongst our staff. And it's important because this is what makes us stronger. This is what makes our teams work better and keep NATO abreast, keep NATO relevant, especially in the current security context. And the second thing I wanted to talk about is the opportunity. And you must think, well, you had the opportunity to go and have an internship. Well, I must say I actually created that opportunity because I studied, I was actually majoring in math and computer science, and then I went to university in Bucharest, studying communication, public relations. I was always extremely passionate about literature and arts, but I always wanted to do more than just study. I was going to workshops, journalism camps. I was even working for an online radio station. I had a Sunday evening show, and for those of you who are not aware or familiar with the radio programs, this is the time slot when absolutely no one listens to the radio. So I always tried to grow and to
to learn new things, to invest in myself, and to find my path. Because my plan was I will go to the university and get a good job and make my parents proud, but I didn't clearly know what would that mean. So one day I applied to this internship for the Romanian government, and I thought, I know nothing about that. Why would I go there? But I took it as a challenge, and I thought, yeah, that's something that I need to try for my life, for me to see if I can develop some professional skills, some new competencies. And it turned out that it changed my life because I enjoyed it so much. And I learned that doing comms for public administration is a lot different. You actually get to bridge the institution and the people that the institution is actually serving. Sorry. So in the end, this was a game changer. This changed my path because I continued working for the Romanian government for over 1.5 years. And then I continued looking for other opportunities. So this is how I applied for the NATO internship, and I started at NATO. So it does take courage, it does take ambition to create that opportunity. You may have it because of your family or your network or your background. But if you don't have it, you can create it. It's not an exception, actually. It's something common and we are the living proof of that. And it's not only about ambition, it's also about persistence. So after I stayed within NATO following my internship and I wanted to apply for a permanent position, it took me 17 applications to get this position that I'm working in today at NATO. And this means that I failed 16 times. And failure is part of success, because every time I learned something new, I got better, or at least I didn't get to give up. I got motivated to improve, to learn more, or to try and adjust, to try and see what I can take from that feedback, what I can take from that failure in order to turn it into a success. So opportunity means to create it, to have the ambition, but also to be persistent and to not give up. And getting to my third and final point is the mission, that why. Why joining NATO? Why working for NATO as a young person? Well, it's simple. It's the mission. If you are here today, it means that you care about the security. You care about NATO's mission to keep our 1 billion people safe. And to be totally frank, I was a teenager dreaming to change the world. Probably most teenagers dream of that. And I feel that today I am doing just that. I am making an impact through my work, through what I do, through me being here and connecting with you and convincing you that this is the next step in your career. We are talking about leadership here, and we're talking about the leaders of tomorrow. And I think some of you are in this room, the leaders of tomorrow. And the question is simple. Do you consider that NATO is the right path for you to go and become that leader? Because I honestly think we at NATO turn professionals into exceptional people. So I honestly believe this is a path to consider towards great leadership. Thank you very much.
This is mine? Okay. Hi, everyone. Okay, awesome. Oh, that's the timer. Okay, perfect. Nice and big. Hi, guys. How are you doing? Can you raise your hand if you're from a NATO country? Okay. And hands down. Raise your hand if you're not from a NATO country. Okay, where are you guys from? Ukraine, Slava Ukraine. Okay, the rest are shy. Cool. Awesome. We're just going to go straight in without the intros because you guys probably know us anyways. We're going to talk about leadership and the next generation of leaders. So I guess the first question would be, what does bold leadership mean for you guys in the context of what you do for a living?
I mean, I can start. I'm a content creator, but I'm also doing my Master's of Science, and I work for the Canadian government as a science advisor. So bold leadership in, I guess, my context is a lot of communication, a lot of understanding where my audience is coming from, whether it's a scientific article or a piece I'm putting out on my social media to help people decide where they want to go for post-secondary. So I think bold leadership is being curious about your audience, which is something that I'm definitely going to harp on a lot here, and understanding where they're coming from and what value you can provide to them, whether you're in a position as a politician, again, as a science communicator, or even as a student.
And I am ex-managing director of a company called Social Chain, which was Stephen Bartlett's company, and now I'm a growth coach helping executives with their own growth as well. And bold leadership to me definitely involves a lot of empathy. It involves being really, really curious about the team that you're working with and the people that you're trying to lead, and also being just absolutely obsessive with the application of what you're doing. I think we're living in a world now where it's so easy just to find stuff online and learn the tools online that traditionally you would get from your leaders, but now it's all about leadership showing how to apply those in the real world, not just what you watch on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder on that, Katie, you work a lot with executives and kind of older people, more seasoned people. When you start talking about, social media, engaging youth, maybe changing things, changing the way they perceive how a workplace should be, or how communication should be done, what are some of the challenges that you experience talking to the executives who are really good in a certain period of time, but now perhaps need to change?
We are 100% in the biggest shift in terms of leadership that we've ever seen, in terms of what teams expect from leaders and for the companies that they work for. I think we now live in a world where we're in a subscription-based model where everyone can switch and change anything that they want to. There's so many opportunities out there for jobs that in order to be a really good leader, you have to, one, create a really good culture, but then also have the good leadership skills in order to retain the talent as well, which goes back to that being able to do the application of the stuff that you could learn anywhere by doing it in the real world, and showing your teams how to do it is how you will actually keep them, and also being purposeful with the company culture and the mission.
And this is a question for both of you, but I imagine a lot of people early in their careers look up to you and ask you for advice on their careers. Job applications can be a brutal space, and if you are a young person who hopefully wants to do some good in the world, wants to make change, then you look at these applications, like you scroll down, and it's like a million different things that they're asking, and 99% of them are completely irrelevant to what you're going to end up doing. What do you tell people who are maybe a little bit frustrated with, like, they feel that they have the skills, they feel that they know that they can be helpful, but perhaps they're struggling to get that first step in the career or in the organization or company that they want?
Definitely care. The biggest thing that I look for when I'm hiring anyone is the care that goes in. So when you're coming in to see us, if you're putting it in an application form, really show that you care, one, about the company that you're applying for, and two, the work that they do. And I think that will get you a good few steps ahead of everyone else that just sends a CV in, because what companies now need are people who are really attached to the cause, attached to the purpose, and want to do great work. And as a leader, you want happy people. Happy people create the best work.
I like happy people. Amanda, what about you? Maybe more from scientific background. I imagine probably a lot of STEM people, students, reach out to you and like, Amanda, what do I do? You do all these cool things. How do I do these things? Would you say?
I think especially as a student, I'm sure a lot of people in this room are students. It's really important just to be enthusiastic about the purpose of what you're doing, and it's same in the corporate world, also in the scientific world. If you want to get, say, a research position, whether in political science or in genetics, when you reach out to a professor or you reach out to an older student to help them with their research or see if there are any opportunities available, you want to make sure, again, you're doing research on that prof. What are they interested in? What's their purpose? What's their mission in their lab? And then really tailor your application to that, as well as just being super excited about it. When you're young, you can play the student card really easily. You're not expected to know much. You're not expected to have a ton of experience. So just showing up, being optimistic, and being enthusiastic will get you very far.
Unless you have immigrant parents, then you're expected to absolutely know everything.
That's true.
What about you?
Curiosity as well, I think. Just being really super curious about the world that you want to go into. Just, yeah.
Do you ever get frustrated?
In general?
Yeah,
Or?
yeah, like in life.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, like sometimes, don't you sometimes just, you open up the news and you're like, how is this reality?
Especially as someone in environmental science, because I'm doing my research in genetics but environmental science, I can say yes, absolutely.
Okay.
It's very difficult when we know these things, we have facts, and it's just completely ignored. A little bit off topic, but yeah.
And in leadership, yes, very much so, because you're dealing with people's emotions, you're dealing with what's going on in their lives, you're trying to be an authentic leader, you're trying to put yourself out there and build your own personal brand to help with your career in the business. Loads of frustration.
And how do you deal with it? Maybe sometimes when you are frustrated or you feel like there's not enough being done, how do you then compartmentalize that and then keep doing what you're doing in the work that you know is important without getting angry or perhaps agitated?
I do get angry and agitated, but I funnel that towards action.
Towards me?
No, not towards you, but towards action, absolutely. I think someone said this in a previous panel, but allowing those emotions to kind of inspire you to create the change that you want to see is really important, and that's kind of my modus operandi. I don't know about you.
I think you hit the nail on the head. Determination. Like, as soon as you get frustrated with something, it's your moment to help make change.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing more powerful than someone who is super determined.
Mm-hmm. What about failure? How do you deal with failure?
I try and reframe failure. I really struggled with failure throughout a lot of my career, where I felt like it was, I've let everyone down, or there's something that I needed to do better. But now I try and look at it more as a lesson. And every moment in every business that I've been in where something's gone wrong, it's actually been the biggest step for growth. So those moments where something has gone terribly wrong, we actually leaped forward probably about 10 steps ahead than if everything had just stayed okay. So I always say lessons, not losses, always.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, the title of the session is bold, oh, well, it disappeared, amazing. Bold Minds, Global Impact. I have goated memory. We kind of talked about bold minds. What about global impact? In your work, I think maybe yours is a little bit more country focused, perhaps, or yours is quite global. I guess your audience is pretty global. How do you feel in terms of how young people are willing to or excited to be working on global issues rather than maybe domestic or national issues?
I think it can probably feel a little bit intimidating because, you, like you said before, you open the paper, you see all the news about everything that's wrong with the world. You probably feel a little bit helpless sometimes. But I think starting local, really understanding what you care about, really dive into what your values are and what change you want to make in the world, and then start to expand that out into globally with the help of NATO and initiatives like this, where you can really meet like-minded people and build your network. Those are the moments of greatest change.
Yeah, I would echo that. And I mean, you and I are both content creators, so we can relate to this. But even in the area of content creators, starting local, you start small and then it slowly builds into something much bigger. And I feel like that's what happens with organizations, charities that you start up at a local level. They can expand and have that global change. So that global scale kind of happens after you've gone through the local, regional, and countrywide, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. I see. Cool. Can I get a sense of how many people want to ask questions? Raise your hand if you want to ask a question. Okay, so
I see two.
Two people?
Three.
Okay.
Wait,
There's
four.
you know, anytime I watch these talks, not at the Youth Summit, of course, but I'm like, I wish the moderator just stops talking and lets me ask the question instead of coming up with questions themselves. So maybe we start with the audience and then we can always come back to chatting among ourselves. Okay, so raise your hands again, and then I will proceed to randomly, maybe yourself. Yeah? Is there a mic? Can we get a mic? Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Tristan, and I'm from the United States of America. My question is, new leaders sometimes have ideas that go against like a preconceived conception, or they go against the grain. A lot of people have these ideas, and your ideas at one point seems a little bit different, but then once those ideas start to go into fruition, you know, perspectives start to change with that. If you are a leader or someone who's going through that moment where you're going against the grain, how do you deal with that, and how do you progress forward through the ideas of people bashing you for maybe having a different idea or a different solution to a problem that was at one point only solved by one solution? Thank you.
I think it's all about getting people's opinions and getting people on side, but stepping back from that a little bit, I struggle with imposter syndrome quite badly because of that. I am a young female and I was made managing director at the age of 32 of a quite fast-growing company. And in my mind, I had this image of a managing director as being a man in a grey suit. That's exactly what I had in my head. And I thought, if I can't be that, so how am I going to live this role? And it's taken my time to really find the way that I want to do things and start to build out a new way. And I've actually really loved doing things to help the next generation know that coming into being a female managing director is actually, this is the new norm. So yeah, I think it's about finding people to help with just hearing other opinions, getting their perspectives on it, because that might help you grow your idea, but also being really brave enough to change the narrative of what's always gone before is one of the most exciting things you can do in your career.
Yeah, I'd say also be respectful, of course, but be persistent and be informed, because I find that when you go against the norm, when you have a different idea or you want to implement something different, you're going to be attacked. People sometimes feel threatened, especially when you're younger or a woman or some other marginalized minority. So make sure you have answers to questions that you know that they're going to ask you, but at the end of the day, you just have to keep pushing for it, in my opinion. That's what has worked for me so far.
Awesome. I mean, it also kind of would help to maybe know exact idea that you have in mind. Maybe you can share with us after the talk. But also sometimes the norm is the norm for a reason, and maybe the idea is just bad. That is also possible. That is possible. But yeah, I think you guys have kind of...
And if it's bad, it'll fail. And then they'll fire you, so it's fine.
And then you'll have a new one, and then you go again.
Well, I mean, they won't necessarily fire you if the idea is...
Well, it depends on how bad it is. If it's
well,
really
if it's
bad.
like catastrophic, yes. But like, hopefully you don't get fired for a bad idea. But maybe you do. Then, I'm sorry. Okay, awesome. Yes, please. Yep.
Greetings, I'm Hevasula from Albania. Hopelessness, as you know, it's a terrible feeling, and in dire situation is something world leaders cannot afford. Have you ever felt this hopeless in any situation, and if yes, how have you overcome it? Thank you.
Would you like to take that one first?
I'm trying to think of... I think I've felt hopelessness and frustration probably a lot. And I think leading a company through COVID was one of those moments where we were very much focused on creating a great culture and having a great office. And then as soon as 130 people are at home and you've not got that same place, that felt very hopeless as a leader. But you've just got to figure out and adapt. I think the world is moving so quickly and the way that leadership is changing so quickly that it gives you new opportunities to help create a new norm and create a new way. And I try and not think of hopelessness as a stop. I try and think of like, how can I get around this and how can I create new opportunities and how can I do things slightly differently? And that goes back to the curiosity that we talked about before.
Yeah, I agree with that in terms of feeling hopeless, like career-wise, or like you hear all this terrible stuff on the news, especially, again, as an environmental scientist. That's sometimes very difficult to hear, and I'm aware of the bureaucracy and the difficulties that would actually allow for policies to be implemented that would create change. But I think, yeah, being curious and trying to find a way in which you can be part of that action is really important. But then also, like, on a separate note, true hopelessness, like despair, that type of mental health issues, definitely talk to friends, go get professional help. I know that's a bit off the strain, but I feel like that's very relevant given the state of the world right now.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I was going to say something completely different, but I think that's right for most people. I think for me it's, yeah, I think if you, of course it's different if you have maybe something specific in terms of your mental health, but generally if you are alive and your family is alive, you are so incredibly lucky. If your family is alive and safe and so are you are incredibly lucky. So unless you kind of are struggling with something specific, you should certainly seek help, but maybe sometimes you can step back and also appreciate that. So hopefully that answers your question. Okay, next one. Maybe yourself. Yeah, your jacket, lanyard. Well, everyone has a lanyard and a jacket, actually.
Hello, I'm Georgiana from Romania, and I actually want to tackle on the mental health. So my question would be, how or what can next-gen leaders do to stay bold, but without burning out in this fast-paced environment? Thank you.
That's a brilliant question. I've actually been through burnout myself because I put myself under too much pressure. And as a reforming people pleaser, I've spent quite a lot of time in therapy to understand what it is that I need, and I try and craft my day and my life around that. So it's work in progress, I'm not going to lie, but just understanding yourself, and I've been on a big journey to understand my values and what makes me tick and what is really important to me. And in doing that, that will hopefully prevent burnout in the future if I'm leaning into the things that give me energy rather than the things that take energy away. Hopefully that helps.
I think it's also important to be open and talk about it. The previous generation, I don't really feel like that was a thing. I feel like also the expectation for someone who's a bold, strong, hard leader is like, yeah, you don't rest, you don't take mental health days. Like that seems like a very wishy-washy thing that someone in that position shouldn't need to do. But I think these are real problems, real struggles, real diseases that everyone from civilians, military veterans struggle with. And if we were able to acknowledge that and talk about it more, it would allow people who potentially were veterans and are suffering from something like PTSD, who aren't able to operate in civilian life properly or find another job, treating that, talking about that, having resources available for them would allow them to move into leadership positions and potentially be a voice where there wasn't one before because they're suffering with these things.
Just another thing as well, you clicked in my head, comparison as well. I think social media plays a big part in that. And when you see people, leaders that you respect, looking like they're hustling 24/7, I can categorically tell you that they're not. They will work their schedule around their best way of working, but unfortunately we live in a world where we compare against what everyone else is doing. So I think it's important to take a step back and realise what it is that works for you and not worry about everyone else hustling so hard that you've got to try and keep up with that.
The timer was red, and then now it started blinking red. So does it mean that we have to go, or can we give some love to the online audience?
Maybe just ask a question.
Okay. Sorry, online audience, we can't give love to you as of this moment. All right, thank you guys very much.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
As we approach the final stretch of today's event, it's time for something a little bit different and very interactive. We're shifting into a dynamic and reimagined fishbowl session, where the usual roles of speakers and audience are flipped. Leading this unique segment are Sena Cheng and Alexander Yanku, both members of the NATO Youth Advisory Board. Let's give them a warm welcome as they take the stage to guide us through this fishbowl session.
Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Alexander Yanku and I am a member of the NATO Youth Advisory Board, as she has said.
My name is Sena Cheng and I'm also a member of the NATO Youth Advisory Board.
We're both thrilled to be guiding what we believe is going to be one of the most fun and engaging sessions this afternoon. Clearly, the message today has been built on how NATO's future depends on young leaders and their ability to find solutions to quick problems. This fishbowl session is where these young leaders are able to speak for themselves.
Let me explain a little bit more about how the fishbowl session will work. In this fishbowl-style session, the inner circle is reserved for young voices, youth leaders who are working on the cutting edge of technology, science, and diplomacy. And to this end, I'm thrilled to introduce the 3 young leaders who will be at the forefront of our conversation today. Firstly, we have Vijay Patak, a PhD researcher in AI and politics at Oxford University. Secondly, we have Ajahn Park, a student at Princeton University. And finally, we have Leo Simon, the president of YATA Germany. Meanwhile, experts and policymakers will constitute the outer circle. listening, asking, and reflecting on the words of our young leaders sitting with us today. In this inverted space, we wish to challenge the norms of who speaks and who listens, and redefine what global leadership looks like in times of democratic uncertainty, digital disruption, and technological innovations.
So by flipping who speaks and who listens, we are testing a new model of leadership in an age of these such problems. So to support this dialogue, we are joined by 3 experts on the front line of these fields. To begin with, Florian Marcus. He is Head of Sales and Partnerships at Cybernetica. Second, Yannick Petri. He's a Space Intelligence Officer at NATO. And third, we're joined by Caitlin Sarian, Global Cybersecurity Educator and founder of Cybersecurity Girl. Florian, you've seen how digital identity can protect democracy. What is your question for this panel?
Sure. My question is, if you could snap your finger and make every NATO country do one thing that just functions tomorrow, what would it be? It could be a law, it could be a policy, it could be some tech, it could be anything.
It's a very challenging question. I think a lot of points to think about, and I'm very glad that we had this chat before. Otherwise, I would a little bit.
I told him I was going to ask what his favorite color is, but yeah.
Yeah, kind of. I spent my. I want to be very practical, but I have to be a little bit ideological before I'm coming to answering the question. I'm spending the most of my life before on cultural exchange, youth exchange, and bringing people together. I think it's fun, it's great traveling, it's great exchanging, but what always sticks with me is why I'm doing this, why is it important, why I think it's important that we are coming together, that we are meeting on an international level, that we are exchanging between different cultures or different states. When it comes to the very practical aspect of that, I think it's very important that in a military field, that all systems that we are using should work together. The keyword, the buzzword is interoperability. And I think if I could snap with the finger, it's a very, I know there are a lot of components of that and everything, but if I could tell the people and the leaders what they should do right now is get one system for all that's working for all, get this one system that everybody can use, that can be used in the north, that can be used in the south, and forget about this national that the national special interests you might have if you're ordering new systems, if you're cooperating with each other. There's always a fight between even two parties. There was the Franco-German project, for example. There was a long debate about very, very small details, and even before they started building this new system, they were fighting about, like, where are we meeting? And it's all about this power play. But in the end, and as we see right now, for example, in Ukraine, the enemy isn't asking, oh, you're ready right now, can we start with the war? Did you come together and did you figure out, no, that's not happening. Coming from Germany, German background, I'm also looking at the efficiency of that. And now we have this huge debate in Germany and about how much should we spend, where should we spend it. And it's also much more efficient if we have the same system, if we use the same system. So we can, yeah, on the one side we can be faster, on the other side it's less, it's costing less, and then we have the money for something else as well.
Thank you.
Do any of our other youth leaders want to chip in?
No, I mean, I thought that was a great answer personally, so nothing more to add.
Well, thank you so much for speaking on the importance of military collaboration and also interoperability, which I think were key themes throughout the summit today. Let's move on to Yannick. Do you want to pose your question?
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's nice to be back here. And I have one question to Eugene. And I am basically confronted every day with the importance of information and how it's essential to shape a narrative. And especially when it comes to space-based images or space-based imagery, for example, it's incredibly powerful if you have a clear picture of what's actually happening on the ground and how that can completely shift a conversation in a different direction. Now, taking a bit of a jump from there, but I find it quite fascinating that you have a background both in policy and also in storytelling, because you created some documentary films. So
I did, yes.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting, because I think NATO is quite often struggling a lot to tell a story about what it's doing and why it's doing it, to create a narrative to support some of the efforts that we are undertaking. And I would really like to get your perspective on that, how we can get better at storytelling, how we can get better at shaping a narrative as an organization.
Great question. I think that a lot of times people often posit, or at least world leaders or leaders in general posit misinformation as the most serious issue that prevents active storytelling from taking place, or the youth from taking an interest, or just misinformation in general. However, I think that you'd be surprised when you actually talk to a lot of teenagers, adolescents out there. They're actually very well versed in terms of the world issues out there. It's just a matter of they either genuinely don't know what to do about it, or they simply don't feel like there is a connection to like what their ordinary lives and what NATO or NASA or what these other institutions do. And I think that there's two key things you can do, and it's twofold. The first is in terms of lingo, or the terminology itself. I feel like a lot of times international organizations, when they're trying to make a difference or raise awareness, they think using very serious terms or like serious language will draw attention. And actually ends up becoming a bit worse, because if you use cynical terms, not only will your audience be unable to understand you, but there's also the issue of like, it's just sounding didactic, or at least making the listener feel as though, oh, okay, this is out of my depth, I am not an expert in this, what will I do about this? So even climate change, for instance, which is probably the arena where like youth have the most involvement in, like in terms of protests or in terms of active input right now, they kind of shifted their language from being very like technical to things like global warming, or just, you know, Earth is melting, just very simple sort of slogans like that. And I think that is one specific aspect, especially in cybersecurity, for instance, or more space intelligence sort of themes or topics, where this sort of, I guess, simplification of language could better help younger audiences to understand. And the second thing that I think would be beneficial is a lot of the promotional material or informational like videos out there, they're often created by people who, I don't want to say boomers, but they're often people who are slightly older than the target audience. But there's a lot of like creators out there who are in high school, university, sometimes even middle school, who partner with influencers already, who are already like short filmmakers or authors or poets. And I think that just opening up, for instance, like Youth Summit challenges, like the one NATO has just hosted, would be really beneficial in actually garnering input. And this way, not only will it sort of reduce the didactfulness of it all, or like the one-way conversation that's not so reciprocal, but it will also allow the creators to learn as well while they're disseminating the information, and that would also enable for more agency and mobilization. Fair answer?
That's great. You also used a lot of terms that we use a lot for NATO, so you would be a good fit. Mobilization and agency. That's
Thank you.
Stuff we're talking about a lot. No, that's a good point. So I guess we have to create some jobs for the younger generation at NATO to translate some of the issues. That's how all our application processes are going.
That was a great practical answer, Eugen. Anybody else from the youth want to pitch in? It's very practical.
You allow me to jump in as well. It's that wasn't planned. I want to tell you an example of what was for me very opening my mind. Last year we organized a photo competition supported by NATO actually. And I have a background as a photographer as well, and that was very high on my agenda to do something that is not related with academic discussions, and we have conferences all over the place, all over the time, and they're very important and very, very good discussions, very bright minds, but I think there are also some people that they don't get catched by those kinds of conferences. And so we organized this photo competition. And I got approached on Instagram and on other platforms by many, for example, people who are serving in the military and saying, well, that's so cool. We had pictures from military background, behind the scenes and everything. And that really catch the attention of those people who are not normally linked with our organization, with Yatta, but who are having different interests, but interested in arts and in nice visual stimulation. And that was super cool, and that was really eye-opening for me, that this kind of approach is also very useful to reach a different audience.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and I hope our media colleagues are not taking that as offense that the Instagram account of NATO is not getting the traction.
No, it's a great account, but I mean, it's one institution, and it's a good point. You need different networks and to reach all the people.
No, I think media literacy is definitely something that a lot of organizations are still struggling with. So
that's also true.
To be honest, I don't even know whether we have a TikTok account. Maybe.
No, you don't.
We don't. Okay. So maybe that's something.
You should get one. I might be biased. But
yeah, that's a huge discussion about it. Should we use it or should we not?
It's another discussion for another time, I think.
Yeah, definitely. That's a whole new panel. But the time is running.
Good, Leo. Thank you, Caitlin. What is your question?
Yeah, and also I just want to chime in. All of these answers have been incredible, and storytelling is so important. It's a skill that everyone needs, whether you're technical or not. So I definitely think that if you have to take a skill home from this, learn storytelling, because it's incredible. Separate question. As someone who has spent the last decade making cybersecurity easier to understand for the general public, I've also seen how fast AI is moving and how hard it is for everyday people to keep up, especially with politics and defense. So in your research, how can we make the tech stronger and more ethical and transparent? And also, who is to blame if something goes wrong?
Yeah, that's a great question. The pace of development in the AI space is extraordinary. So it's inevitable that a lot of people are going to get left behind. It's inevitable that a lot of people do not understand the technologies that are directly impacting their lives. And when we talk about defense and when we talk about politics, these aren't just like things that affect your life. These are super, super important things that affect your life. So the answer isn't that everyone needs to get, a 5, 10, 15-year education in artificial intelligence and the tech behind it. But one answer could be increased transparency. And I think there's an incredible amount of space for NATO to be kind of a trendsetter in that department. NATO is a defense alliance, and it makes sense for it to be at the forefront of creating regulation about how AI should be used in defense, but also at the forefront of making it more accessible, especially to people in its member states. Now, in terms of concrete things that I think can really be incorporated and already are to a certain extent but should really be kept in mind, I think there's this concept of ethical by design. So we don't just create this super advanced AI system and then bolt values on top of it. We keep those values in mind at the point of inception and at the point of design and at the point of development. Another big thing is this concept of black box systems in artificial intelligence. So these are essentially systems where you can understand the input. So for example, you understand the question that you ask an LLM, and you understand the output. The answer makes sense. But the developer isn't quite sure about how the model or the system got to that conclusion. And in a situation where you're just asking a large language model a simple question, it doesn't really matter how it got there as long as it gets to the answer. When we're talking about artificial intelligence as applied to the defense sector, it does matter if we don't understand why an AI-powered system has decided to target a specific location or a specific individual. These become life and death, super critical kind of situations. So I think that there needs to be a lot of thought about making sure that regulation catches up to this concept, and that we make sure that there's always this sort of like human in the loop. So firstly, if developers don't completely understand what the reasoning process was for a decision, that type of AI shouldn't be used in these critical contexts. And then second of all, we should be hyper careful about the type of tasks that we delegate to AI, especially when life or death scenarios are involved. To the second part of your question about who should be held responsible when something goes wrong, I mean, I think it's helpful to consider, what AI looks like in these contexts specifically, because AI, includes like everything from ChatGPT to those autonomous vacuum cleaners that walk around your living room, and it's not so important that AI is regulated in that latter context, but in the former, it is a lot more so. So, for example, in the defense context, if we have a weapons manufacturer that is creating a type of missile defense system that is AI-powered, and it malfunctions and causes some kind of, unfortunate consequence when it goes off, who should be held responsible in that kind of a scenario? The default answer is that responsibility lies with the state that is, using the system. But there's some additional nuance that needs to be taken into account. What happens if the manufacturer didn't engage with the necessary due diligence when creating that system or when building the tech? And these are really complicated questions for like lawyers to think about. And whilst there is some precedent, there's not a whole lot of it. We talked in some of the earlier panels about how for a lot of these systems, the senior people and the people with the majority of the experience are only a couple of years old in the field. So yeah, I think to conclude those kind of like thoughts, I would say that more than anything, AI is a beautiful thing and can empower us to do really amazing stuff. And it leaves a lot of opportunity for NATO to emerge as a leader. In the absence of regulation, someone has to step up. And I think that, in addition to its role as a defense alliance, NATO could start playing an even more important role as a regulator, at least within its member states.
Yeah, I really love that question or that response, and I loved, obviously, not the question, it was my own. But I really love how you started saying that, ethical by design. So in cybersecurity, when it first started, we always said things need to be made with, security by design. And then when data privacy started, we were like, okay, we want to make sure it's privacy by design. We're not just building a system and then bolting privacy into it. And now I really, really love the approach of now it's not just privacy, it's like ethical, like what is wrong and what is right. And if we can't even decide that at the beginning, then there's no way that this can continue. So I really love that answer.
Thank you so much, Caitlin, for that incredibly insightful question, and VJ for highlighting values of transparency and accessibility, as well as providing a very nuanced view on who should be responsible when these systems eventually become flawed. And if none of our other speakers want to jump in, we can widen the metaphorical fishbowl to the audience. And you guys are welcome to pose any questions you may have to the speakers, to the follow-ups to the questions and answers.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question about NATO Instagram and social media and stuff. When you said that it should be maybe regulated more by not boomers. I think something like that was what you said. But I feel like sometimes I feel uncomfortable when a serious organization like NATO, which is about very serious stuff, makes videos that are kind of a bit you can say that it's romanticizing certain things, and I don't know if I would feel like it's a bit weird if NATO makes a TikTok and then you're making videos about war. So I don't know. I was just wondering what your perspective is on that. Maybe it should be more informative instead of putting nice music underneath those videos.
I really feel like I've dug myself a bit of a hole here, but
you can ask the question to the audience. Actually, I would like to see how they feel about dancing, Secretary General.
Yeah, hey kids, do you like guns?
No, but I think it's and I'm happy if someone is gonna help me out here. But First of all, I think our social media team is doing an incredible job. So now that we got that out of the way, I also don't feel like I want to get into trouble with our HR, because I feel like I'm opening up here some social media positions for Gen Z. But it's, I think you mentioned a very good point. I think it's very difficult to strike the balance between engaging reporting and engaging messaging and storytelling, as we talked about before, and still sticking a bit also to the seriousness of the whole conversation, of the whole topic, because in the end, I mean, yeah, it sounds maybe a bit brutal, but in the end, if you want to have a capable NATO, you want it to be as lethal as possible in order to never have to use it. So you want to have the most lethal and effective systems working for the alliance and working for our defense and deterrence. And that's also a bit of a truth, and that's not something funny. So it's a very difficult conversation. And
I was just going to say one thing. You just have to know your audience and know what you're trying to communicate. This goes back to the storytelling, right? I would assume that NATO's not going to do a dancing video, but there are also other ways that you can tell stories without dancing or doing something crazy. So I think there's we're talking about black and white, and there's so much gray in between. And again, I think you guys are doing great, so I'm not saying anything else. I'm just saying that there's different ways to tell stories, and also it's really dependent on the audience.
Your old boss is going to be my new boss, Jens Stoltenberg. And I'm working at the Munich Security Conference at the social media, or the digital communications department. So I was wondering, for the audience, for example, how would you like to see Jens Stoltenberg, for example, on TikTok? What should he dance? What should we do with him? A very theoretical question. Very utopian. I have to say that. Hope I also don't get in trouble with the HR. But I really would like to be interested in to hearing that. How could we use TikTok in a way, or Instagram in a way that's still professional, but still reaching Gen Z and younger generations?
I think you hit the right spot.
Yeah,
a lot of ideas.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Cayetana from Spain, and I actually think about our own foreign minister. He opened a TikTok account, and at first I was a bit skeptical, oh my goodness, so embarrassing. But then actually I think it helped, and this is something I realized by talking to other people who might not be on this field, and it really helps for other people to understand what diplomacy is or what they do at the MFA. And he does not dance, he does not do this trends with trendy music, but he just explains in a very, I would say, simple way, but not infantilizing what it does, just clear and not using extremely technical terms, what he does. Or, okay, so today I met with this person, this is what we talked about, of course not going into details or unclosing information, but I think just being warm and showing some proximity to your audience is something that is really valued without having to infantilize your discourse or your dialogue. So that would be my recommendation.
I think they're telling us to stop.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Vijay, Ujin, and Leo for just everything that for leading us and for listening to the questions and asking it. So, guys, with that, let's keep this new model of leadership past Budva, this fishbowl style and this interactive style. So, thank you.
Thank you, Alex and Senna, for this very interactive session. Dear participants, we are now moving into the last session of the day. We have heard so many ideas, inputs from all of you on stage, in the room, and online. This session is about how we are taking forward all these ideas. I am joined on stage by 3 NATO representatives. Irene Benito, AI Officer as part of the Innovation and EDT Policy Unit, Lone Kielgo, Chief of Staff of the NATO Advisory and Liaison Team in Pristina, and Christian Mesaros, Director at the Partnership and Global Affairs Directorate. So let's take a moment to hear from our guests about the key ideas they're taking forward and how these insights can help shape NATO's path ahead. Christian, let's begin with you. So what insights or messages resonated most deeply with you, especially in connection to your field of work? And how do you see these ideas being carried forward within the NATO?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for bearing with this whole day and being late, but we're here. And with me, who's like the bad uncle who keeps showing up here. But it's really great. My main takeaway for myself is that I should come next year as well, wherever is the Youth Summit. I expected to hear a lot of inspiring ideas and difficult questions. We got that. So one takeaway is to continue this dialogue. And then the theme that I got from the panels I were, and in general, is that we need to take back ownership of our own story. You heard just about storytelling and so on. So NATO needs always to be better at telling our own story. We shouldn't let the Russians do that or the Chinese do that. It's for us. So that's what I'm taking away, and that's where I think the Youth Advisory Board can also help us. To put out the truth, the facts, and the information that is of interest for your generation. So that's my main takeaway. Keep our story, tell our own story, and be active about that. And thank you for all of you for being interested, open, and dedicated and committed to NATO.
Thank you so much. Lona, over to you. So from your perspective, what was the most meaningful takeaway from today, and how do you think NATO can implement that in real action?
Thank you. And I will also add my sincere thanks to all of you and to all of you that I engaged with outside of this room. This has truly been a learning day for me. And for the first time ever in my life, have I taken notes on my phone and not on pen and paper. So there is hope for the boomers as well. I have, my main takeaway resonates very well with what Christian said. Words matter. Words matter. I think the Deputy Secretary General's opening statement that NATO needs to be stronger, fairer, and deadlier, it is something that really resonates with someone who's been with NATO for so many years that we went from being focused solely on Article 5 to almost forgetting our core business and then coming back to what is the core of NATO. It is defending the Euro-Atlantic area and being capable to do that. But with words matters also come some of the things that I believe are the key takeaways. You have to have the human capital to spread the word. You have to have the right political framework to spread the word. Whether you have to have the right capabilities, whether those capabilities are in space, physical space, or in cyberspace, or where they are, we have to use them. And I think 2 actions, maybe 3, that I would like to see brought forward. Obviously, it goes without saying, continue to have the youth summits, but maybe mirror some of the structures. My PDD, my public diplomacy colleagues who will be organizing this are going to hate me for this. But let's look at the other consultative bodies and the partnerships that we have in NATO. I don't know how many of you know that we actually have representatives from the Indo-Pacific region here today. So bringing those partnerships in a youth format would also be very, very interesting. What is it like living in the Indo-Pacific and having a very large military capability in your backyard, for instance? But perhaps things that are a little easier to implement is to make sure that our media outreach campaigns hit our target audience. If our target audience are unusual decision makers, say football hooligans, how do we interact with them? That's an area where NATO really could learn something, and could learn something from the youth that is here today, the influencers that are here today, as in how do we identify such a target audience, and how do we make people that have been around for a long time understand how to do that. And my last takeaway is not for the organization. to implement. It's for the Youth Advisory Board and everybody who's in this room. Stay in touch, stay connected, build the network, because that way we all get to live the truth that it's not always what you know, but it's who you know that will help you solve the problems of tomorrow and will help you inform the decisions that you will make tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Irene, the same question to you. What stood out the most and how to translate that into real impact?
Great, thanks. And I think I'm going to talk a bit more on the tech side, which is the sessions that I was involved in. I was hearing a lot of questions around, okay, how can young people help shape the future of technology and be disruptive and have an impact? And at some point I started realizing actually young people are driving the impact in disruptive technology today. Like, look at all the major disruptors globally, they're all pretty young. And I think that comes back to something that was mentioned in my session by me, which is that it is true that because these technologies are so new and so empirical, actually breaking into them is very easy for someone young. You don't need decades of experience to be able to have an impact. So actually young people are very, very strong forces of disruption. And the question is not how to make sure that they're impactful, is how in such a complex and rapidly changing technological and geopolitical landscape can the defense sector, can NATO, can allies leverage this talent and these capabilities? And that's where I think we need to focus really on, and that's going to be part of my homework and what I take back to the HQ. We were hearing in the space session that there are huge challenges and opportunities for security in space and also using space for security. And we need as much talent as we can, as many brilliant minds, as much innovators as we can get our hands on to be able to solve those challenges and leverage those opportunities. So it's definitely not a lack of shapers, it's really about figuring out how we can work better together. And we have very strong foundations. We have innovation programs, we have programs working with disruptors already at NATO, but I think we need to keep working on accelerating that transformation of partnership. And that is what I'm taking, I think, home as my biggest takeaway.
Thank you so much. These are very inspiring reflections. As we promised, this session is very short. We're not going to keep you here much longer. I would just like to thank all of you for staying with us until the very end of the first day of the NATO Youth Summit. In closing, let me once again thank our co-organizers for today, NATO and the Atlantic Council of Montenegro. I also want to thank our institutional partners for helping expand outreach and for facilitating organizing of watch parties among different countries across Europe and North America. Aspen Institute Romania, Digital Forensic Center, Geostrata, The Hague University of Applied Sciences, University of Murcia, the College of William and Mary, the Young Professionals Network, and Young Atlantic Treaty Association, Youth Atlantic Treaty Association. Last but not least, let's thank our corporate partners, Google, CVNs, CCOM, just a second, and the National Tourism Organization. We've spent the day exploring some of the most pressing challenges of tomorrow. I hope you're leaving not only with new insights, but also inspired by the people you've met, the ideas you've heard, and the bold solutions being shaped right here. Above all, I hope you leave knowing that the most powerful resource for shaping a safer, more secure future is you. Your voice, your actions, and your leadership. Thank you all for being here. And for those being here in person,